Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Disgrace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Turn into open seas as I roll down valley in darkness, but somehow I end up on the path of ancient stories, so clear in my memory. Tales of never-ending magic and mystery. At home, the candles burning, flickering around the truth that I am seeking. Monsters, they roll, blood-stained white snow.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt lost in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. They cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
try, I still go lost. But now chances are I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my flaws. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no more detour. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Come on, everybody, let's dance on Hallows Eve. The most graceful and dapperest shall win. So dress to impress, practice your steps. Only one can be the victor and the master of the tome of prophecy.
How will anyone find me? Even though no one knows who's behind this, all the guests are arriving, unaware that up there something's lurking.
Look out! Don't lose your way in the maze! I need to find the truth, no time to waste!
It looks like I will be the champion. There's no doubt. How you gonna tell the truth without a mouth? How you gonna run away with no legs to get out? Are you scared? Isn't that what Halloween's about?
The eternal dance now begins. In whose hands will our fate lie?
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. and I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice.
It ain't over till the fat lady sings.
That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has finally come. Welcome to the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 6 Southeast Asia Day 3 qualifiers. It's finals season. Lychee, how are you feeling today? Because we're going to crown one team to move on to the COA group stage.
Hodge, I'm so excited for the matches today. We already had 2 days of really exciting gameplay from the Southeast Asia region this weekend. And today, we're finishing it off with the top 4 and then finally the finals. So we're super excited to see how today is going to go and really excited to see the continuation from yesterday. The teams giving us really exciting gameplay from all sides there.
Yeah, from bell to bell, right? Just exciting games all throughout. Unfortunately, only one team will make it and join GH in the COA group stage. And like you said, I kind of wish this would last forever, probably till 8 a.m. I don't know wherever everyone is at right now, but I'm sure that these matches will go the distance, especially since we will have a grand finals. But first and foremost, let's talk about the prize pool, because Lychee, I mean, getting the Call of the Abyss title is good enough, but the prize pool definitely sweetens the deal here.
Yeah, for sure. And we can see that the ultimate prize pool total is 4 million Chinese yuan there, with the champion getting 1,007,700,000.
Yes.
700,000. I took a second to count there.
That's fine. I mean, math isn't our strong suit, but we love this game, right? so it's 1.7, and it goes on, with the runner-up, third and fourth place, but just, I mean, making it already, because it's going to be 20 places, right? And the prize pool keeps getting bigger and badder, and the teams keep getting stronger and stronger. So this is just a quick snapshot, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm sure that the teams want to put Call of the Abyss 6 on the resume, because it keeps getting more competitive and competitive, right? And we keep looking at the different seasons. In COA 4 is like the wildling meta. COA 3 is always the seer being bad. So now, we're kind of seeing the puzzles fall into place with what we're going to see in Call of the Abyss 6. And before we discuss that, let's talk about the brackets here, Lychee.
Right. This is giving us a nice recap of what we've experienced over the past 2 days. We saw that ZT and Zirconia have moved on from their respective brackets, and MP and WP moving on from their games as well. So these are the matches that we can expect to see today. And then the winners of those matches are going to play each other today in the third game of today, the third match of today, to see who is the final qualifier from the Southeast Asia region. So joining GH, total of 2 representatives from the region in the globals.
Yeah, so we're just going to reiterate today's match schedule. So right now, before your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, ZT, a team that has been synonymous with the Southeast Asia competitive scene, is going up against Zirconia. MP versus WP is going to be match number 2. And then match number 3, it's to be determined, because the winners of match 1 and 2 will be squaring off in a race to 3, best of 3 games. So we will be seeing that later on. And, speaking about the matches that we witnessed, MP going through one of the juggernaut of teams out there. So I'm excited to see that match. Nello and Lychee will be covering that. But for now, it's Lychee Spice that will be on match number 1 against ZT versus Zirconia.
Yes, Lychee Spice. I like that quite a lot.
It's honestly, Lychee, I'm so excited to be sharing the mic with you, because your channel it's so inspiring, and also it helps a lot of the community with competitive scene. And being here right now, sharing the mic with you, I'm super excited to talk shop about this, because our first match, like you said, it's going to be 0-2 versus ZC. Any initial thoughts on this type of matchup that we're going to see? Because for me, it could be a battle of the hunters, but the big question is, how are the survivors of ZC gonna face off against the hunters, which is Sneaky and Zen?
Yeah, I think we're going to see some pretty good action today. Hunters from both sides definitely coming in strong here. From ZT side, you have Sneaky, who played the matches yesterday, and they have a lot of really meta hunters within their hold. We'll see some of those later, I'm sure, when we introduce the players. Whereas from ZC side, we have Zen as their hunter, and we can talk about them in just a moment. But first, introducing ZT.
Yeah, we got Sneaky, MX. Oh, geez, I forgot how you pronounce this again.
I think it's Chizi.
Chizi. I will refer to you on that. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Potato Run Aris, a player that has been in the scene in the previous years and coming back. And we got Zed. So A lot of these names are synonymous again to the competitive scene. Again, this is like ZT 2.0 because we did see them in IVC. Now they did a bit of a roster shakeup, but you still got MX, you still got Run and Zed there. But the addition of ZC and as well as Eris and Sneaky definitely, I would say, kind of round up the players to bring us this new and improved version of ZT that I'm excited to see how they're going to face off, because it's kind of, instead of a race, it's a marathon today, Lychee, because after this match they will have to have a little more reserve in the tank for the grand finals.
Yes, that's definitely true. Whoever wins will have to go on to play another match here. But first, taking a look at Sneaky, the main hunter we saw play from ZT this weekend, with a very high win rate here, 67.4, and eliminations, look at that, 3.16. Having an elimination rate of over 3 means that they win almost every match. So very important part on Sneaky here.
Yeah, and considering that round 1 hunters have to, they're the ones that are the main scorers, right? And having Sneaky there could definitely be the anchor, because she's seen different tournaments like IVA and community tournaments, and this is the biggest opportunity for her. Moving on to Eris, which is the sub hunter. One of the notable wins he's had, I think it was IVC 2020 or 2021. That's when Violinist was first came out, and he's like a Terra Shock king with a violinist. He's gone toe to toe with members of GH, and he's done so well. I think he did a little bit of service. He stepped out of the game, and now he's back. So I'm excited, Lychee. He might come back here just in case. Like maybe he's a round 3 hunter.
Right, and I'm sure having his veteran expertise is a really great asset for ZT here. Next, looking at MX, we see represented by Wildling here as the most common pick. We'll see if we get to see Wildling at all today. But yeah, containment time 80 is pretty good for a match, pretty decent. And you know, especially in a tournament. And we see that they also get in some decoding and rescues here as well. So probably playing a mix of characters along with this Wildling here. But we know MX, you know, they really like to bring in the off-meta characters as well. Dr. Thief, you got the original characters coming out. I think the Mind's Eye has come out as well. So really excited to see what's in store. Yeah,
the mind games are real with MX. I think everyone's going to be looking at his character screen to see who he's going to pick. But we're going to move on to one of the newest members of ZT over here. Zichi? Did I say that right? Okay. Jitsu. Jeez, I gotta write that down. Jitsu here had a very impressive performance. I feel like he melds well with the team. He did bring out the Seer, the Antiquarian, the Cowboy. So I would say he's one of those players that kind of go for the harassment and support. So, I mean, based on the stats, I mean, I don't think they bring him to ZT for no reason. So I'm excited to see how he's going to perform.
Right, and now we have Potato here as a part of ZT. Has played for some other teams in the past before, and now a great asset for ZT to have. So we do see that they have a pretty, I would say, evened out stats here. And with the Weeping Clown, it'll be interesting to see if we see a Weeping Clown compared to some other characters. I think they also have a mercenary along with some other characters as well. So we'll see what Potato can bring us today.
Potato being one of the most stable survivors, I think former member of BL, he did bring out a rescuer and mercenary. He brought up Painter 2 days ago, and also Embalmer. So I'm excited to see what he'll be bringing to the table, since he's one of those stable survivors. Now we're going to move on to Run. Mind's Eye, I'm not sure if she will be using this or if she'll be coming in at all, because she wasn't an urgent part of the lineup, but she's there as a sub. She did make her offline debut in IVC, so I'm excited to see what she has to offer, because aside from this Mind's Eye, she's a really good mercenary, very stable rescuer, and she can kite if she needs to. Yeah,
that's awesome. And now it looks like we have Zed from ZT, and Zed here with the Antiquarian and a containment time that's probably above average as well, almost 90 seconds there. And it looks like they get almost a rescue per match as well. So playing a lot of stunner characters, the Antiquarian, Prospect, Forward, they really like those characters.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Zed had the unfortunate responsibility of kiting the first kite in the first match, and used the Prospector. Was downed a little early, but you know, ciphers were popping left and right, and I think I'm excited to see more of his stuns, right? Aside from the Antiquarian, like you said, Prospector, the Forward as well. And Zed runs synonymous with the name ZT, so that's one to look out for. But we're gonna move on to Zirconia. We got Zen, Yazin, Rainy K, Paper Jam, K2, Haku, and Shane. Any thoughts on how they performed yesterday, Lychee, and what do you think they can bring to the table up against ZT?
Yeah, Zen for sure. I think we've seen him in quite a few tournaments in the past as well. So definitely looking forward to their performance. Had several 4Ks this weekend as well. So definitely something they can bring out, especially with their threats like Dream Witch, Sculptor, Geisha, and Naiad, and the characters that they play. Survivor side as well, I'm curious to see how they'll perform. I think yesterday was very Hunter dominated, but looking forward to see the Survivor step it up today as well.
Yep, and speaking of Hunters, we're going to look at Zen's stats here with her Dream Witch. The thing is, Zen doesn't just have the Dream Witch, he also brought out a pretty scary Naiad in Arms Factory, which was kind of scary because we thought that the team was trying to counter the Dream Witch, but oh, lo and behold, surprise, we're not bringing out Dream Witch. Also has a very scary Geisha, and you know what, the stats kind of speak for itself, but I'm excited to see how Zen's going to be performing, because if we look at his record, yeah, 4K and a tie, that's pretty good in any Hunter's book, considering that the meta is very Survivor side at this point.
Definitely true. And now we have Haku from ZC as well, here playing the Geisha and possibly a Bloody Queen in their hands as well, with a pretty high elimination rate. We'll see if Haku plays today or not. I think Zen has played all the matches so far, but always good to have another Hunter on the team as well.
Oh yeah, I think that's super important for teammates to have, since I think the Hunters experience more stress than anyone in the team, so having Haku there could be that lifeline that Zen could go after if ever it gets too scary. Yazin, I do have to highlight his amazing kiting skills with the Dancer, with the Prospector, with Acrobat. And here we have highlighted his forward. Look at the containment time above 60 seconds, 81 seconds. Doesn't really go for that much rescues on here, but just be careful, ladies and gentlemen. If you see that the Hunter is going to be locking into Yazin, trust that he will try and pull off some amazing kites.
Yes, excited to see that from Yazen. And next up, it looks like we have Rainy K here. And Rainy K, as the mercenary, they definitely do at least a rescue per match on average. Along with some decoding, you'd be surprised, I think. Well, I think at this point, none of us are surprised, but mercenary always gets in a lot of decoding during these matches as well. So, you know,
for sure,
the role of the rescuer and the mercoder here. Yeah,
if you are the mercenary, you need to perfect those skill checks, those calibration checks. And I'm pretty sure if you're a mercenary military like Rainy K did bring out First Officer, Merc, Gravekeeper, he's going to be on rescuing duties. Now, we're going to move on to Paper Jam. The main decoder, I would have to say, Paper Jam did have a mechanic, and now we're seeing the postman. Also had a bit of the embalmer. Was caught up in a little struggling, a little tough situations that did kind of it did swing the tide in the other person's favor. But let's see how Paper Jam will fare today. But now we're gonna go on to K2.
Yes, K2 with a pretty good containment time as well. We see here they have Mercenary as one of their most played characters, but we do know that they also have a Prospector, Priestess, and Female Dancer in their mix as well. So potentially could see some supporters from their side between K2 and Yazen. I think some supporter and stunning characters for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how K2 is going to perform. And if we look back at the tape, it was really Yazen that had amazing kitings, but I'm sure that K2 can also perform, as well as Shane over here with the Entomologist. Haven't seen Shane in this qualifiers just yet, but considering like the stats kind of speak for itself, at least, you know what, mostly everyone have the containment time above 60 seconds, which is what you want to see. And I think aside from having like a sub hunter, you also have that sub survivor just in case the pressure gets a little too much for our team over here.
Right, definitely adds more versatility to the team, especially with an entomologist. I think that in Southeast Asia, we haven't necessarily seen as many entomologists as some of the other regions.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's great that they have somebody who can play that character on hand if they do want to go that route.
Yeah, entomologist could be very game breaking, especially with it's like a 2-person rescue with entomologist bees and a mercenary. Just then the entomologist bees would just push. So I'm excited to see that happen, and excited to see this match happen. I'm also excited to see everyone in chat that's actually saying hello to us. Lychee, we got Hanako, Maney. We also have Rena here that did say yes, Aris is the Terror Shock King of 2020. So thank you for giving us the date of that IVC. Crazy stuff. And also Aris and Zen, former BL hunters, I believe that's what she said there too. Lot of shout outs to you, Lychee. So I'm super excited. A lot of fans. Again, the one and only, the almighty Lychee is joining us here, ladies and gentlemen. As we head into the match, we're heading to Lakeside Village with Zirconia being the hunter first.
Yeah, this is interesting. I feel like we haven't seen Lakeside very much in the tournament so far. In NAEU as well, I feel like we didn't really see Lakeside very much. So this is definitely an interesting turn of events to pick a map like this first. But we'll see how this plays out with Zirconia's hunter. Looks like going up first, most likely Zen, but we'll find out.
Yeah, considering the hunters that he has, let's say Dream Witch, he's also got that Naiad, he's also got a Geisha, like a jack of all trades. Now, considering it's Lakeside, what hunter do you think he's going to be picking come round number 1 here?
Lakeside, I feel like Zen has options, but I do know that yesterday, or when ZC went up before, Zen had chosen Naiad in round 1. And I think any hunter that plays Naiad in round 1 is definitely very confident in their Naiad. Like, it's not always a super common round 1 pick unless you're that confident. And Zen did get a 4K with Naiad. And I think that Lakeside is not a bad map for Naiad, actually. She kind of is able to encircle like the boat if she needs to, so she may not necessarily be countered by the big boat as much as some other hunters there. And in general, it's a pretty open map, so other hunters could perform well there too.
True.
So
I definitely agree, and especially if you're dealing with a hunter that goes round 1 Naiad. Considering it was Arms Factory, this is definitely a bigger map, so he can bring that to the table. And as Lychee mentioned, there are those positive points when you use Naiad in that map. Yeah, he can bring out the Dream Witch, can bring out the Geisha. Again, it really depends, since like you said, Lakeside isn't really a common map, but considering that they chose, I mean, this is the map of choice. Yeah, Zen being a jack of all trades when it comes to hunters, he definitely has to prepare. And if we're going to look at the survivor side of ZT, though, Dr. Mind's Eye, what do you think MX is feeling today, Lychee?
Oh, I don't know. The options are out there for sure, but I think this map is a really good map for Toy Merchant, of course. It depends on who they think the hunter is going to play. Against the Naiad, though, I think Toy Merchant is not necessarily a bad choice. So depending on if they want to go for more countering the Dream Witch side, the Sculptor, I mean, depends on what they think Zed might bring out first. But they do have to be a little bit wary of the Naiad, I think. So
yeah, we'll definitely see. Because the thing with ZT's picks is like they try to cover all grounds, right? Or in the previous match, at least, they went hard counter on just getting healers. But now we see it's kind of gearing up towards banning up the Seer, banning out Antiquarian, Barmaid, kind of like leaning towards a Dream Witch, but we thought that would be the case in the previous game, but it was an Arms Factory, then Naiad came out. So we can't just call it spade a spade yet, but how do you feel about Dancer and Merc on this map, Lychee? Oh my god, Magician.
Oh, Magician. This will be interesting. Yeah, Dancer and Merc are definitely very good characters for most hunters. I think Dancer a little bit can be countered by Dream Witch a little bit more easily than a lot of other hunters out there. So that could be a problem, but still it's a decently strong map for her as well. Magician, though, is definitely a really interesting pick. I'm trying to think who they might be trying to counter with Magician, because I think
it's just MX. I think it's just MX being MX. I think it's more the mind games, because he tries to he sees the game differently. I tried to ask him the Gardener meta. I also tried to ask him like the Doctor. He's so good at playing a different type of game or baiting you to chase him, since it's a really unconventional pick. So it might as well be MX. So the last ban of the Doctor, so it seems like they're kind of just ruling out most of the healers, but luckily enough the Psychologist is still here. So I think it's more of a cheeky ban of Zen just banning out the doctors, so MX won't have that. Oh, it seems like Potato is actually on the Magician, so MX kind of playing the role of psychologist, and now we just have to wait because Zen has the Dream Witch, has the Naiad, potentially Geisha too. Won't be surprised if he debuted as Clerk in this in this map as well. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Right, and I think, you know, the Magician definitely is a good counter to Geisha now that you mention it. So I don't know if that would be first on Zen's mind. I feel like the bands here also don't look like Geisha though, so maybe it is leaning towards a Dream Witch, the classic round 1 hunter that we've seen before. But you never
Hit him
know.
with a classic, right? Yeah, round 1 Dream Witch, can't contest that. Always strong, always reliable, especially in the capable hands of Season Hunters. So this could be a mirror match of sorts with Zen and Sneaky, because I think with Sneaky round 1 Dream Witch, I think that's very standard, and she usually performs super well on that Dream Witch. So that'll be a conversation for the second half. But yeah, considering that Zen, what he's up against, yeah, a Dream Witch would be good, depending on also how he plays it out, because one of the big weaknesses also is how big this is, and if you have your followers like spread out too far, it's gonna be hard for you to pressure these ciphers and these survivors.
Yeah, that's for sure. Hard to pressure the ciphers and survivors, but it looks like Zen is actually going to lock in on the Dream Witch pick here. I do think that Dream Witch does still have a little bit of a higher win potential than some other hunters in general for round 1. So not necessarily a bad choice by Zen to pick the Dream Witch first and see what he can get here. Especially since I do feel like she definitely is kind of countered by the psychologist who can take multiple hits and such, but Magician and the female dancer could definitely be dealt with if this is like a Patroller Dream Witch. We'll see what Zen decides to bring, but Patroller Dream Witch is definitely more common nowadays. I think the survivors will probably try to bring Flywheel, thinking of, you know, both Naiad, Dream Witch. A lot of those are both hunters that are countered by Flywheel, so wouldn't be surprised if we see several Flywheels here as well.
Yeah, it seems like it's in single hit hunter, especially there's some good kiting spots if you're positioned well, so I think Zen has to be very careful, like maybe bait out a Flywheel and see how this happens, because Z-Team really known as, you know, individually they're very good at kiting, and especially if you catch out like MX or the dancer out in the open here, it's gonna be tough. Potato being positioned at the big boat is still pretty far away, but like you said, you know, with those magic wands, it could be tough, especially if he times it really well. So I think pretty evenly banned, pretty even picks and bans here. It just depends on who will Zen actually go after first, since he's kind of cornered with the dancer, Merc, and the psychologist in the upper left side of the map selection.
Yeah, true. And Dream Witch is one of those hunters where you can afford to be a little bit more picky at the beginning of who you decide to go after. Depending on the playstyle, if you run to the Mercenary first, you can either leech him and move on to searching for a better survivor, or, you know, go after the other survivor directly without even wasting time in your leech on the Mercenary. And we'll see where the Dream Witch decides to go first, whether that's the psychologist or the female dancer here. They're both rotating away, and it looks like it's actually going to be Tiza's female dancer taking the first kite here.
Yeah, over at the shore area. So now we are going to see some boxes that are going to be put into play just for him to transition straight to that big boat area. So luckily enough, the female dancer was leeched, so that spawn follower is following. He needs to get a main body hit if he's going to be able to try and prolong this one. Dancer getting that fall boost, and this is actually playing into the favor, because I believe this is actually the regular follower. He's going to have to dodge accordingly, but no, the leech follower actually gets the hit. Zen has to reposition the body, and Patroller might be inbound.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out here. Female dancer does have the slow box set up, but I guess the Patroller, I think it's going to be a little bit hard to kite this out. It's not like does use a nice pirouette there. She can use, if she was stayed in the area, could potentially use that to try to get her way to the next pallet, but is just going to transition right away and make distance here instead. Does cancel out this Patroller bite, so we'll see if she can cancel out the next one as well. Doing a really good job so far, utilizing those pallet interactions actions to basically negate that biting action of the patroller, since it overrides that instead.
Oh yeah.
So actually, yeah, this might force Zen to use another patroller. We'll see if this hit can land here. Another really nice pirouette there, Ponch.
2 for 2, and now forced to leech. This is actually great. A great start, a great kite by the dancer, and now yeah, Cyphers are doing pretty well. And he's not. What's good here is not running into any of the survivors, right? So Cypher progress isn't being delayed by any means. This is the second patroller bite, and the female dancer has to be very careful since he has already expended all the music boxes. So, but you know what? Cyphers are moving on quite nicely. One's about to pop. Last 2 Cyphers are already inbound. So the female dancer, potential MVP here.
Yes, and look at that, going down to the leech as well. So getting rid of one more follower on the map, and we see here that Zen is sending the spawn follower to go ahead and chair the female dancer. And like you noted, we have 3 Cyphers complete, so this is a pretty good kite against a Dream Witch so far. Also utilizing 2 patrollers from the Dream Witch as well.
Yeah, so now Zen has to defend and just kind of clean up shop here. Run is already in the area just to make sure that he's going to time this rescue well. Still holding on to the patroller here. If he's able to cut him off, this rescue can potentially be stuffed. He has to time it well. Just goes straight for the hit. The female dancer running towards the old follower and also not making it in time for that pallet. But at least he's just repositioning himself. Still in a good spot is the team ZT, since last 2 Cyphers are moving on quite well.
Yeah, last 2 Cyphers definitely have a lot of progress. And the thing is also, Zen hasn't had a lot of map control up until now. So it looks like the Dream Witch here is trying to apply some map pressure now by trying to put the follower on that Cypher. But the thing is, there's still 3 survivors here who are able to go around and decode. I mean, the mercenary here, because he has that extra ability to rescue on half health as well.
Right.
So it's been almost like 3 full health survivors running around the map pressuring the Cypher.
And now we see that MX is actually going to take this next kite, can gladly flywheel and drops the pallet just to add a little more time. We're seeing that he is potentially camping the chair, patrolling the Cyphers. Mercenary, like you said, the delayed damage is going to try and body block here. And he eats that hit, allowing the female dancer to transition and forcing the heal. That Cypher's already primed. They're going to try to play the late game here, and pressure the Cypher. MX has to de-leech here to add the pressure, and Zen put in a really tough spot, trying to patrol the psychologist just to buy enough time for him to plan out this next situation. But the female dancer eats a hit.
Right, now female dancer's down, but I don't know if there's any follower over there. I don't think there is, so he can't do a situation where he can pick them up and force the Cypher popper, force them to choose here. But looks like they did pop the Cypher, and MX is going to be taking this endgame kite. This is a 4 survivor endgame, switching to Blink here to get that down on the psychologist and at least get 1 survivor down here. We'll see if the Dream Witch looks like she is making a beeline for the other exit gate, but this is being decoded as we speak here.
Yeah, so it seems like Zen might be just focusing on just picking up the psychologist, cutting his losses, and just going for at least 1k. We do see that the main body is trying to make his way, but you know what, survivors are going out left and right. It's going to be a 3k for Zen. An amazing performance. I would say fast work on the survivor side, because we barely hit the 5-minute mark, and I think it all led to the first kite, which was the female dancer.
Right, that definitely set the pace for the entire match. That really amazing kite from the female dancer at the beginning of the match. You know, I was talking about female dancer not being the best counter to Dream Witch, but I eat my words here, because I was thinking, you know, she's not like a explicit counter to Dream Witch patroller like the way that Acrobat or Antiquarian is. But
right,
you know, with the flywheel in addition to her, just really good job being able to counter the patroller and get that timing really spot on, and using those pirouettes to create distance as well, utilizing those music boxes. So all around, really good job from the female dancer to utilize all her resources. On Zen's side, I think maybe the leech and spawn follower positions having a little bit of trouble at some points as well, and not being able to apply map pressure as well due to the extent of the really long first kite, I think also caused that Cypher rush to really get out of hand there.
Yeah, I think they played it really well. They played with the real estate very well, and they just had good rotations all around, especially with just supporting the female dancer, with how I mean, the routes that he ran did barely touched anyone's Cypher, and it was just uninterrupted. I mean, we finished at the 5-minute mark, which says a lot with how they Cypher us to Dream Witch. So I think it's the way they played that was really well. They didn't, there wasn't any shenanigans. They made sure they knew what they were dealing with. And also, based on the NAEU qualifiers, and I think based on here too, female dancer has been prioritized as banned, as the priority band, her and Seer in NAEU. Here we're still racking up the stats. I'm still trying to compute like who is the most banned survivor, but this definitely takes the cake here with how female dancer is a big threat in this meta of Identity 5.
Yes, that's for certain. And we do see that the containment time here for the female dancer is 105.1. So really long containment time there. We know the first time she went on chair, it was 3 ciphers already. And the magician was able to just freely decode the whole match without ever seeing the hunter. So kind of a nice ride for the magician here. And meanwhile, you know, the end game there too, Zen did try to turn it around at the end game a little bit by using that patroller bite. But and they did use the leech follower in the end to down the 2 that were healing up. But I think if there was another follower there to pick up while the psychologist was patrollered and couldn't pop the cipher, then potentially they could have had another chance there. But either way, it was kind of a gamble, I think, on that situation. I'm trying to remember if there's another spawn near another follower near the psychologist.
The psychologist and the main body were there. I'm trying to look at the replay also on the feed, and they just played that really well. So the psychologist had a follower, and I think also the main body was there. So Zen had to reposition himself from corner house, the cornfield area, to all the way to the first the front exit. So it's just, I think it was just the positioning. They really know how to position themselves. They knew that it was kind of a checkmate situation, even though the down of the psychologist, the down of the mercenary happened, and you saw that the dancer was healing him up. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have to hit me, and it's a double down situation. It's totally fine because we're gonna get picked up anyway. Or like the mercenary's still gonna get healed up because the dancer was trying to heal him up. So. ZT, you know what, coming out strong. I would say, first performance in, I think it was Friday night. A little shaky start up against Adams, ADM, but now it seems like they're back to their full form. And this is, as we said, ZT 2.0 with their new additions here and there.
Yeah, really coming in strong here and showing us that they're not afraid to go against the grain, against the meta with their picks, with that magician pick there. Not only MX, but also Potato now. So even more survivors to watch out for on the team of 0-2. And yeah, we'll have to see how ZC can turn this around in the second half.
Now that you mentioned that, it's actually a little more threatening because we thought MX was a wild card, but apparently he played very. I mean, there was a ban of the doctor, right? And that's very unconventional. I saw the chat saying like that doctor ban, like you don't understand. MX is a beast when it comes to doctor, and him being banned, that just Zen having that kind of cheeky respect for him, like, yeah, I'm gonna ban this doctor just so you don't use it. Now you got to use psychologist, and now you got to worry about Potato bring out magician. That's like kind of off meta, not really common that you see. So we're just gonna have to put on this pin on the survivors in round number 2, because now we got to talk about Sneaky and a potential Dream Witch mirror match here on her side as well.
Yeah, that's true. Sneaky also has a very powerful Dream Witch as well. Would certainly be excited to see that in round 1. Could also potentially see some of their other hunters, if they want to, try to just go for a tie. Depending on the other survivor picks, I would say they could consider more of a tie hunter as well. There's the Bloody Queen that Sneaky plays very well too, but it really depends on the team comp whether or not she gets countered. So
let me get your thoughts on this, because that's a good scenario that we brought up, because Sneaky, again, known for round 1 Dream Witch, right? Should you risk it and try to go for a Bloody Queen that can get you a tie, like a safe win, but then it doesn't make the lead that much greater, or kind of use that Dream Witch round number 1, get the 10-0, but you get the respect ban of the next match? So what do you think is going to be the most optimal choice here with the Dream Witch or that Bloody Queen?
Personally, I think that Sneaky can go for the Dream Witch and try to go for the win if possible, and if not, try to secure a tie. I think Dream Witch still has a pretty good chance of securing a tie, even if she's not hailed as a tie hunter like the Bloody Queen.
Right.
And of course, if you don't play Dream Witch in this round, I think there's a much higher chance she'll get banned in the next round, or either her or the Clerk compared to like the Bloody Queen. So this might be Sneaky's chance to play her.
For sure.
But they are coming out with hard counter picks.
They are, exactly. I think they realize like, well, it's the one time Sneaky's gonna bring it out, so we might as well try to hard counter her with that Antiquarian and the Barmaid. Antiquarian Lychee has also been making her way up the priority list when it comes to picks, and we've seen some highlight plays with just her stuns and her amazing kiting ability. So for sure, ZC is gonna pick her up along with the Barmaid. But looking at the bans also, the Pesky Dancer is not gonna be in Lakeside Village. I think, you know, at the previous match made a great case, but it seems like they're going to go for an Embalmer, which is interesting because you usually see Embalmer when you want to go for at least you want to go for a tied game. And I think ZC here, they're kind of put their backs against the wall that they need to try and go for more here. So this is quite interesting that Embalmer coming in here, maybe they're going to play with the strength of the Lakeside Village, which is a huge map.
Yeah, that's true. You do have the second story of the big boat to work with as the Embalmer, and we see they've rounded out with a Gravekeeper pick, which is interesting as well. Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know if Sneaky is going to still pull out the Dream Witch against this team comp, but it might not be. It could work for getting a tie, I guess. The Embalmer is a little bit, could go either way with the Dream Witch. I think it is, since it's a bigger map, he might still be hard to deal with, even if he has a leech on him.
Right.
Gravekeeper, I guess Mercenary's banned, so they chose Gravekeeper instead.
Yeah, that's the. He's like the we have a mercenary at home. It's Gravekeeper. You know that meme. Like, no, don't get a mercenary. We have a mercenary at home. Then it's Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper always the best substitute when it comes to mercenary being banned. But you called it, Lychee. Bloody Queen is being considered. We're gonna see here because like the lineup here is gonna be a little tough. At least with that Bloody Queen, you have the strength of that tie, and who knows, she can go above and beyond because we have seen Sneaky pull off a 4K with this Bloody Queen, so she can try and go above and beyond. And considering that the distance that the Embalmer can bring, at least you have that mirror to close that one out.
Yeah, that's true. And I feel like really the only one in this team comp who kind of counters the Bloody Queen is the Gravekeeper, who can take multiple hits.
For sure.
Because with Barmaid, even though you can try to heal up, it's actually not necessarily as easy against a Bloody Queen. It kind of depends because, well, I guess Antiquarian can try to come and support if the Barmaid gets chased, but she might then become the target. But with Barmaid, it's like if the Bloody Queen brings Blink, which most Bloody Queens do, if there's not too many stunner characters, then she can potentially also use the Blink to interrupt the Barmaid's drink and down her mid-drink.
Right.
Or the mirror cooldown is a little bit faster than it takes for the drink to heal up. So could potentially see that happen if the Bloody Queen decides to go for that Barmaid first. Alternatively, though, Antiquarian being a range stunner could also become a target of the Bloody Queen as well.
Yeah, she's definitely have to play around with her mirrors a lot, and we have seen her do excellent mirror plays. So if you haven't seen Sneaky on this Bloody Queen yet, it's still a big threat. Who knows? Like, if she gets the potential 4K here, that's going to make it a lot harder for ZC to come back in the pick and ban, because would you rather... And then it goes to like a Bloody Queen map. That's going to be really tough for them to decide, would we try and go for banning out the Dream Witch or the Bloody Queen? So I think Sneaky here, knowing that she's in a good spot because of how her team performed, allowing the Bloody Queen to come out, saving the threat of that Dream Witch coming to the next match, and hoping that they get the respect of this Bloody Queen. And like you pointed out, the hard counter of that Gravekeeper is the biggest threat. You do have the stun of the Antiquarian that can come in, but the thing is, you have to close out at the distance with her, and it's kind of a 50-50 gamble because it's so scary to close out a distance with a very scary hunter like Sneaky. At least it's not a chip damage hunter, so it's fine. But I think they have their hands full here. We're just gonna have to see this one play out, especially with Paper Jam's Embalmer, which I think is a very interesting pick that we should highlight here.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a wild card here, the Embalmer. Bloody Queen can use a mirror to close distance quite easily, but also he has a lot of potential. And we see Gravekeeper actually being baited into using a shovel right away, and Sneaky might just change target, or yeah, if the Gravekeeper just stays in underground, might as well change target here to Yazen the Antiquarian.
Ooh, and this is perfect because the distance, I mean, she can't stun a mirror image, but luckily there was some structure there to be able to create that distance from Yazen to Sneaky, but now he's kind of sandwiching off Yazen here, forcing Sneaky to close the distance. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see that. She brought excitement.
Yeah, excitement here specifically to counter the Antiquarian, the only survivor here, and going after her right away. But she does have the drink already, and oh, Sneaky is going to, nope, not changing target, just adding a little bit of pressure. But this mirror here, taking down the Antiquarian before she can get that heal up. So
yeah,
showing us the strength of the Bloody Queen already.
And this is huge because she brought excitement specifically for Yazen. That means I wanted to chase you. I was trying to bait out, and she also made Gravekeeper use a bit of that shovel. So not much in that second shovel he can use, and he's the one that has to go for this rescue. Rain K now already being spotted out by Sneaky. What an amazing start for Sneaky so far. 5 ciphers still remain, but this rebound kite has to be exceptional for ZC to try and bounce back and find their footing in this match.
Yeah, and Gravekeeper has to use a shovel again to avoid getting double hit, and Antiquarian here going on the last effort, so no chance to rebound kite from the Antiquarian. Cipher progress is looking a little bit slow here. We have 1 cipher decoded and 2, maybe like 2 or 3 half ciphers here. Barmaid did come over to support with a drink, so perhaps taking a little bit of chunk out of her own decoding time earlier as well. So probably not enough ciphers for the survivors at this point to get more than a tie at most, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, K2 has to be very careful. Repositioning of the mirror. Let's see if he's going to get that hit. Able to do a flywheel away from it, but now just closing out the distance. K2 seems to be the one to go for this rescue. And now able to snipe out K2 right before the rescue happens. No tide turner means that Yazen, oh my god, has to kite out this mirror image. Able to get the flywheel, but unfortunately falls down, and this is the first survivor that is down. And like you said, Lychee, the win condition for Sneaky is just to get that tie, and she's well on her way to get that.
Yeah, for sure. And we do see that the Antiquarian is going to go off back to the manor. Sneaky here changing to teleport pretty early in the game to pressure the survivors. They did manage to get the heal up, but this is the Gravekeeper getting a hit here, unable to use a shovel before taking this hit. And Bloody Queen does have mirror up as well, so we'll see if this Gravekeeper can use the shovel fast enough or if he's going to get hit down. He gets down.
Tried to mind game there, just goes for the pallet down, and yeah, it was hoping that the shovel would pop off there, but that interaction, Sneaky has definitely won that. And we were concerned about the Embalmer, right? But Sneaky's like, I'm not even going to chase the Embalmer at the start. We're just going to go for this Antiquarian, now going for the Gravekeeper, forcing Paper Jam to actually force the rescue to happen. Oh, nice flywheel, but eventually, like, if you flywheel out in the open and not transition to the area, it's just really to close out the distance to get the rescue. And luckily enough, Tide Turner is in effect here for this this rebound kite for Rainy K.
Yeah, Tide Turner effect, and Gravekeeper does this time have his shovel to use to block a hit, but Bloody Queen's mirrored cooldown is already over as well. It's going to be, oh, nice hit there with that mirror. Sneaky with some really accurate mirrors this round, able to sandwich the survivors and get those downs. So this is Gravekeeper back onto the chair, and ciphers are far from being done at this point for the second survivor on their second chair. So looking a little bit grim on the side of ZC for sure.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in, and Sneaky just applying more pressure, right? She's definitely going above and beyond. I think she realizes also that there is a grand finals match, so she wants to make sure that, you know what, let's not go the full 3. Let's try and get as much points as possible in round number 1, and, you know, really pressure them come round number 2. Rainy K now running towards some structures here, but you can't hide from the Bloody Queen's mirror image here. Like you pointed out, Lychee, I don't think there's a wasted mirror hit or mirror image at all, because Sneaky has been all gas and no brakes so far in this match. We're barely hitting the 5-minute mark, and this Gravekeeper is actually going to be sent out of the game.
Yeah, Sneaky here already achieving her objective of getting a tie against ZC. Meanwhile, the ZC survivors have to find a way to try to get one survivor out if they can get out, prevent Sneaky from getting the full 5 points and get at least 1 point for their side. But this is really hard against this teleport Bloody Queen here, where they're both at half health and no resource. I mean, the Embalmer does have the
coffin.
The coffin, but no resources for Barmaid. She is searching a chest here too, so we'll see if she can get something useful. Hopefully not a perfume on her end here.
That's true. Maybe a syringe or something that could get her back in as a threat in the game, because Sneaky knows she's in a winning position and she's definitely dictating the pace of how this match is going to play out. Paper Jam finds a magic wand that can potentially prolong the kite here, but I think Sneaky, she just knows that she's just got to maintain the course and slowly kind of play the attrition game here. The back and forth is definitely going to be in her favor. If she downs the Barmaid, just go to the Embalmer, just down him right away, and it's going to be a GG from there. But now I think she's just rotating around the map. She knows ciphers aren't really moving. She's just going to pop up a mirror image just to check if anyone's there. And fortunately for the ZC survivors, you know what? They definitely have a never say die attitude, and they're going to definitely play this out till the very end.
Yeah, and actually Sneaky had wandered off pretty far on the map, so I was wondering if the survivors were going to try to heal up if they could, but it looks like they were actually still kind of dividing and conquering here. Paper Jam trying to get a little bit more cipher progress, but wasn't able to sneak in too many before Sneaky had snuck back up on him here.
True. Good. Oh my god, through the rock, able to get the tip of that hit. I mean, that was an excellent flywheel. Paper Jam looked like he was about to kite out the image, forcing Sneaky to transition. But unfortunately for him, Sneaky was able to down him. They forced the heal off for the coffin, and like Leechy predicted, the big boat will be the place of the rebirth of the Embalmer. Still 2 ciphers remaining. I think it's really scary for these survivors to even touch any objectives here, because Sneaky's gonna know. But 78%, 58% are where the last 2 ciphers remain.
Right, and Sneaky does have teleport on as well to boot, so even if the cipher is out of mirror range, she can still make it back very quickly as soon as she sees it shaking. But here does catch sight of the Embalmer and is chasing once again with another down through that sandwiching with the mirror, and teleporting right away to the cipher closest to K2. And Mirror is still a little bit on cooldown. Barmaid does have a magic wand to work with, so let's see if she can buy enough time for Embalmer to self-heal here.
Yeah, he's still got the exit path to use, so this is again the back and forth we were talking about of well, not really back and forth, but more of just, all right, I go for Embalmer, then I go for Barmaid, and then it's going to be GG's from there. But ultimately, Sneaky put in so much work in the first 5 minutes of the game that right now it's just kind of reaping the rewards, able to get a Terror Shock through the window. Embalmer pops up, and now Sneaky just knows she got to go back and forth at this moment.
Yeah, and this kind of back and forth, this split push situation between the survivors, it can work against certain hunters, but Bloody Queen is just so hard to do that against and manage to get the ciphers done, or, you know, cut one person, distract them long enough, just because she can change targets so easily with her mirror and with that mirror cooldown. So here we'll see Paper Jam being the target once again. Barmaid already exhausted self-heal, so both of them are standing back up on the map. We'll see if he can gain a little bit more time. Flywheel here being used out once again. Sneaky probably having to switch over to the other side of her mirror now if he wants to continue to pursue the chase.
Yeah, and there we go. Paper Jam getting a pallet stun, just prolonging the kite a little bit, allowing the Barmaid to kind of push that cipher to the 70% mark. So again, this is the never say die attitude that Zirconia has. We do see that Sneaky is kind of waiting for that mirror image to be done on cooldown, just so that she can down Paper Jam. And Paper Jam running out in the open here. No flywheel to use. Paper Jam falls down per the potentially last time, because like you said, it's going to be tough for them to try and heal each other up, and just trying to force the cipher pop to happen. Sneaky, you know, at just 1% left, Leechy. They could have been one more cipher remaining. That could be the moral victory. But K2 closing out the distance here. Can he get the heal off of Paper Jam?
Oh, really close there. I wonder if maybe Barmaid dropped the pallet at first.
Yeah.
She might have been able to pull off the self-heal, but either way, it was likely a similar outcome in the end, just from the amount of pressure the Bloody Queen was applying on those 2 survivors that have health with no more exit path left. So yeah, a 4K by Sneaky's Bloody Queen in round 1 of the game. Very impressive so far to see that Bloody Queen get that score, get that advantage for their team. Really big advantage now for ZT side here.
Yeah, it just we built this match up as the Battle of the Hunters and Sneaky versus Zen. And so far, Sneaky didn't pull out the Dream Witch. She knew that she can make the kind of pressure them in a tough spot. I mean, you saw how well she was able to use her mirrors. And yeah, using the Bloody Queen, a 4K Bloody Queen, it begs the question with how ZC is going to play this next match. Are they going to ban out the Bloody Queen? Are they going to go for the Dream Witch? Because that is Sneaky's calling card of a character. So it's a tough spot for ZC to be in, but if you're a ZT fan, ladies and gentlemen, you guys should be celebrating because that is a very spectacular 5-point game that Sneaky did pull off, considering also it's now an 8-1 lead in terms of points because the 3-1 victory in the survivor side of ZT. So Zirconia put in a really tough spot here, big mountain to climb if they want to stay alive in this tournament and even push for a match number 3 because of how well ZT was performing in that match.
Yeah, for sure. And I will say that although Sneaky's Bloody Queen definitely dominated in that match, I do have to give it up for ZC's survivors for not giving up until the very end there, playing it all the way out, doing their best they can, even with 2 survivors that have health in the game. You're under so much pressure there. So definitely can commend them for that. But let's take a look at the match stats here, Poch.
Yeah, again, Yazin having the first kite. I mean, it was so interesting because we actually didn't know where Sneaky was going, right? He ran into Rainy K first, forced the shovel, and then he just, Sneaky was like, all right, I'm going to bounce. I'm going to look for someone else. Found Yazin, and I think that was the target she was actually looking for because she brought excitement. And I mean, just bringing the excitement for one stunner in the team says a lot because if she brought Blink, it could have been a different story with how well Yazin played that first kite. But unfortunately for him, his stats are a little low here. Not really his usual 60 seconds or above here because Sneaky decided to go for Yazin at the beginning. And it kind of... everything fell into place after eliminating Yazin, then Rainy K, then the back and forth of K2 and Paper Jam. As people in the chat are saying, Sneaky be cooking with this Bloody Queen, getting that 5-point game. So incredible stuff for Sneaky, but I also have to admire ZC's tenacity and their will to survive because, I mean, that game was pretty prolonged, Lychee.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It went on much longer than I expected, to be honest. Malmer did have his coffin, so that did play a part in extending it out quite a bit as well towards the end. But definitely in that situation, it's already a long game, and the survivors being able to play it out until the end is very commendable indeed, especially in a tournament situation. You want to do everything you can for your team. So props to them, but also amazing job by Sneaky. Really, I can't say it enough how incredible it is to see that Bloody Queen from Sneaky's side and bringing that excitement, like you said, Poch, with the intention of going straight for the Antiquarian, knowing that if she does land that hit with the excitement, then she can for sure use a mirror or, to take down that Antiquarian. So really confident from Sneaky's side as well.
Yeah, and it played in her favor because usually once you see it in as the picks and bans go on, you're like, yeah, probably gonna chase after this person, and we try to predict as much as possible. But Sneaky, I think one of her advantages here in that map, she was so unpredictable with how her routing was and how she was going to try and get as much, or at least be part, like rotate around the map to make sure that the survivors don't know her next move. And ultimately leading up to her game of 5 points and giving a huge lead on 0-2 side. Big ups to them, but it's not the end of Zirconia, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head to round number 2. Hopefully they shake off the nerves and they're able to make that reset happen because they still have a potential here. And you know what? Zen coming in, if Zen will be the first round hunter, he has been known also to be a round 2 5-point hunter. So we can't discount Zirconia just yet. But if you guys are Zirconia fans, again, make your voices be heard in chat because they need it now more than ever.
Yeah. Definitely let us know in chat who you're rooting for, and if it is Zirconia, give them all your support as well. If it is ZT, make sure to tell them how great of a job they did in the first round. Definitely they could all use your support, and I'm sure whenever they come back and watch a stream as well, they'll definitely appreciate those comments. Yeah, but we'll have to see how this plays out in round 2 after a really exciting round 1. ZT definitely have put themselves in a pretty good spot here. We see the score, 3 points gained by the survivors, and then 5 here by Sneaky's 4 kill, giving them an 8-1 lead against Zirconia. So, I mean, in round 2, I suppose ZT is going to try to win the round overall and just bring it home in 2 rounds if possible. Whereas for Zirconia's side, I mean, to be honest, you also have to prioritize winning the round first before you even think about that point difference.
True.
Of course, if they can make it up.
I always get that confused a little bit, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, because I know that we try to compute the points, but like Lychee said, it's round over points. So I think, if you are part of that team that is on the lower end of the points, I think more often than not, you got to reset. And then round number 2, just focus on winning that round. You get a tie in the first half, then get a 3-1, you still win that round and push for game number 3. So that's still something that you have to consider. We are going to head towards Chinatown with ZT being the survivors first, and they chose this map. So interesting choice here, Lychee. Any thoughts on this map?
Yeah, Chinatown map. I feel like, well, Sneaky does still have Dream Witch, Clerk. Give Sneaky, I think, enough to work with on this map, as well as the survivors having a lot of room to play different characters as well. Actually, this map is also another one good for Toy Merchant. I think I mentioned that for Lakeside as well. I don't even know if ZT has a Toy Merchant in their mix, but they play such a variety of characters that I feel like they can find something to work. Like, you could also potentially play Female Dancer on this map. There's a lot of areas where she can support well. Prospector on this map. I mean, there's a lot of options. Patient has good hook points on this map. You can come up with anything basically from the survivor side, and with the hunter side, you have options. Is what I'll say, I guess. But it kind of goes both ways. You know, it's the same for ZC. Zen does have, like, the Geisha is good on this map too, so they could make things happen.
Yeah, for sure. I think when you mentioned that, you know, there's a lot of variety that you can bring to the table with the survivor side, that's kind of ZT's calling card because of, I mean, Potato bringing Magician, MX known for his cheeky mind's eye, his Doctor. I mean, he makes it work. And considering that, you know, there's 2-story elevation, there's a lot of interesting kite points here. It can bring a lot of creativity to the table. So it's no surprise that they actually chose Chinatown, which you also have to admire ZC banning out Red Church, because those are really good maps for the Dream Witch and potentially also for the Bloody Queen. So they're trying to eliminate that, but unfortunately the map selection does go to ZT. So considering like how this is going to go so far, that they have advantage for the map pick and they go survivors first, it seems like they're preparing for well, the finishing touches here to head towards that grand finals. But hopefully Zen will play spoilers, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully in the chat you can support him, because he's going to try and get as much points as possible for his team come round number 2 first half.
Yes, definitely. Make sure to put your comments in the chat. And looking here, it looks like we have a Bloody Queen banned already, as well as Seer and Priestess on the survivor side. And then first picks are going to be Mercenary and Antiquarian. First of all, that Bloody Queen ban is interesting because it's almost like ZT is saying, we don't want you to play a tie hunter here. We want to win against you. We don't want just a tie.
Yeah, all or nothing, right, Lychee? That's what they're trying to say. I mean, it's kind of like they want to force Zen, like they're baiting him to use his Dream Witch again. But I mean, in a big map like this, I think he felt the pressure of how large Lakeside Village was, and what more Chinatown. So kind of putting Zen in a tough spot here. I mean, he has a Bonbon, he's also got a Geisha. We have seen his Naiad, but I mean, he needs to get as much points as possible, so I'm not sure if he wants to bring it out here. So it's a tough choice for Zen to decide, but we are going to see more bans coming out. We're not going to see Barmaid, Acrobat, pretty much the standards. Doesn't really reveal his hand yet too much, but we'll see what ZT has in mind with the Thief, Lychee. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, MX with that Thief here. I do think they have to be careful with the Dream Witch though, because this set of bans does seem like it could be a Dream Witch set here.
And they eliminate the Toy Merchant, so he does not want to deal with that. now the psychologist comes in. So I agree with you. They have to be very careful because having Thief, very unconventional. You don't want to give Zen an inch because he can take a mile, and you don't want to not take him seriously. Like, you have to take him seriously because you see the finish line already. The light is at the end of the tunnel for ZT. Having this creature pick, this Thief pick, it can go both ways. That's what I'm trying to say, Lychee. But my goodness, we're gonna see a Thief.
Yeah, that's true. And at least the Thief does help to counter the geisha, I suppose.
True.
Prevent her
right.
From the dash with that, just holding the flashlight backwards or something like that. So, it does counter one of Zen's 100 picks.
There are some good spots you can also in the hotel area, I guess. Like if you're going to in the hallway, at least you can set down your flashlights and kind of light up the geisha if that's going to be the case. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned other survivors that could do really well here. Like, Patient could do really well here. Acrobat was banned. I mean, there's entomologist, like there's a lot, but ZT, you gotta love them. They live and die by this philosophy, and specifically MX, right? They want that variety. They see things in this game. I don't know. Again, we're here for a reason, Lychee. Like, we're just professional fans, but we'll leave it up to the experts to see how this Thief pick will play out. And it seems like Zen's gonna go with a Naiad.
Wow, Naiad here coming from Zen. I suppose that they did choose some characters to counter the Dream Witch that might have influenced Zen's decision, as well as the fact that he saw ZT played very well against his Dream Witch in round 1.
Right.
But still a little bit surprised by me, I suppose. Overall, though, we'll see if ZT anticipated this Naiad, because Antiquarian can do a pretty good job of countering Naiad.
For sure.
Yeah, and Psychologist, not necessarily counter, but still can potentially be difficult since she can't get like that double hit. You can't get the double hit on her as easily as other survivors there. So interestingly here, but looking at the spawns here, looks like Potato is going to take the 2-story area closest to the Naiad. We have Thief in the middle here. We all the time, I feel like we talk about stunner characters being in the middle to support, but I guess Thief is technically a stunner character who could come to support if he's not being chased.
Yeah, I mean, that's being very loose with the term stunner, right? Because it's a tough stun to have, especially with a seasoned survivor like Zen. But MX playing that mind games. He's about that Thief life, and he wants to be able to show everyone that his Thief is unmatched. And like you said, yes, Psychologist doesn't necessarily counter, like hard counter, but considering how big this map is, right? If they have to go for a second rescue, and let's say the mercenary does get hit, I mean, just to have the Wi-Fi heal, it's totally fine. Antiquarian for sure is going to be a tough chase for Zen. And do you want to really try to gamble it with MX? I mean, he's such a cheeky survivor that it's like he's baiting you to chase him, and he's so good also mechanically in game, and his game sense is actually really good as well. So tough spot for Zen to be in, but we have seen his Naiad in Arms Factory. Incredible performance, incredible debut of Zen's Naiad in this qualifiers. However, though, different map, different people, it can have a different outcome as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Zen can repeat that 4-kill he had last time. But now entering the match here, and we have the Psychologist taking the first chase here, already down from the 2-story building. Naiad's going to go ahead and utilize the Harpoon, try to catch up and gain some humidity if possible on this Psychologist. Already retrieving the Harpoon, so going for a charge attack here. Ooh, Psychologist manages to drop the pallet. Did not bring Flywheel here, but we'll see if they can utilize the pallet area and maybe some teammate support eventually to kite this out.
Yeah, so far Potato running the routes here has to eventually eat that hit. Like you said, you know what, Psychologist can tank those 3 hits and just transition away. We do see that the Thief has put down a flashlight here and gets the stun, Lychee. So we do see that MX being at the center of this part of the map did kind of provide that support for Potato to enter this hotel part, getting that heal off of her stress, and now she's gonna run the route back into the 2nd story of this route.
Yeah, and this second... Blink here coming in from Zen. on the psychologist and is going to have to take another damage here to get that psychologist down. So now just trying to utilize the water damage, but was not able to encircle the psychologist, but was able to use that basic attack to down her here in the corner. This is almost 3 ciphers, maybe 2.5 ciphers kite so far, so acceptable kite as well, but it looks like the basement. Oh no, not the basement, just the chair out here.
I think it was he wanted to go a little further, deeper into the map, but I think he didn't want to risk the struggle to happen. So Zen now catching out Run here, a Sable rescuer, but MX is also in the area. Nice elbow pad to just close out the distance. We do see that the creature is also there to provide that stun support. Tide Turner just to give him a little bit. Thief able to flywheel not to get the humidity up, and now he's gonna try and put a flashlight down to see if he's gonna be running the route, but no, Zen trying to move on away from this route, but Potato just trying to be able to run towards these flashing lights, and Potato has to be very careful. Well, he did fall down to the humidity though.
Yeah, and Antiquarian here is actually getting a little bit pressured too, but is able to use the stun, so I think Zen's gonna just go back for the psychologist here and chair. Yeah, that was it. Oh, is she gonna go for the basement this time? Probably not, because there's too many stunners around. Actually, that's really good that they prevented her from chairing the psychologist in the basement, because basement Naiad is really strong. She can encircle the area inside the basement and basically force a double down on the rescuer. But yeah, here we see that MX is going back to get that rescue on the psychologist, and does go down due to the humidity here. But psychologist is going to live another day. So actually, yeah, interestingly here that was able to get that double down without even being in the area to camp the chair. Finally getting that down on the psychologist. So she is dead on chair here.
Yeah, as exciting as this match is with the support, you gotta call the support as over support if possible. Now we see the Antiquarian able to bully the Naiad to the corner here, but Potato unfortunately falls down again to the humidity. But this Antiquarian being at this part can prove to be a tough spot for Naiad, but she prevails, and now we have Zen on her first survivor out of the game. As I was saying, the over support is a double-edged sword here, Lychee, because you have to admit the name of the game is pushing ciphers and getting out of the game, and ultimately 3 ciphers remaining. Yes, there are some progress on him, but you have to admit, like, Zen is actually in an okay spot to try and go for a tie, but MX able to get another stun on this Naiad. I lost count, Lychee, with how many stuns he's gotten with this flashlight.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely doing a very good job with the Thief there, getting really creative on how to counter that Naiad here. We do see Mercenary here is forced to use an elbow pad to get out of range of Zen. And looks like the last 2 ciphers, one of them is being pushed so far. Oh, Blink here coming in to get that down on the Mercenary, who will be going down once that delayed damage there goes into effect. Looks like Zen is going to target the Mercenary here and get him on the chair. Checking the cipher progress, might be aware that it's pretty close to being done on the last one. So we'll see if Zen can get another advantage on the camp here or not. I think the last 2 rescues, even though they did have a double down, Zen didn't really camp the area too much, even though for Naiad, she can often stuff the rescue or do a really good job of that. So changing targets once again onto the Thief.
And MX is actually one more hit from falling down flywheels, and we see that the Antiquarian is closing out the distance to head on over to run and rescue. So this is actually excellent aggression that we're seeing on Zen's side. Now the camp is gonna have to be in this spot where the cipher is already at 99%. So what a play here. Now Antiquarian trying to get this rescue from happening. Double rescue situation means one has to go for the rescue, the other one has to pop it just in time. So it seems like Zen has his attention split in 2 ways.
Right, and the Knight here doing just what she needs to do, adding the humidity and not doing the hit.
Oh, what an excellent timing there on the pop. Run able to pop in time. Mercenary did eat that hit from the humidity, but you know what? The tension's in the air. It's not going to matter. Saving that last elbow pad for this end game kite for the Antiquarian and Thief to go in for the exit. But Lychee, look, the trait is already about to be off cooldown. Will he commit towards this Mercenary since that exit gate is going to be opening up? He's looking behind. Is he going to go for the trait swap? It's going to happen.
Yeah, Naiad with the teleport here does manage to have two survivors over here that they could potentially chase, one of them being the pesky thief by MX here. Getting the down, but still pushing the exit gate is the Antiquarian over here. Can she make it? This is really, really close. Oh, a stun from the Antiquarian. She's able to flywheel and get out the gate here. So
beautiful. Beautiful sequence by the Antiquarian, and like you said, now we see Run is going to be opening up the eggs again on the other side. Zen trying to cut his losses here just to at least get a tie, which is actually pretty good. At least, you know, you're not giving any points to ZT. Just wow, what a turnaround here. I mean, that was a scary situation by the Antiquarian. Good thing he still had some bamboo to use for that stun, and Zen getting a tie with a Naiad here at Chinatown.
Yes, definitely. It was a good game from both sides. I think that in the middle, it did look like a situation where the survivors had used a lot of their resources, and the Naiad might have a good chance of potentially turning things around, especially with that chair at the last cipher there. But the survivors kept their cool in this match. Didn't, especially at the end game there, played it out well as to make sure that they were able to get their objectives. Antiquarian playing her cool after the teleport, being able to utilize that stuns. It's a good thing that it was a character that could defend herself at the end there to be able to get out.
For sure. And looking back at the match, yes, there was a bit of over support with the survivor side, and yep, not camping that chair. Unfortunately, the thief did get the rescue but fell to the humidity. So Zen really played that well. I mean, he was on the defense a lot, and he did get stunned by the flashlight a couple of times, but ultimately getting a tied game is still a good sign for him. Now the responsibility has to go to his survivor team for them to be able to, you know, take this one to a game number 3. So Zen, amazing stuff on that Naiad, and real back and forth match between him and the survivors of ZT.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll have to see how Zirconia's survivors can try to turn this around in the second half and try to get an advantage, while on the other hand, we will be seeing Sneaky again coming back soon, trying to take things home for 0-2. But really exciting match to watch. I think 0-2 survivors, they had some pretty good teamwork and support plays there, and that's always something that I really like to see from the survivors. They do have to be careful about not extending too far, like you mentioned, Poch. I think survivor teams that really enjoy that teamwork aspect and stunning and things like that, sometimes they do tend to overextend in certain situations, but they were able to bring it back in this match. So really good job here from the survivor side in general. And we do see the stats here with the Antiquarian with the highest containment time, 115, followed not far behind by Potato the Psychologist, 101 here. So really high, actually, the other two have 80 something, really high containment times all around from the survivors through the kiting and support, and still managed to push their objective and get those ciphers done.
Yeah, you have to admit that the containment time is because of that support. And you know me, I love the over support with the survivors, and it looked like a little too much over support there, because Zen was kind of like reeling back the match. He was able to get a double down at one point, and it just goes to show that the survivors still put in a tough spot. We're able to bounce back, and I think that's the veteran experience from Team 0-2 that was kicking in. But I mean, considering the odds that Zen had to go through, a team that really loves supporting, you also have MX that wants to get those flashlight stuns, and Antiquarian that could take no for an answer and just keep stunning. It was incredible that they were able to, that end game sequence, because if the Antiquarian didn't have any skills left, that would be a tough game to bounce back from. I think Run would be the only one to escape in that match, and Zen could have been looking at a 3-1. However, ZT managing the resources well till the very last second of that game.
Yeah, for sure. Doing a good job of managing their resources well, and you know, forcing Zen to teleport, but then still being able to defend themselves after the teleport was really strong on their part as well. So good job all around. Zen, in any situation, if he got gotten a tie, I think it would be good as well for Zen. But in this case, he is trying to get an advantage for the team. So getting a tie sets the stage up for the survivors to kind of determine the results here between the two teams. And considering that they did fall to Sneaky's Bloody Queen in round 1, they are going to have to try to step it up in round 2. It's a difficult situation, because then if you're ZC survivors, you have to think like, do you want to play against Bloody Queen again and without banning the Bloody Queen, or do you want to risk going against the Dream Witch? That's not really a good situation when you're trying to get more than a tie.
Mm-hmm. And considering also, I think at this point, it's like the survivors really have to go into another mode for them to be able to get the victory here, because it's kind of looking like Sneaky's kind of setting up not just for a Dream Witch. I mean, she has other characters that she can work. If she has a Clerk, she also has the Sculptor. She could bring out her Bloody Queen again, depending on the bans. So at this point, yes, it's ZC survivors that kind of have to pull themselves out of the fire at this point, because it's ramping up for ZT to actually get the victory here in round number 2. But like we said, it's hard to predict these things, especially in this season of COA, because we've had incredible matches in the C qualifiers and NAU qualifiers and the Korea qualifiers, and China qualifiers and Japan qualifiers. Japan qualifiers are going on as we speak, and I think China qualifiers happening also this week or next week. I'm not quite sure, but stay tuned, because I think our girl Lychee here, she's gonna be covering it as well as the other commentators, so stay tuned for that. Just a subtle plug, my bad. But it's bottom line, it's a tough spot for ZC to be in, and we're just gonna have to see how this is gonna play out, because it's gonna be real tough for any survivor team, let alone going up against Sneaky's advantage here, because they did have map pick, and Sneaky, I think the survivors know how well Sneaky does perform, and they might have picked Chinatown for a reason for Sneaky's Hunter too.
Yeah, that's true. I do feel like this map is a little bit tricky for Bloody Queen sometimes, because there's so many building structures that sometimes it's a little bit more obstructing than other maps. But that being said, if you're a ZC and you want to get more than a tie, it's like you kind of have to ban the Bloody Queen, or else you can't play your stunner characters, and having those stunner characters is an important part of being able to push for a win. So I feel like it's a little bit of a tough call there for them. But here we see the win conditions as well. ZT has the potential to take it home in the next match, but we'll see how they do. If they get 1 or 2 escapes from Zirconia's side, potentially this is going to be ZT's win if Sneaky can get that.
Again, they just need one. She just needs one, right? It's a tough call. Actually, no, she just needs to get 3-person escape, and they just need I'm really bad at math here, but it's looking like Sneaky's going to be able to, if she just gets a victory on the Hunter side, then I think it's GG's because of how the first round went. So it's real tough. Like, I'm not going to lie, with how things have been going, Sneaky is kind of primed to get that victory. Now, looking at how this is going to play out, Lychee, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I'm going to answer the question too. What are the evils would you pick? Would you rather go against? Like Sneaky's Dream Witch, Sneaky's Bloody Queen, her Sculptor, or her her Clerk? Which one would you pick?
Such a tough question, because Sneaky's Clerk did get a 4K as well earlier in the tournament. So she pretty much showed us her Clerk is not somebody to be messed with easily as well. That being said, there are a lot of counters to Clerk on the Survivor side, and if the survivors of ZC can kind of amp up their Survivor teamwork as well, they do have a chance of potentially pushing for a win against something like Clerk, a Sculptor, maybe a Dream Witch as well. I would even consider banning the BQ because of how strong Bloody Queen's tie potential is. But they are actually going to ban the Dream Witch from Sneaky's side, feeling like the Dream Witch would have the greater win potential here.
I think it's more of just the respect, right? I think they'll try to go toe-to-toe again with the Bloody Queen, but I don't know. It's still going to be a little tough, but strong picks at the start. We're seeing a Prospector and the Barmaid, because the Priestess and Seer were banned. I mean, Priestess on this map is just so good. Seer is just a standard ban all throughout. Doesn't really reveal yet what Sneaky's gonna bring to the table. Could be a Bloody Queen, could be a Clerk. The bans of the Dancer and the Merc here are very standard as well. So I think they're trying to bolster up. They do have like really good kiters for now, and now I think all they need to round this up is just one stable rescuer, maybe a Gravekeeper, maybe a First Officer, or they want to kind of go aggressive here and just go with Oh, but if they go too aggressive here, Sneaky could definitely just counter that. So it's a tough call here.
Yeah, that's true. And it is actually the first officer, like you mentioned, Podge, becoming a really popular replacement for Mercenary nowadays. The first officer being able to pull off a stable rescue as well. So not a bad choice from ZC's side. Sneaky here with the bans, like you said, kind of picked a lot of characters that counter a lot of hunters. So we'll have to see what they're thinking. It's almost like forcing the survivor side to make their call on who they think the hunter is first before she decides.
Yeah, Sneaky does have the high ground here. I mean, they get a round 1 victory and also the mental victory in her head too. The confidence she had going up against the team round 1 Bloody Queen and getting a 4K in Lakeside. That's gonna do like a lot to your confidence as a hunter here. And coming into this next one, Bloody Queen is still available, but there are some structures that aren't really advantageous. But knowing Sneaky with how well she handled the Lakeside Village, man, it could be contested here. Cypher rushing isn't so good. I mean, you can make a case also for, oh wow, a Geisha. Okay, and Sneaky also has brought out the Geisha before. Really known for her Dream Witch, really known for her Bloody Queen as well, but a Geisha on this map is still pretty good. Like, I think, yeah, Lychee, you did state this previously also, that in Chinatown, yeah, Chinatown Geisha is good covering distance.
Yeah, so I think it's a valid pick from Sneaky side. Prospector might still be a little bit annoying to deal with, and First Officer does kind of counter the Geisha as well. But Barmaid is chaseable with Geisha. She may or may not be able to get the Drink up, depending on how this Geisha plays. She could bring Blink to take her down before the Drink heals up, or might even be able to catch up with the Butterflies since she can chase so quickly. So we'll see if that potentially plays out, or if she goes for the Acrobat instead. Acrobat does have sometimes, you know, if he is forced to use his bombs just to create distance, then the Geisha can still catch up quickly as well. So I think it depends on the bomb usage there as well. Yes. Part of me does feel like the Bloody Queen could also counter this team composition, but Sneaky making that call to play the Geisha here.
Yeah, I actually thought also that she was going to gear up towards a Bloody Queen, or even bring out maybe, another hunter. But, you know, Geisha here, very welcomed with this comp also. Yeah, Acrobat, with those bombs, you definitely have to be very careful when you use it to transition. Maybe you want to do that drop down pallet thing, then jump over, especially if the Geisha is kind of forced to break the pallet. So he's going to be caught out. It's going to be tough if you're caught out in the open, like you said, because those Butterflies could definitely just chase him down and down him. So again, this is a do or die for ZC. They want to push for that game number 3. They won't look at point differential at the moment. I think the best thing to do is for them to perform their best. The least they could do is just aim for that tie situation to happen. But I'm sure that they want to be able to, you know, at least relieve Zen of that stress for them to pull more points for him and continue on to match number 3.
Yeah, for sure. And for Sneaky side here, I mean, Geisha is a pretty good hunter to try to get a tie, and on this map, maybe even more than a tie. So I think Sneaky here, try to aim for at least the tie minimum to match what Zen had done previously, because then they still have the point advantage as well as the first round win going into round 3. But if possible, to get the win in this case and just take things home for Z02, then by all means. So we'll see how this plays out here, Podge.
Yeah, we're gonna head straight into the match here. Acrobat getting that heartbeat already at the 2nd floor. Sneaky making her way up the fire escape, and it seems like Paper Jam might be taking this first kite. She's gonna be dropping down, saving that butterfly to when Paper Jam will be utilizing that bomb. Can she cut through the corner here just to close out Paper Jam? Oh, changing levels and elevation here. Drops down the pallet here just to create more distance and run the route back, Lychee.
Right, and so far, 1 bomb used by Acrobat. He does have more to work with, but unfortunately, nice mind game there from the Acrobat side. We do see that he has, I believe, a flywheel that should be coming up shortly as well. And continuing to transition here, Sneaky here is able to dodge the bomb so far, also the red bomb previously, wasn't able to use that to cancel the butterfly or anything. But Flywheel here being utilized. So now Paper Jam here is just going to tight kite around the pallet area. Sneaky does have Blink. And it does land a hit with this butterfly, so we'll see if she can utilize that Blink to get this takedown here.
Yeah, so far Paper Jam did an excellent kite. I mean, past the first minute mark, and now being able to transition just back and forth at the center. Rainy K is also here, so he has to be very careful to avoid the Blink. So beautiful stuff, but unfortunately falls down to Rainy K's Cypher, and that Cypher is going to be halted in just well, once he gets chaired. So I would say amazing early kite here, but we're gonna have to see what ZC can do with that bot time, since one Cypher does pop, that other 57% Cypher is being monitored, and how are they gonna make this rescue happen? We just have to see.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out for ZC side here. They do also have a prospector on their team as well who can potentially come from for support, but looks like for now we're just going to have a stable rescue from the first officer instead. Does able to pull that off without getting a hit, actually. Looks like Geisha might have hit the chair there because nobody got that damage. So Acrobat here utilizing another bomb, but was not able to vault that window in time, so is going to go on the last effort here and go down once that tie turner ends. Cypher progress, we got about 2.5, and the last two have some work on it. Luckily did die further away from that Cypher that the barmaid was doing, so they should be able to make up that progress now.
Yeah, and just, you know, it's Sneaky getting a visualization where the dungeon is at, just in case it pushes for endgame. And it seems like Rainy K will be the one to rotate to make this rescue happen. Sneaky trying to make her way back towards that Cypher that they haven't popped just yet. I think they just want to spread their attention far and wide. Rainy K making a backdoor exit rescue happen. K2 trying to distract here. Definitely going to make it in time for the rescue to happen, and Sneaky just checking up on the rescued survivor here, and Rainy K going for the body block, but does Sneaky know who to go for? And it seems like first officer baited out a hit. K2 is over here with the support, Lychee.
Yes, we have Prospector here on the support. One magnet used so far, and another really long stun from the Prospector. Excellent job from K2 so far to buy the Acrobat some more time. Acrobat's flywheel is up as well, so does have a little bit of resource here to kite with, and we'll see if the Prospector can continue to follow. Geisha did dash quite a distance away, but this is going to be the pallet drop here. Is able to fly upstairs onto the Acrobat and closing in. Can she get this flywheel and drop?
Wow, excellent timing there on Sneaky, just baiting out the flywheel. Like you said, the Prospector is around the area here, but I don't think it's too risky for them to even go for support here. Now they have to get 3 per, well, they want to try to at least push for that tie. One Cypher remaining, it's at 53%, is definitely not ready yet. Rainy K did receive a Dublin from Yazin. Now Yazin seems like the next person to take this kite. Excellent drop, and able to, wow, excellent jukes, just able to move away and break the ankles of Sneaky. And Sneaky now trying to position herself in a good spot, since she knows that the last Cypher is already being worked on here at the hotel side.
Yeah, and Sneaky now just going to go ahead and continue on that last chase. We do see that first officer is also starting a new Cypher there as well. Prospector here, getting a stun on the Geisha, who kind of took a shortcut there earlier to catch up, but now has created more distance again. So hopefully can buy enough time for the team to prime that last Cypher between the two of them there. Does go down here to this dash and hit from Sneaky though.
93%. It's not going to be in time. Sneaky is going to be able to chair this Prospector, and even close to the hotel, well, actually moving a little bit away from the hotel side, since that is the Cypher that is prime. They're going to have to play this one really well here, because they have one chance at popping this Cypher and pushing for at least a tie to continue on for match number 3. Yazin's going to get spotted out in the open. She is fully healed, so she can take a hit and go for that pop.
Right, and it looks like first officer is still going to be able to make that rescue, but a teleport from Sneaky. They did manage to pull off that rescue in time, and first officer utilizing the watch to get away here. Prospector does have a magnet to work with and flywheel, so can he get that? No, was not able to flywheel in time. So this is going to be a down on the Prospector here from Sneaky's side. No trait because she already used teleport to get back to the chair. So it's going to try to chair near the gate, and we'll see if Rainy K can get this gate open in time. It might be cutting it close.
Oh my god, Rainy K unable to get in time. The dash is going to happen. The watch Now that prolonged it, able to get the hit though, and now last effort. Oh, it's not gonna be enough, Lychee. First officer is gonna go down. That's the win condition for Sneaky.
Oh my gosh, and now Yazen is forced to come back to try to make this rescue happen, but might be too far away for the prospector here. So not much ZCC can do in this situation.
Yeah. I mean, if they had Tide Turner able to rescue and just run towards the gate, but it looks like Flywheel and Exit Path is going to be brought by Yazen, and I think it's do or die this time. But I mean, Sneaky has definitely put herself in a checkmate situation for these survivors. She's just going to wait for Tinnitus to pop up, and then she's going to know where the barmaid is at. I mean, there's still like more than 30 seconds left on this detention, and Yazen is going to get spotted out in the open here, Lychee.
Right, and it looks like Yazen is going to have to try to get back to the first officer, but I don't know if that's going to be feasible at this point. Is going to have to, you know, get a stun on the geisha or something to be able to make that happen. Doesn't have any, wasn't able to flywheel or utilize any other resources, so does take the down here, and this is going to be a 4K by Sneaky's geisha, meaning that 0-2 advances.
Congratulations to ZT, ladies and gentlemen. They are going to be locked in for the grand finals here, for them to be able to qualify, for them to represent the Southeast Asia region. But in the chat, can you guys make some noise for ZC, because they fought their hearts out there. It was looking pretty tough, I would have to say, Lychee, because it looked like she was gonna go for that tie, but unfortunately, like, I think everyone was gripping their seat, or like at the edge of their seat at least, with Rainy K unable to open the exit gate in time, and the tide turner effect on the pocket watch was unfortunately not as long as a regular tide turner, so she did fall right when the exit gate opened. So incredible stuff. What are the highlights that you want to talk about in that amazing match?
Yeah, for sure. I think by the end of the time of the first kite, it was kind of anybody's game still, about 2.5 ciphers done. But I think the survivor side, they managed to get a decent second kite even after the first elimination. So even though they had one survivor eliminated throughout the mid game, the prospector was able to pull off a decent enough kite for them to almost actually prime the cipher. He was almost able to get up again before putting on the chair there at the end. But ultimately, they did have to go and pull that rescue. Maybe if they didn't need to do that, then somebody could have tried to go for the gate a little bit earlier, and you wouldn't end up in a situation where the gate couldn't be opened from one of the gates. It's just like thinking through one possibility out of many that could happen. But I think that from both sides, you know, they had a pretty decent, on the survivor side, they had a pretty decent first and second kite to be able to get to that point at the end. At the end, I was thinking, like, would have been better if the first officer didn't try to push through the gate and just kite long enough. But on the other hand, the barmaid wouldn't have been able to make it back to rescue the prospector anyway. So I think that trying to take that gamble, we can't blame the first officer for trying to take that gamble there instead. But definitely a really commendable job from CC for giving it all they got. And again, congratulations to Z2, 0-2, like you said, Patch.
I think it was, hindsight is always 2020. And looking back at the match, or we're gonna look at the match that's here, they did excellently. It was gearing up towards that tie, but in this game of Identity 5, it comes down to those minute moments, or like those gambles that you have to take. If they're split pushing the gate, would have been better, or if he didn't go for that save and just go for the safe tie, how would this match have played out? Unfortunately, it didn't go that way. It went in Sneaky's favor, and still living up to the 4K her 4K status here as a hunter in the qualifiers. So lo and behold, like, just incredible performance. And I know the Chutsu did really well. I hope I pronounced that name right. Please correct me, Lychee, with how he did in terms of kiting. But Sneaky from 0-2, like 4K both matches, potential MVP status here.
Yeah, definitely. Sneaky playing a big role in Z2's win. ZT Survivor certainly putting in a really great effort as well. And ZC's side, again, commendable job here. They did bring out the Prospector, the stunner character, for the support, and Barmaid being able to get multiple heals off in the game as well. I think that's another point, is to, at the end, I was thinking Barmaid might not have any resources to work with other than that flywheel because she didn't have time to search her chest after the drinks were done, but then she wasn't getting chased endgame until the very end anyway. So, I mean, it all is a matter of chance who gets chased and who takes the kite and everything. So, yeah, good job on both sides, though. Well played for Zirconia's side, and ultimately, again, congratulations on 0-2. Poch, I have to ask you too, is there any really is there any game today, any match today that was your personal favorite from what we saw?
Well, so far, right, again, there's a thief. You gotta, I think that kind of highlights a lot, right? MX finally bring out his thief. That's something that we definitely have to highlight. I'll ask you that also in a bit, but we are going to just give our kudos and our congratulations to the best seduction going to Sneaky, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most powerful hunters in Southeast Asia, one of the most powerful hunters here in the qualifiers. So giving us highlight moments without using her Dream Witch, her signature hunter just yet. Like we saw her Bloody Queen, we saw her Geisha. So that's Sneaky in a nutshell. You guys can read the deduction stats. Incredible performance. So back to you, Lychee. Any highlight moment that you want to be able to encapsulate in this match between ZC and ZT?
So I have to think back to game 1, where they played against Zen's Dream Witch, and it was the female dancer taking the first kite. I just think back to that moment because she did such a good job of kiting while not disturbing her teammates, utilizing those boxes really well, being able to spin at the right times and cancel and force the Dream Witch to utilize 2 patrollers. So just buying the team enough time to Cypher Rush the Dream Witch and get that early advantage from the Survivor side, as well as Sneaky coming in with the 4 kill was really great too. But
for sure,
in general, overall, Poch, really amazing from both sides. Really glad that we got to commentate this match, and can't wait to see what else we have in store.
Yeah.
But for now,
go for it, Lychee.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna go ahead into a break, and for everybody, stay tuned. We'll be back soon with the next match.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light, who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow. My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Call of the Abyss 6 qualifiers for the Southeast Asia region. Today we are on day 3. This is Lychee here, and welcome Nello Mello to the tournament today as my co-caster. Nello, how are you doing today? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Ups and downs, but ultimately just really glad to be casting the quarterfinals and then the finals. So far it's been a really great matchup and a lot of powerful plays coming out. Like just moments ago, I saw you and Posh casting ZT and ZC. So a lot of girl boss power in that game. And yeah, it's really just one of the things that we are just proud to have that the C teams are having. But other than that, how about you? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good myself, considering it's like 5 a.m. over here where I'm at. So keeping myself awake, but the excitement from the games are really helping with that. So so far, really happy with the gameplay that we've seen so far today, especially from the hunter side, but also the survivor side as well, coming in strong too, showing us that it's not just the hunter bringing in the points. And I think today coming up, we have Mad Penguins and Well Play. So we'll see how these two teams stack up against each other. They were able to win their respective brackets in the previous days. So really excited to see these two teams again. Some players that we are familiar with before, and I can't wait to introduce them together.
For sure. I mean, Mad Penguins is already a very known and established team. They're based in Vietnam. A lot of these teams have been around for a very long time. Speak of the devil, it's the team profile for Mad Penguins. Moru is no stranger in the Vietnamese community and also the global Southeast Asia server Identity 5 community. He's a hunter main for Team Mad Penguins. Anomaly, Shuni, LC, Siru are also the core members of Mad Penguins. I believe they've been around for the longest time. Shuni has recently rejoined the line, thus strengthening the core of the team. And they're just technically a team that's very well known for working really hard. I would call them the technicians of the game, simply because they do extensive research on the team that they're going against. They train hard to counter the hunter pool in BO1, BO2 of the opponents. So I would call them the really hardworking technician team. And it pays off because they won 2-0 yesterday.
Technician team, I love that. Here we see MP Moru here, the hunter for MP, and Hermit here being one of their characters. So would be exciting if we got to see that today. Looks like they have an eliminations of 2.58. So that's a pretty good rate there, because that's more than 2 on average. It means that they usually tie or win the game here. So Moru here, in addition to the Hermit that we see, also has a lot of hunters actually, including Clerk, Wax Artist, they have a Bonbon, a Geisha, also a Breaking Wheel that we've seen recently as well. So a lot to look forward to.
Exactly.
And next up here, Nell, Anomaly.
Anomaly, the dancer play. Before this, he was actually a main explorer. So for all the explorer mains out there, well, if he plays it, you're in for a treat. But other than that, he's also a dancer main. He also plays the seer. He also plays perfumer. So, but right now, dancer really seems like it's in the meta, because you saw how well it went against the hunter yesterday. Like, dancer is just so good in supporting, even in kiting, providing the support to transition for the teammates. Not to mention the pirouette, allowing for an extension of containment time. So all in all, I would just say this character now is definitely in growing popularity and growing utilitarian that every team seeks out to use, which is why it's no surprise when we see the dancer usually getting banned first.
Right, and I love that all teams around the world are picking up on that dancer meta here. But next up here, we have MP's Shuni here. Shuni with 5 eyes at the end there, with the Priestess as one of their most played characters here being shown. So Priestess definitely really meta character, but of course, they're one of the players who plays a lot of characters as well. I think everybody on MP really knows a lot of characters on the survivor side too. So Trini here, in addition to Priestess, can also play Mercenary, Antiquarian, has played Prospector and Acrobat before. It seems like a lot of players on their teams also know each other's characters too, so that's fun as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many characters that is not exactly in picture. Like for example, LC, it's highlighted that he's a seer main, but actually he plays more than just a seer. He's actually one of the known harassers, the OBs for the team. He plays forward, he plays batter, and once upon a time, even now, up until now, he does play and compete in the global Chinese server, and he actually ranks really high as a forward player in the server. So that's one thing that you definitely have to see coming out from LC. That's one of the unknown facts that you might not know from this veteran player of Mad Penguins. And just look at the stats. It speaks for itself. It's 81 seconds containment time. You saw how well he did in the last game yesterday against a Bon. 3 Cypher's Kite against a Bon. Not as anyone else, but as the seer itself. So that's something really, really amazing, Ichi.
Yeah, absolutely. Super impressive. And now we see MP's Siru here on the Mercenary, but of course not the only survivor that they can play. Plenty others as well, including Acrobat, Entomologist, also Seer, Wildling, Doctor even, and Toy Merchant there too, possibly others as well. We do see though that they have a rescue of almost 1 per match, which kind of is in line with the rescuer being shown on the screen here.
I mean, Siru not only plays the Mercenary, also a very known veteran in the Vietnamese community. He also plays Prospector, so that's one thing to take note of. But enough about Mad Penguins. Here comes WP, Team Harry Potter, as I would call it. Really, really interesting team. Before this, they were known as the Johnny Depp team. Just a fun fact for you, Lichi, if you don't know. They've appeared in IVA before. They've placed really, really high in rankings. And not to mention, all the players here, well, pretty much know and love them and pretty much remain the same. STNK is actually one of the new additions, I believe. But other than that, Hermione, Harry Potter, Malfoy, JK, Potters especially, and Scamander, they are the staple members of WP. So I'm just really glad that they stick through it. They form a bond, they stick through it, and now they form a really stable core team. And finally, they are in the group, in this stage, in the Southeast Asia qualifiers team, making a statement. Well, not just as an identified team, but a Harry Potter fan. I have to admit, I relate to them a lot. Ichi.
Yeah, I love the Harry Potter theme here, and I love the fact that they've stuck together and bonded as well, like you mentioned. Now, it's really cool to see a team learn and grow together and improve with every tournament that they participate in, for sure. But now looking at their hunter here, this is STNK or Sutaneko here, and we see that they have win rate 54%, eliminations pretty high as well, almost 3 eliminations per game, so almost a win or tie in most matches. And here being shown is the Goal Weaver here for Sutaneko, although they also can play Clerk as well, Wax Artist, some other hunters too.
Yeah, and of course the veteran Potters not only plays an amazing sculptor, he also has a remarkable, I would say, Asian level difficulty sniper in the form of X-Boy. So if there are any Robbie mains in the chat, well, here's your Robbie main. He's a killer on Robbie as well, not just the sculptor. And of course, the stats itself shows for it as well. He averages 2.36 eliminations, but I'm pretty sure he actually does up and beyond these stats.
Yeah, so definitely excited to look forward to that. And now being shown is Hermione here. Hermione with the Mercenary as one of her characters. In addition, also plays Priestess, Embalmer, Acrobat, Forward, Entomologist. Now you might know some more, but those are the ones that I've seen so far. Containment time around a minute per match with rescues of almost 1 per match as well, which could be in line with Mercenary or potentially evened out being a player of other characters as well.
Yeah, I mean, Hermione, who doesn't love a stable rescuer, right? But speaking of the next main character, Harry Potter, the star of the franchise itself, and now in Team WP itself, he spots the Prospector play. I mean, Prospector is a really tricky survivor, as you can see. It's a really good supporter, harasser. He's a fast decoder as well. But sometimes, well, when you get rescued, when you are the one getting chased, when you are the one getting chat, and you want to escape when someone rescues you, you use the magnet, and sometimes it just backfires on you. So I guess that's the technicality issue of that. But other than that, he's just a really, really good all-rounder, and a lot of respect to all the Northern mains out there, BG.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of Norton the Prospector, here is another Prospector, and this is Malfoy here from WP. And looks like a pretty high containment time here, over 100 seconds, which is certainly very impressive. High win rate too, 61% is pretty high. And that rescue, wow, high stats basically all around for Malfoy. The rescue too is above 1 per match. So excited to see what they can bring out here. Prospector here being shown, but plenty of others to look forward to as well. And now this is JK.
Yeah, JK, just kidding. I'm just kidding about just kidding. Get it? But of course, yeah, forward main, OB, harasser, I would say it's the top of the list. But nowadays, it seems that in the current C scene, we don't really see a lot of harassers being picked. I mean, it's still getting picked, but not the forward especially. Like, we don't see a lot of it simply because I feel like they're prioritizing more on support, healing, based kind of meta. So you can see the rise of the barmaid, you can see the rise of the female dancer, which is why they probably would prioritize the mercenary more over the forward. And even if they need an OB character, they would probably pick an antiquarian. But, well, we'll see if the forward will make its appearance again in this match.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a lot of stunner options nowadays. And now we have here WP's Scamander here with the entomologist here. Always fun to see an entomologist. And they also have attainment time around 60, win rate 38, escape rate 48. So decoding progress is pretty high here as well. Seems like they're kind of a character who, the player who spends quite a bit of time decoding, helping the team achieve that objective. So we'll see if we'll get to see Scamander play in today's tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to have someone decode and not meet the hunter at all. I guess that's the goal of every survivor mains, especially in rank. Like, you just want to decode, like, hey, don't chase me, please. We do not want to see the hunter at all. And I guess that's the case with some of the survivor mains in WP as well. But today I'm really, really interested to see. Like yesterday, MP has done amazing. Like as what I call the tactician team, they've done the analysis onto NM, but today they're gonna be facing off against WP. So I'm wondering if they're actually gonna be they've actually done the homework on WP. But it seems like WP actually did homework on MP because they're banning Moonlit River Park first. And they know Moonlit River Park is MP's playground for a very good reason, and decides to go with the Arms Factory first instead, Richie. So, what do you think about this?
Yeah, Arms Factory first for Mad Penguins. Definitely a really big difference from Moonlit River Park. I mean, Arms Factory is such a small map with these really close by kiting areas here. So not as good for certain hunters, probably like Geisha, for example. But we'll see, because Muru has so many hunters in their character pool. The Clerk can do well on this match. Wax Artist maybe a little bit harder on this map than some other maps as well, like Moonlit, for example. So it does certainly counter some of Moru's hunters, but they still have a good pool to work with, like the Clerk, the Bonbon. So yeah, we'll see. Now, do you have any thoughts about that as well? I know you know a lot about these teams here, being from the sea region yourself.
Yeah, I mean, if they choose to go with Arms Factory, I guess the logical thing to do would be to go with the Clark first. I mean, Moru has done amazing with the Clark in the previous matches, like prior to this match. And I don't see any reason why he wouldn't go with the Clark here. So I guess the question is, if he goes with the Clark, who will he choose to ban? Obviously, he needs to get rid of harassers, because that's the one thing that Clark will have a problem against. So I would say Dancer, because of the slow music box. I would say Antiquarian. Those are the few characters that he might consider taking off, or even the forward. Yeah, Seer might be among the mix if he has the opportunity to ban it. But as I figured, MP has already made their choice. Antiquarian is in the mix, Barmaid for the support healing. So it is getting closer and closer to the meta of just supporting plus healing. So that's just something that MP is really doing really good now. And STNK just gonna proceed with banning Tracy and Eli. So I guess Shuni, he has an option to just, get the mercenary as the choice of rescuer. Because of the Barmaid's existence, he can easily just give the elixir anytime he gets injured, and can go for the second rescue. So I guess that's the game plan for MP here.
Yeah, for sure. And this Survivor team comp does counter the Clerk quite a bit, and Clerk is one of Suteneko's hunters. So it looks like they're kind of having that in mind here as well. Like with the bans and the counters on the map, it kind of goes both ways. But Suteneko is actually picking out the Wax Artist here. I do feel like Arms Factory has a lot of high walls, so it's a little bit difficult for Arms Factory or for Wax Artist to operate on the Arms Factory. But what do you think about that now?
I mean, one of the very dangerous things about Wax Artist, he blocks the windows, he blocks the pallets, and each time you stun him, well, you kind of get 25% wax onto yourself. So that's one thing that they have to watch out for. But fortunately, there's only one harasser that can actually make that happen, which is Antiquarian. So I guess Wax Artist is gonna not worry so much about harassing, but I would feel that when he gets to the point where he's at max presence, the hot wax is gonna be such a hassle to deal with. Magician does counter to a certain point, but I guess once his one is over, once he used up all three of his ones, I would say that he's a pretty fast chase. He's a pretty easy down for the Wax Artist. But other than that, I feel like he should probably just go for the Barmaid first. Barmaid is positioned in the middle. Wax Artist can easily just make the rotations towards the Barmaid first. The reason behind this is because, Magician has 3 ones. He's in the factory, and it makes it so difficult for STNK to just go and pursue him. It will take so much time. So the logical thing to do, transition towards LC, hit him once, make him use the heal. If he gets in again, good. Shuni might probably come and help support in time, but yeah, other than that, I would see that MP is pretty well prepared to deal with the Wax Artist here at this point.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like MP, they've played against Wax Artists before, and we'll see if the Barmaid does take that first kite, like you said. Hopefully, with the support of Shuni, can help to make up the drink with the healing drink there. But again, Wax Artist, like you said, it is possible for Wax Artist to down the Barmaid before she heals up. So kind of gonna have to see how that first kite plays out for the Wax Artist here. And not a decent hunter at being able to camp and cipher control on smaller maps too. So we'll see if the hunter can gain an advantage. But now going into the round right away, this is indeed LC's Barmaid taking the first kite, like you mentioned, Nell. And already here, she is going to start transitioning into this area here and gets a hit over the window from the hunter here who was managed to stun her with the wax. So we are going to see a transition here over into the walls area, and maybe this high wall area can help the Barmaid try to heal up if she can. We do see that teleport is a trait the Wax Artist brought, so no blink to try to take down the Barmaid here now.
Yeah, I mean, LC, the problem with chasing Barmaid is, yes, that's the optimal target, but LC is allegedly the best kiter in MP. You saw how well he kited yesterday against Bonbon using the Seer. Oh, he's gonna get hit one more time, but it doesn't matter because he's gonna get the second heal up. He has to be really careful though. He has a significant amount of wax on his body. Just need a little bit more time just to get that heal up. Oh, he's stunned for a moment. Oh my goodness! He is gonna go down before the heal activates. What amazing accuracy by STNK. And Wow. And that was done before 3 ciphers, but I would say that was a pretty healthy kite. It's just really unfortunate that Barmaid couldn't pull off the Dublin the second time.
Yeah, we see that the mercenary here is now going in for the rescue. Was forced to use an elbow pad here and did take a little bit of wax, but should be able to pull off this rescue right away. So this is going to be a perfect rescue from the mercenary here, who's actually body blocking the wax away from the barmaid. Barmaid now, though, is going to go on last effort, and it looks like she's going to try to die in the corner there as not to disrupt any of the teammate ciphers. It looks like there's about 3.5 ciphers done here. Barmaid about to go on her second chair, and so far no sign of the antiquarian anywhere in this match.
I mean, like running towards the corner is definitely a very smart move. Like he's just preparing to be sacrificed at this point. But the problem is STNK has a teleport just as we speak. He's already teleporting. But the thing is, he teleported to the middle, so Siru could easily just use the pad and make it all the way around and rescuing LC for the second time. So it might work in the favor of NP at this moment. I don't think STNK should have teleported away. I think he should have just walked, because right now, oh my goodness, LC is gonna go down for the second time. His cipher is not. His cipher is fortunately done. 2 ciphers are at the brink of completion. But again, first survivor of MP is gonna go down. So looking pretty good for STNK. Gearing, I would say it's gearing more towards a draw game. But again, it is a wax artist. He has the ability to block the ciphers. As you can see, the second skill, my goodness, blocks the middle cipher. And now, going towards anomaly cipher, also blocking the cipher. So this is where it's kind of difficult, because these 2 points, he can easily go left and right. Back and forth, block the cipher. Back and forth, block the cipher. Anything happens, just block again before pursuing. And all he has to do now, pursue, look at ciphers, and wait for the cooldown of his teleport to make the next move if he ever needs it. So right now, MP has no choice. They have to start 2 new ciphers. And I guess that's the only thing they can do at this point.
Yeah, spreading out the cipher progress and trying to divide and conquer here against the wax artist, who's actually trying to block off that middle cipher once again, just to slow down that decoding, waiting for that teleport trait to come up. Looks like Anomaly here might end up taking a kite here, the magician who still has 3 wands. I suppose for the survivor side, they are still pretty equipped in terms of items, except for the mercenary who did use 2 elbow pads, but has a lot of health. Teleport now being utilized to get back to this cipher here as soon as it can be decoded. So this is, I believe, the antiquarian Shuni taking the chase now on this cipher with a lot of progress. However, they actually do have another cipher being decoded by Siru that has almost primed progress as well. So as long as the antiquarian can be a little bit mindful of how to take this wax and the hit here, they could potentially get the cipher popped soon. But it looks like hotbox might come into play here as well. Oh, no. Actually, just going to go for the basic hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, even if he gets the hot wax down, the cipher's already primed. Shuni is also a really great kiter, not to mention that he's on the antiquarian. Late game has been spawned. All he has to do now is just kite around this area, put down the pallet, and gain distance. Siru is already at the gate opening. Shuni still has flywheel available, but oh no, he's been blocked, and he's gonna go down. Oh my goodness, this is really unfortunate. He was just so close towards the gate, and now STNK is just gonna push the Mug out of the gate. And it looks like it's gonna be a draw. So WP, not too bad considering how well MP did in the early games. Like a very healthy near 3 cipher kite by LC, and yeah, it looks like he salvaged the situation, I would say. So a very strong draw right here.
Yeah, good gameplay from both sides there. Managing to get the draw in round 1 is not bad at all on well-played side. And for Mad Penguins, this is acceptable as well for certain, as they can now send on their Hunter Moru to try to earn a win or at least a tie in the second half of the match there. But exciting to see the wax artist, a teleport wax artist in round 1 on Arms Factory here. Now, are there any points in the match that you thought were particularly exciting or critical that you wanted to highlight?
I would say that the game pretty much went the way that MP wanted. It's just really unfortunate that at the end, Siru was forced to leave. I mean, there was this instance where the first rescue happened. It's just very unfortunate that Mercenary couldn't tank 1 hit, and LC had to go down almost instantly. So that was one thing that WP did really well during the first rescue, which led to the favor slightly tilting towards his side. And later on, the second rescue, yes, it's just very unfortunate that the Merc couldn't block as well, because again, Antiquarian is the one that could block, but if he's the one getting chased, it makes it just so hard for him to escape. Like, people have to body block for you, people can't stun for you, there's no Prospector in the game, which is quite surprising because they usually do have a Prospector in their lineup. But I have to say the highlight is definitely STNK. He's just really, really patient. He doesn't overcommit. He just knows, yeah, I'm just gonna get a draw. These people know what they're doing. They're rushing ciphers. The moment that they block the cipher in the middle, MP immediately responded by opening 2 ciphers. So I would say the highlight is not in the play itself, but in the communication and just the decision making. Split, bam, bam, this happens, go. Open 2 new ciphers. That's the amazing thing of this game. But how about you, Lychee? Any standouts though for you?
Yeah, definitely true. I do think back a little bit to that teleport moment that you pointed out actually now from Suteneko's side. But honestly, in the end, I don't know if it really changed anything there. But definitely commendable to see that teleport wax artist from Suteneko there being able to guard those ciphers as best as they could. And from MP side, like you said, I think it's really great that you acknowledge their decision making as the highlight of this match. Being an experienced tournament team and being able to make that call under pressure, having that experience to make that call under pressure, I think is really impressive to see, and is something that we don't always think about when we're thinking about the match highlights. So yeah, I absolutely love that. But looking at the match stats here, we see a kind of even kiting all around between Barmaid, Antiquarian, and the Mercenary there. Magician not getting too much of the kiting, similar to the Magician of the previous match. I kind of wish I could see Magician kite, but alas, too much kiting from the Magician, not too much opportunity in these matches here. Meanwhile, for STNK here, we see that they have 7 survivor hits and 4 knockdowns. So all in all, in the end, pretty evened out start between the 2 teams here.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why there's not a lot of survivor hits, 7 is pretty under average. And it's very normal because one person just kites really well. The rest are also very solid kiters. Their foundation is just really strong. No one kites under 10 seconds. You almost always never catch MP survivors from the beginning of the qualifiers until now. You almost always never catch them kite less than 60 seconds. That's how good they are. Their individual skills are good. Like, you can talk all about teamwork, you can talk about communication, but the moment one survivor, one of your teammates kind of mess up, 10 seconds kite, 20 seconds kite, imagine if the heal didn't happen or kind of failed and the wax artist caught up. I mean, he could have easily caught up if he has the blink, but he decided to went with the teleport, which is still okay. Imagine if that happened, the cipher wouldn't have been enough at all. They would have been in a pinch if that happened, but fortunately LC bought 3 ciphers kite. And after that, even though he didn't have a chance to kite after that because the Merc couldn't body block for him, ultimately they were still able to prime the cipher. So I have to say, decision making, very strong foundation, individual skills, and not to mention they didn't over support. I would say there was very minimal support at all. They were just focused on rushing the ciphers, and they got the draw. And right now, this is where the danger comes, Lychee, because it is going to be Moru next. And we all know, if it's not Wax Artist, it's definitely going to be a Clark. And his Clark deals with this very, very well, especially in Arms Factory. So we'll just have to see what is going to happen after this.
Yeah, really exciting there. Really anticipating the potential of a Clerk from Moru there. I feel like we haven't seen a Clerk so much today. We have definitely in previous days of the SEA qualifiers, but not so much today. So it would be nice to get a Clerk in the mix there, get a nice variety of hunters there. But yeah, Clerk on Arms Factory. I know you said this is a decent map for the Clerk as well, and it's one of Moru's best hunters here. What do you think we can kind of expect to see from WP Survivor side now that they have to try to make a push for a tie or a win in the second half?
I mean, it's just really okay. So that's the thing. WP is the one choosing this map, right? So MP has the choice to send out their Survivor or Hunter faction first, and by sending the Survivors faction first, they know that they're just very stable. By getting the draw, they're actually giving Moru more time and more relaxation. He doesn't feel stressed to perform because a draw. Okay, so even if he gets a draw, it's not the end of the world. And this is where Moru's strength comes in. The trust in the teammate with him, plus with strategy. And Moru, I would say Clark, it's so easy to capitalize on the survivor's mistake. So WP, they will try and make things happen, right? They have to make things happen. They have to get 3-man escape in order to win this round. And you know what they say, the more you try to think about something, you overthink it, you force something, and that's where the mistakes happen. And we've seen Moru capitalize on this yesterday. Survivors trying to OB, trying to support, trying to make sure their survivors are blocked. And what happens? He capitalized and everyone's dead. Cyphers couldn't be primed. So I'm definitely expecting the same pattern from Moru in this match later on.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Clerk, a lot of teams know that the Clerk is strongly countered by like really strong teamwork, the aggressive gameplay, the stunner characters. But at the same time, you have to be really careful not to overextend. And like you said, she can really easily capitalize on the mistakes. So we'll see how WP does to counter, because they did unfortunately get 4K'd by a Clerk before. So we'll see if they were able to learn from that experience and can bring us a better game today. But starting the match off here, the band picks off, we have Female Dancer banned right away. And from WP side, this is Antiquarian and Barmaid being selected right away here. So potentially coming in to counter the Clerk here.
Yeah, we will probably see a lot of the similar band picks being initiated. Like Female Dancer getting banned first, it's unheard of. But now, this is reality. And I definitely love the bans going on. WP definitely love their first officer, so a little bit of fan service for the viewers in the chat. Sorry I haven't been able to say hello. Yes, I kind of look tired, but it's okay. I'm getting better now. I'm really happy to be here, casting with Lychee and seeing all of you in the chat as well. And of course, seeing first officer definitely brings out my inner Nello Ramsey, because you know he has the gourmet skin, right? So I hope he wears it, honestly. But yeah, it should be no surprise that we're gonna see Antiquarian and Barmaid. But this is going to be a really big surprise. An Explorer, Lychee. So I think this is the answer towards Moru's Clark. Because Explorer, as long as you remain hidden, well, with the puzzle book, you can easily prem it. But I have to say though, if Clark finds you first, you're kind of dead. you're kind of dead.
Yeah, it's kind of a gamble here, although I do feel like Arts Factory is a map where there's a lot of grass, so potentially the Explorer can do a really good job of hiding. And like you said, the Clerk can't really like turn back his page digging progress or anything. So in that sense, yeah, the Explorer could potentially be able to counter the Clerk's ability to slow down the ciphers.
Actually, there was once, okay, there was once, the Clark main, while the Explorer was using the page, he actually got the recording of it and he used it to reverse decode the entire progress of another cipher. So that's something really dangerous you have to watch out for, because sometimes when you touch the cipher, the Clark, this is the thing, he goes CCTV, instantly record. It's almost like an instantaneous action. So sometimes when you catch the Explorer trying to use the page, that's when you get it. But I guess Moru is kinda having it safe. I don't think he wants to go what WP is expecting him to go. So he's gonna opt for his Bonbon, and I don't hate it because he is also a very strong Bonbon main. Before Clark. Yeah, Clark is his recent Hunter main getting added into his pool, but I would say his Bonbon is also very strong. And it's a very strong draw character. And of course, capitalizing on the mistakes of survivors, he can definitely make it happen, capitalizing on mistakes and getting the 3K. But it's a very strong draw hunter, so I would love to see what Moru does here, because ultimately, it is WP that has to make something happen, right, Lichi?
Yeah, for sure. Bonbon, like you said, is really strong TIE hunter, especially just being able to bring detention. Nowadays, we pretty much always see Bonbon bring detention in tournaments, I feel like. But detention Bonbon, definitely a strong TIE hunter here. And like you mentioned, all Moro needs is to get at least a tie and can freely perform and aim for more. So, yeah, good to see the decision making on Moru to kind of play it safe when needed to play safe, I suppose. But we'll see how this pans out, like you mentioned. Explorer, we'll see also if he gets found first or not here. With the spawn selection, it is a little bit easier to try to find the Explorer, but at the same time, he is blocked off by the other survivors in the corner here, so just relying on Tinnitus is going to be a little bit hard for the Bonbon to figure out which area he's in.
Yeah, I like how they are putting the rescuers outside. Like, this is the line of defense. Like, if they go for Harry P, it's definitely acceptable. I would actually love to see the Antiquarian, using the stick to knock away the bombs. I mean, it's entertaining to watch, man. I don't know if it's practical or not, but it's definitely entertaining to watch. But yeah, Hermione as the Explorer is hiding all the way in the factory. I'm pretty sure Moru's gonna make a beeline towards the factory area. I'll probably try to push the Antiquarian out, but we'll just have to see, because Moru is under no pressure, and he's actually waiting for WP to make mistakes. Again, they are the ones that have to make something happen, and Moru is just, well, his teammates has done the best in the first half, so now he's just sitting back and reaping the rewards. Calm and collected is the name of the game for any hunter mains, and Moru is definitely one of the chillest and level-headed hunter I've ever seen. So good luck, have fun, both teams.
Yes, good luck, have fun. And looks like we are heading into the match now. Unfortunately, it's not the the Nello Ramsey skin that we have on the first officer here. Okay. But still a nice skin nonetheless, the Captain Hook.
My God.
Yeah, but Moru here with a nice skin himself on the Bonbon here, and on to the first hunt, is making a beeline for the Explorer's area, but seems like he hasn't necessarily figured out exactly where the Explorer is. Thinks he's kind of hidden in the deep corner area here, but is actually further out of the sandbags than Moru thinks he is. So Moru looks like he might actually just go for a target that he can see here, which is going to be the barmaid, and they're going to now transition over to the shack area here. Missed the first chip on the bomb, but does have several in hand, so we'll see how he can do against this barmaid first kite.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Getting a chip damage, getting a normal damage. He's gonna get healed up, but it's only gonna heal for half the damage. Oh my God, committing so aggressively with the blink. So he just needs one more bomb and Malfoy is gonna be down. My goodness, he's gonna get it. The blink aggressiveness has paid off. He's gonna break off the pallet. Now Malfoy is down for the count. My goodness, the difference between the two barmaids right now is showing. Moru has gotten Malfoy down on the chair, but again, two ciphers being done, not too bad. At least now WP knows that Moru has a blink, so they are not too afraid that he will teleport and disturb other ciphers. And what more to mention, Explorer also is safe at the moment, Lichi.
Yeah, those are the good things for the survivor side. It looks like the first officer is actually caught pretty far out, so we'll see if nobody else is. Oh, Harry P is gonna head over and potentially either rescue or just activate Tinnitus towards the middle area. A little bit of an awkward situation the survivors got caught in, because then both survivors had to get off their ciphers here. But it looks like they might actually sell or sacrifice that barmaid if they're not coming in any closer at the moment, and just preserve their resources, try to do their best with their resources against this Bonbon at endgame at full health. So Moru here, moving on to the next target. This is Harry P, the Antiquarian. We're going to be able to see this Antiquarian kite the Bonbon, which is exciting. Moru does have first presence already with the remote control bomb, so we'll see between that and all the other chip bombs if he can take down the Antiquarian. So far, only landing one chip and another chip with that remote control bomb here. Closing in a little bit here, but never closing in enough for the Antiquarian to be able to utilize her stun, but she was able to hop that window with her skill instead. So, attempting to land a stun, but actually was dodged by the Bonbon here. A minefield of bombs, and the Antiquarian ends up going down here to the hit from the Bonbon. So she is going to go on the chair in the middle here now.
Yeah, make no mistake, Moru's Bonbon is definitely top-notch as well. I know I said that he's gearing up towards, like, he can be relaxed a little bit, he can afford a draw, but right now, again, because Malfoy was down pretty fast, and now getting the second down onto the Antiquarian as well, they practically do not have anyone that can harass Bonbon out of his camping. So right now they have no choice. First officer already has 1 chip damage. Even if he has height, doesn't matter. 1 bomb, 1 hit, he's down. Even if he manages to rescue the Antiquarian, Antiquarian doesn't have any more items. And he might get a double down as well. So it's still gonna be very, very in favor of MP. My goodness, managing that save though. My goodness, that's really, really good. He kind of predicted that Moru might be playing mind games. He didn't mind game. He just went straight for the save. It paid off. But now Antiquarian last effort has been prompted, and it's still one new cipher remaining, Richie. So he's gonna be down for the last chair. Oh my goodness.
Oh gosh, the first officer narrowly dodging a balloon hit here from Moru. But Antiquarian is just going to go back onto the chair. This is going to be her last chair. She's dead on chair. So now only 2 survivors in the game. One of them the injured first officer, and the other one the explorer, with a lot of page progress, 79% there, but still not enough to prime that cipher. That's 10%. So it is at least the explorers at full health. So let's see if they can dodge. Utilizing the small character there, but now attempting to get more progress on that page before he goes down. And we'll see if Moru decides. Looks like he might just go ahead and look for that first officer, who has actually now found an elbow pad. What do you think about this, Nell? Is it okay to leave the explorer on the ground where he may potentially heal and finish the last cipher here in order to pursue this 4K?
I mean, if Moru is leaving the explorer down like this, rest assured he definitely has to have trump card, so that the moment that happens, he stands up, he's gonna teleport, hit the explorer, make him use up the self-heal, and then he's gonna go back towards the first officer. Nothing can be done for WP anymore. So the thing is, WP right now at this choice has no choice. JK has to be the one to prolong this kite, make sure that the explorer at least could buy some time, stand up, and maybe try and decode. But you see, like, exactly what happened. He stands up, changes to teleport instantly. Once the explorer's down, WP is gonna be at wit's end at this point.
Yeah, and the explorer just going down to the Bonbon's bonds here. No additional resources to help with the kite. So we are going to see Moru now go back to the factory where the first officer was last seen, but since then he has made a little bit of distance. Unfortunately, Explorer has already exhausted the self-heal, so not much that he can do for the moment except try to heal up as much as possible, while the first officer tries to kite this out as long as he can. But looking a little bit of a difficult situation for WP now. The first officer has already expended that elbow pad and doesn't have any additional resources left either. And is at a very dangerous health state as well, going down to that chip from the Bonbon.
Yeah, I was trying to use the elbow pad there, but unfortunately, not gonna happen that time. And there you have it, 4K. I have to say, Moru has definitely grown a lot since the last time we saw him. Really, really well placed bombs, level-headed, very, very decisive action as well. You saw in the first part, right? He instantly, the moment Barmaid was getting healed, he went instantly through the pallet using Blink without hesitation, because he's just that confident that his bomb will be able to catch the Barmaid off guard. The moment he blinks, Barmaid has no choice, because he has nowhere else to go. He has to circle back and use the window, hopefully to go back into the shack. So that's the decisive play right there that helped Moru to secure that advantage in the early game. I have to say, Moru has definitely grown a lot. And just a little bit of backstory here to all you guys who have followed MP or might not have followed before this, they are a team that has been around for the longest time ever. They have been around for the longest time ever. Their core members have always been the same. With sometimes they, one or two people comes in, some comes goes, but ultimately they are still a team that sticks together. They are a team that never gives up. That's their fortitude. They don't pride themselves in anything else but their determination, their hard work, determination, and apparently they've made it. They've been through so many competitions, and I'm just really glad that they are really, really showing what they are made of in the qualifiers this time. And thus, 5-0, Moru 5-0 in the second half. So thus earning Mad Penguins 1-round advantage over WP.
Yeah, really impressive job by Moru's Bonbon here. And I think potentially even catching WP off guard with that Bonbon pick to begin with. But all throughout the match, we saw incredible confidence, like you mentioned, from Moru, just dominating with that Bonbon throughout, being able to land the bombs when it counted, being able to know when to pressure the survivors, pressure the ciphers, switch to teleport to down the Explorer at the end game there. So all around, great job from Moru. We do see that he has 19 survivor hits and total of 6 knockdowns here. So quite a lot of survivor hits in this game. Meanwhile, on the survivor side, the barmaid unfortunately didn't have too long of a first kite there. It was 34 seconds, and they decided to sacrifice first officer here with the highest kiting time of 81 seconds here.
Like, as you can see, the cipher control was really good. Even though there was an explorer with a 79% page, it's just very unfortunate that he was found out. Actually, during that moment when during the skirmish in the middle of the map, explorer, like, the skirmish ended, explorer was still hanging around at the map area, and it's very unfortunate that Bonbon found the explorer. Explorer had 79%, had nowhere to run, and this is the problem we're talking about. We've seen this a lot in 2020, in 2021, but now it's 2023. We don't really see Explorer for a reason, because it fell out of meta. The moment you get found out, you're kind of dead. You can't raw kite a Bonbon. Some might argue you can, but not a full presence Bonbon at least, and it's Moru we're talking about. So I just have to say, really, really well played by MP. But of course, WP, let's not forget, WP still has a secret weapon. They still have substitution. So I'm really looking forward, and we know that Porters might have the possibility of coming out in the second game. And that's where we see if WP will be able to make that comeback with Porters, because I know for a fact that Porters is a really, really good hunter as well. So yeah, all is not gone. So if you are a WP supporter, make some noise in the chat as well. Not just for MP, but for WP as well. So which P is gonna take the advantage?
Which P is gonna take the advantage? Yes. Let us know in the chat there. But yeah, I'm curious to see what is the game plan from WP here. If they will swap in Potters, like you said, Potters can definitely bring in a different set of hunters to threaten with as well. You mentioned the Axe Boy previously and Sculptor coming from Potters. Potters definitely has a very confident Sculptor too, and also a Hermit. So in addition to whatever else he plays, a lot of other options to add to what Zetuneko can play. So definitely useful to have that second hunter on their team for when the right situation arises for that swap. But yeah, I do have to say, I liked the fact that the Explorer was able to survive until the end of this particular game here, because I think in the beginning we were holding our breaths when the hunter went straight for the Explorer direction, but alas, they were able to hide it out the first time. It's always a little bit hard against the Bonbon too, because he can just spread his bombs around if he wants, but Moru saved his bombs, which I think actually worked out in his favor, because then he was able to have all those bombs to utilize against the barmaid. Yeah, but Explorer, like you mentioned, also doesn't have too many items to help out at the end game either. So we definitely haven't seen him often, but to see him utilized once in a while does keep things fresh and interesting. So I'm glad we did get to see that in terms of that perspective. And excited to see what is going to happen in the next match, because we saw the Explorer and Mad Penguins. I mean, they also have an Explorer along with a bunch of other characters in their character pool. So many on the Survivor side and many on the Hunter side as well.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. It's good to keep a fresh perspective of things. It's nice to see these characters come out once in a while. But again, unfortunately, it didn't pay off because Explorer is kind of like Psychologist. Yeah, it's really good. She's tanky. Like Psychologist is tanky. It's good for early game, good for support heal. But she doesn't have the late game potential. You know, she's not able to kite late game. She cannot survive late game. And Explorer kinda is the same thing. There's nothing helping him from running away. Like if you're Antiquarian late game, yes, that works. It's just very unfortunate. The one thing that WP could have done better in that last game, I feel like the moment Barmaid got hit, I think the rotations could have been done in a way that at least the Antiquarian should be ready. Like the moment he gets hit, Antiquarian should be making the way. Because Antiquarian's in the middle, right? He should be making the way and trying to support the Barmaid when getting healed. Yeah? Because if he provided that support, Barmaid would have been able to kite even longer and head towards the other side of the shack, which is also a very strong kiting area, because shack is not a strong kiting area at all, especially if, like, you know, you exhaust the pallets and Bonbon just keeps ramming at you at it. So I feel like we talked about over supporting, but for this game I feel like there's not really a lot of harassing going on, and Antiquarian might have been able to make something happen.
Yeah, that's true. And we did see in the end, the Antiquarian kind of saved their resources, but during their own kite, wasn't able to utilize the stuns to too much of their advantage, because the Bonbon was either not within the distance for the stun or was able to kind of sidestep out of the direction it was going in. So maybe if the Antiquarian had utilized those stuns for support instead, it's kind of harder for the Bonbon to deal with when he's trying to chase one person and the other person's harassing. So yeah, maybe that could have helped if she had come in during the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, but everything has been done, right? Hindsight is 2020. Like, I just have to say, I like to listen to Tosh talk sometimes. He has all these really, really interesting catchphrases, which actually makes a lot of sense. Hindsight is 2020. It's easier to analyze and look at it when it's over. But again, WP is not out of this game. I have to say WP still has porters, like what I said. They can definitely make a difference. The map ban is Leo's Memory, so MP doesn't want to play in Leo's Memory. WP decides to choose Lakeside Village. So it's a big map, but without the roller coaster, which MP really likes. So in Lakeside, there's a lot of things that they can play. WP can go for Breaking Wheel, can go for the Sculptor, can go for the X-Boy. So all of these possibilities is open to WP. So I'm definitely very excited. Tacticians, they are also tenacious. Once they grab hold of a little bit of opening, they usually don't let go. And that's the scary part, because they've already got an advantage in game number 1. And game 2, usually they just start rolling over their opponents. So tenacity versus new hope from WP. WP has to conjure up some magic in order to fight against the tenacity of the MP, that's for sure. So we'll just have to see what's gonna happen in game number 2, Lichi.
Yes, for sure. MP is going to have to try to roll along with that momentum that they already have picked up there and continue to play at that strength, while WP, like you said, trying to make some magic happen. We did see that their Survivor side, I think, is going to be up first on Lakeside Village, going against Moru, I suppose, then in that case. So they're going to have to find a way to turn things around. In the previous match, we did see that they weren't able to pull out a very long first kite or get in the support there. So I'm curious to see if in this match they're going to try to change things up, if they're going to play a little bit of more support heavy team composition or strategy, or what's gonna happen there when they go against Moru. And then on the hunter side of WP, I am curious, like you mentioned, to see if they're gonna make that swap there on the hunter as well. So very much anticipating what might happen there.
Yeah, I'm anticipating a lot too. But that's the thing about big maps. Big maps, sometimes the logic behind picking big maps is because they don't really want to support. They want to do some long range support, like maybe a psychologist heal from far away, or a barmaid standing just to give Dublin. That's about it. Or maybe an embalmer coffin to help get the draw, and then allowing the hunter to capitalize. So maybe that's WP's game plan. You know, go with the draw characters, try and secure a draw at least, and then hoping that WP would be able to rake up the points and hopefully score them a round win. So maybe that's the game plan. Because the big map, it's so hard to support when it's a big map. Like, okay, yeah, you can go and support, but what happens to the Cypher you left behind? For Cyphers, they're not getting decoded. Yeah, you can support all you want, you can run all you want, you can play it like Tarot, but ultimately, Cypher Rush is not gonna happen. And when that happens, that's the term over supporting. And well, I just have to say, you support until your resources are drained, and ultimately, yeah, you cannot reach end game. So I guess WP is just trying to avoid that situation, picking that map, get a draw, like what I said. I think that's the best game plan that they have up against MP, because MP, boy, they're looking so strong so far.
Yeah, for sure. MP definitely adding the pressure on at the moment. And WP, that's definitely true what you said about Lakeside Village. Like, by the time the supporter runs over to the kiter might have already gone down or is on the chair, and then you have to go back to your Cypher and you just wasted that time running for no reason. So definitely could play a part there in what strategy they decide to go for. You kind of do have to think of what survivors also do well on this map, but we see right away Dancer and Toy Merchant already getting banned. I was just thinking WP does have a Toy Merchant player in, I think, Malfoy, but already getting banned right off the bat.
Yeah, Moru just wants to get rid of mobility, wants to get rid of the slow box, the pirouette, basically just mobility. So taking away these two survivors are definitely good. So I guess WP has the choice of getting a priestess. They can get a priestess, they can get an embalmer. Embalmer is probably gonna be in the later picks. And yeah, but it seems like they're gonna opt for Norton first. So Norton's gonna be the main guy here, and Ada is gonna be his sidekick. So yeah, as I said, support, but from far away. So I guess that's the name of the game. Wi-Fi support, but from far away, and without interrupting the ciphers that they are working on. So yeah, that's the game plan of WP so far. So we'll just have to see what's the third pick and ultimately the fourth pick, because right now Moru probably knows what's going on, takes out the Eli and takes out Aesop. So Embalmer is out of the question. So how can WP respond here?
Yeah, banning out some characters that we had talked about. So looks like WP might opt for a rescuer pick next, the Mercenary, just to make sure that they have somebody on this map who can rescue stably and can kind of cross the large distances on this map if somebody gets chaired far away. So I guess it's not a bad idea to lock in a Mercenary who has some endgame potential, has the stable rescues as well. We'll see what Moru decides to go with as the next ban and eventually the pick here. With the Breaking Wheel being banned, it does leave open the Clerk, the Wax Artist as well. So we'll see if either of those might be on Moru's mind at all.
Yeah. I mean, they pretty much had what they want, right? Ida, they had Naib, and now they're gonna decide to bring out the Patient. I mean, it's a really good replacement for the Toy Merchant. Yes, that's the very good mobility. But again, there's no Breaking Wheel. So Moru, if he decides to go for Clark, if he decides to go for Wax Artist, he might have a little bit of trouble trying to chase the Merc or even the Patient. So again, the planning is definitely very important, but it seems like another Explorer ban. Moru's probably gonna go for a Clerk here. And well, it might make sense to have Patient in this big map because no one will be able to chase. Well, of course, unless Moru picks Geisha or Bloody Queen. but we just know that Clark would probably be a much stronger choice here. But we'll see.
Yeah, would definitely be a couple things to consider. You're right, Moru does have the geisha who can kind of counter the patient's ability to pull distance there. The clerk would probably have a little bit of a difficulty with that. But then again, like you said, the Explorer ban, pretty much the bans there are kind of in line with the clerk, who also has trouble against characters like Toy Merchant, who can also cross that large distance really easily and utilize the big boat really well. So, and Embalmer too. But it looks like it's going to be a Wax Artist pick by Moru here.
Not too bad. I mean, Clark, Wax Artist, definitely not too bad. Like Wax Artist, at least, even though it's a big map, well, again, Lakeside Village, there's a lot of open spaces. So Wax Artist can easily pew, like just shoot the wax halfway across the map, block, as if he's standing on the boat, he can just use the second skill, block ciphers and whatnot. There's so many possibilities for the Wax Artist too. But the question is, are the survivors actually prepared to fight against Wax Artist? Because right here, the moment Wax Artist gets into full presence, no one can actually, you cannot body block against a Wax Artist. You cannot really body block or support. So that's the thing about Wax Artist. Only Norton with the magnets can make something happen. But if he does that, he's leaving ciphers. He's leaving the decoding job. Merc can probably rescue once, use up the pad, but again, I would say Psychologist would be the optimal target. Get rid of it, or even get rid of the Merc first. That will also make sense. But yeah, we'll just have to see who he's gonna chase first. Malfoy is obviously gonna be at the safest place possible. Moru definitely gonna go. I would say he's definitely gonna go for up-down build with teleport. It's a big map, and you know that he's really aggressive. We've seen him not camp before. He aggressively teleports, catches survivors off guard. So we'll see if that's the game plan for MP. And WP, they are the ones that have to make something happen in first half, because if they get anything less than if they get really bad results here, it's gonna give a lot of pressure to the second half, which is the Hunter is gonna have to make something happen, and there's a lot of stress to be expected. So yeah, round 2, first half, Lychee, I'm excited to see what's gonna happen.
Yeah, very exciting here to see round 2, and excited to see Moru's Wax Artist against this WP team composition, especially the Prospector. Prospector is interesting against Wax Artist because sometimes I feel like Prospector has to use a lot of magnets in quick succession, so if he does end up taking part of the kiting there, he can easily build up wax on himself from kiting or supporting in that aspect. So Wax Artist does kind of counter the stunners, but at the same time, the stunners could still potentially pull off a good support against the Wax Artist. So it could go either way a little bit. But we see that we are now in the game here, and the Wax Artist appears to be after JK and the beginning. And JK, being the Prospector here, is currently looping the Shack. So
yeah, it's a really strong place to be at. Dropping one magnet on the way, as long as you keep looping around the corners, Wax Artist can't really get the wax onto you. So JK is just gonna leap through. Okay, he's gonna leap through the windows. Gonna rotate his way towards the middle boat. Moru has a very healthy supply of wax, so JK is just trying to spin around this area and just get the normal hit. But again, there's a significant wax onto JK. It's so dangerous. He's gonna flywheel it away. Nice. Oh my god, and manages to get through it before the window's actually blocked. So pretty good kite so far. But JK, my goodness! And this is what we talked about. Like, yes, there's the magnet, there's the stun, but 25% wax ends up on you, and that's exactly what messed JK up. 2.5 ciphers kite, not too bad, but yeah, what Moru does here and what WP does here and how Moru responds will be the key to how this game will progress.
Yeah, and Moru here does have Blink in hand, didn't bring the teleport, but didn't have to use a Blink to down the Prospector in that first chase here. And is now going to, not just doing the normal hit here, and looks like Oh,
he missed the
blinking
blink.
now, but it missed. And the Prospector might get a chance to rebound Kite. We'll see how this goes because he does have quite a bit of wax on him still. Oh, isn't going to last past Tide Turner. So Moru here did manage to wax enough. Prospector is going to go back down in this corner here, try not to disturb the ciphers too much. And we see now a little less than 3 ciphers being decoded at the moment here, and no more, well, one more Tide Turner on the Patient for the Survivor team to use, but quite a far away distance here. So looks like Patient's not making any move to come closer anytime soon there.
No point to come for the rescue. They know that he has blink. They heard the blink sound. They know he felt blink. He doesn't have teleport. So the obvious game plan here is to heal up, prepare for the late game, sacrifice the Prospector. Moru knows that. That's why he's moving towards the middle boat now. Because without teleport, there's no mobility. So they kind of have to play the long game here. Let's not forget, WP just got 4K'd by Moru Spawnborn. So in this game, if they can get at least one survivor out or a draw, it's already a moral victory for WP, and at least it will give some breathing space for the Hunter to go in the second half. So that's the game plan here. Play safe, drag it out to long end game. They know he's not at full presence yet, so the next hit is gonna cut it out, and it's the Patient, so Patient has to do a hell of an amazing job to kite Moru at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like they're continuing to loop around. Hermione here, the mercenary, is actually taking this kite at the moment and does have another elbow pad, but is actually going to expend that during this kite. Moru here seems like he might go back to focus on the ciphers here, potentially blocking off the cipher being done by Malfoy and going over to pressure the other one from Harry P. So these two ciphers are kind of in close proximity, but luckily for Harry P, he was able to pop that this cipher, which is the third cipher. So now kiting around in this area while the other two decode. Mercenary kind of safe on Big Boat for now, while Harry P tries to... Oh, nice job of the hook, narrowly avoiding a hit by Moru here, but unfortunately does get stunned and gets an over the window hit here. Just a quick look at the cipher progress from Moru before continuing back on the chase of Harry P.
Yeah, I mean 50%. He's doing an amazing job so far. But Moru, yeah, we expect him to have trump card, and that's exactly what he has. Moru has full presence now, so Hermione has to be really careful, because if he gets waxed here, oh my god, don't hit. If that's the thing, you know, if he pallet slams, he's gonna get stunned. So Hermione's gonna tank one hit. If he gets freeze here, the hot wax is gonna happen. My goodness, hot wax, and he's just gonna hit. Eh? He's not using the hot wax. Okay. So Hermione's just gonna keep running with the delayed damage. They're starting up a new cipher in the shack. So Hermione's gonna be down here. Well, at least the Psychologist is at full health. Psychologist still has stress. And they know that Moru doesn't have teleport. So the game plan is here. Wait until Cypher's Prime. Malfoy has to make the rotation. Give Tinnitus to Moru so that Moru wouldn't leave. But knowing Moru, he probably doesn't care. He's just gonna move towards the source. Probably gonna do some far camping. Yeah, he does care. He has to care. He doesn't have teleport at this point. Yeah, the worst thing is if he gets to the shack and Cypher's Prime, and all of a sudden he has to chase 3 running survivors. So Moru still cannot find where Malfoy is. Malfoy conjuring some magic here, Leviosa, levitating somewhere that Moru can't see. And Cypher's Prime now, Lychee.
Yeah, good job of WP taking advantage, knowing that MP doesn't have the teleport. They were able to get a free rescue on the mercenary here. So actually, you're going to just go ahead and pop the cipher so that they don't have to worry about cipher pop against Wax Artist's double hit. And WP Malfoy now going to be the target of Moru at the end game here. Teleport just online now, but might not be able to get this quick down on the Psychologist, and Patient is already decoding the gate. So we'll see if this can happen, if they can get a quick down. Malfoy is now down, but we see the gate is also almost open. So Moru gonna go ahead and chair the Psychologist. Mercenary, no more elbow pads, so we'll see as long as he can make it to the gate. This could potentially be a tie on WP's side.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Moru is still like playing safe. He just wants to get a draw. He doesn't dare to teleport straight away. He's afraid of the potential cheesy play, like someone staying in the middle. That's why you see he's moving. But it's too late. Patience left, and the mercenary is gonna follow. So apparently, Harry Potter and his lover Hermione is gonna make it out the gate happily ever after. They're leaving Malfoy to die, and well, in the Harry Potter series, if you guys know, yeah, he died. So. Makes sense. So he's following the script, a draw in the second game, Lychee. So pretty stable, right? From 4K to getting a draw. That has to be a moral victory for WP, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I was just giggling at the rewriting of the Harry Potter story there. Yeah, but definitely love that analogy there. And for WP, yeah, certainly really good for their morale for sure to be able to get this tie, I believe. And now giving their hunter also a chance to bring this back as well. So putting it in their hunter hands against Mad Penguins coming up. But exciting gameplay to see there, to see WP doing well enough to get a tie against Moru's Wax Artist on a map like this. The Prospector cut, we did see him go down due to the wax there. I think at that one point, there was one point where he stunned the Wax Artist at the same time that he got stunned. But unfortunately, his stun was shorter than the Wax Artist's wax stun. So then he finally went down. But the survivors were able to kind of, like you said, try to play it out for the end game instead of sacrificing too much resources, not overextending too much, which is kind of what you predicted now, that they wouldn't go over on the supporting. They reserved some of their resources in health state for the very end, and that actually helped a lot in getting the tie, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, some can argue that Wax Artist, if he brought teleport instead of bling, it might have been a very aggressive and faster cooldown time. Of course, teleport has a shorter cooldown time. And we didn't really see him make good use of the bling in that game, right? It was like miss one bling, and after that just change to teleport. So yeah, but ultimately still good job. It's a draw. MP can rest easy. It's still a draw. It's up to their survivors to make something happen next. As you can see in the match stats itself, Prospector kited 68.2 seconds. He actually kited was it 2.5 to 3 ciphers, so that was actually pretty good. Of course, he was sacrificed after the second one because they know Wax Artist does not have teleport. So I guess the game plan pays off for WP, healing up and then playing the long game, ultimately getting the Cypher Prime. And can I say Hermione's hiding skill is top notch. Was it Hermione? No, it was Malfoy. Malfoy's hiding skills was top notch. He's hidden from Moru for such a long time. Moru couldn't spot him out all the way until Cypher Prime. So I guess that was also a very significant thing to happen, because if Moru spotted him out, he would have been forced to go for the early rescue and things might have been different. But all in all, very, very good play.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, the psychologist using some magic to keep herself hidden from the Wax Artist as she stayed near the mercenary chair and was even able to get that free rescue on the mercenary, so they didn't have to worry about anything for the endgame Cypher pop. So yeah, good job overall on the survivor side. And from Moru's side, getting a tie, not bad as well. Leaving it into the survivor hands, but they do have the round one advantage as well. So they did get the point advantage as well as the overall round one advantage. So even if they have to try to go for a tie in round two for their survivor side, or they can push for a win to try to take it home. But either way, this is definitely not the end for MP just yet. So I think we can look forward to what they can bring for the second half as well from their survivor side against WP's Hunter.
Yeah, I'm very interested. I'm actually very, very invested to see how MP will respond to the second half. Because yesterday they went out with a bang, 2-0. Today, they actually have the advantage as well. Right now, they have one win in the bag. And not to mention, not just a simple win. It's 7-2 in round number one. So not just the round wins, the point advantage as well is kind of big. So in round two, WP cannot afford to draw. They need to win. Because if they draw and they drag it out to round number 3, the points difference is going to be so big that they are going to be forced to make something happen. They're going to get stressed out. It's going to affect their gameplay. It's going to affect their decision making. It's going to affect everything. Not everyone works well under pressure. Some crumble under pressure. Not to mention, this is a high stakes game, ladies and gentlemen. You know, winner of this qualifier gets to join Team GH to go to COA 6 in the global stage. So it's a really huge deal. So I have to say, WP has to gear up with the best plan. They have to formulate the best plan, play level-headed, because that's what they need. They need to win second half, not just draw. They need to win spectacularly in order to come back in round 3. Whereas MP, they can just sit back and relax and, you know, play stable like they always do. Because when your children is doing good, the father doesn't force them to do. The father will just be like, yeah, just do what you always do. I think that's what parents always say, right? Just do the best that you can do. We'll always be proud of you, right? So I guess that should be the message the coach should be sending to MP Survivor at this point. I don't know, man. What do you think though, Lychee?
Yeah, for certain. I think MP, you know, they don't have to stress too much. Regardless of what happens this round, it's not going to be over for them yet. So try to get the win if they can. If anything, go for tie, play stable, but try to get the win if they happen to get the opportunity to. Would you say, Nell, to go for, do you think MP should go for more of a stable team comp then, given this situation, and try to go for more of a tie Survivor team composition? What are your thoughts about that?
Go for the stable decoder, supporter, rescuer type, because they all kite really well. They are individually very good kiters as well. Their foundation is strong, their game sense is great. So I would say just play as they usually do. Play with the composition they are comfortable with. Nothing too fancy. You don't really see MP bringing out forward anymore, right? For a very good reason. Antiquarian is a very good alternative to forward. Forward has decoding debuff. Antiquarian doesn't share that immense debuff. So she's also a very good kiter at this point. So I would say just go with that and hope for the best. Yeah? Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, you can see at the bottom as well the win conditions, Lychee.
Yeah, so MP Survivors playing next, and if they get a 4 escape or 3 escape, then this is going to be a victory overall for MP. Meanwhile, if they get a tie or less survivors escape, then it will be pushed on to a round 3, and they're going to have to battle it out for the round 3 win in the best of 3. But definitely gives MP the edge so far and puts WP's Hunter in a position where they have to try to prevent this from happening by getting at least a tie and hopefully more so that they can turn things around for their team.
Exactly. Like MP definitely wants to have both these teams. Of course, they wish to have like for MP, they wish to have an early night done. Because ultimately the winner of this game is gonna go straight to grand finals after this. So, you know, like playing games back to back can be really tiring. For ZT, they're resting as we speak. So that's the advantage of being the teams playing first. They are resting as we speak, just watching the tournaments, probably having dinner, for all we know. So, unfortunately for this team, WP, MP, both these teams, once they're done with this, they have to go for the next one. So it would be ideal to try and finish this off in game number 2. Don't dilly-dally. I feel that's MP's gameplay. So if you say, are they gonna go for a safe composition, a tie composition? I would say go for stable, which means all paddles, no breaks. They're just gonna move forward. They're just gonna go the way they go. I can already predict what their game plan is. LC or Shuni, catch 3 ciphers. That's their goal. Kite 3 ciphers and then cipher rush. Rescue, don't fail rescue, which I don't really see them failing. Sometimes you see them Merc failing rescues, right? I don't really see. So that's the game plan for MP. For WP, I say they probably have to start considering banning the Merc though. The Merc is really strong in this map for very good reason, and you saw WP got a draw with it. But we'll see, because STNK, so it's not gonna be Porters, it's gonna be STNK. Yeah, gonna be banning the mobility characters, Toy Merchant, and of course the Priestess. Very, very annoying character in this big map.
Yeah, and it looks like the wax artist of STNK is going to be banned as well. So we'll see how this plays out here. First picks for the survivors, the priority picks here, are going to be the female dancer and the antiquarian, both very popular characters in the current meta, as well as the prospectors, so potentially going double stunner here now.
Yeah, I mean, they could. I feel like it's a really grave mistake. I wouldn't say grave mistake. I feel like it's a really undeniable mistake to leave the female dancer open. I mean, Priestess is strong, but I don't really see them using Priestess in this scenario. Like, we saw Priestess on Shuni's highlight, but I don't really see it happening here. So I would say female dancer's gonna be crushing it in this map. We've seen female dancer kite against. We've seen female dancers so much lately. They've been crushing. They be slaying. Like, in the words of everyone in the chat, well, they be slaying. So they be cooking. So that's all I feel. And not to mention that they have the supporters that they need. STNK is gonna go for the Sculptor. I mean, Sculptors are generally really strong, aggressive 4K hunters. But again, because of the swing, it makes it so much more weaker when fighting against, when chasing a female dancer. Because it takes so long to break the pallets when they're slowed, and when they swing, you can see the animation. That's the opening for the survivors to, you know, flywheel, and for the female dancer, another pirouette. So it's gonna be quite hard if STNK decides to chase the female dancer first.
Yeah, for sure. And not to mention, if female dancer is chased first, she has 3 teammates who could potentially support here. Most likely the stunners would be coming in to help there, but you do also have a wildling if it comes down to it. So, I mean, wildling mostly just to ensure survival, although he can potentially harass, but probably mostly just to ensure her survival, and also have, the thing about wildling is also you can just ride up to the hunter instead of like hiding to activate tinnitus. You can almost like just ride around the hunter, as long as they don't have full presence yet. Ride around the hunter and they can't even do anything about you, which is mildly infuriating for sure. But yeah, looking at the spawn selection here, we have female dancer in the big boat, wildling there in the middle, closest to the hunter as well, and somebody had spawned in the shack too, like.
Exactly. I mean, the placements are good, but Siru tanking with the wildling. But the one thing I absolutely don't like about wildling is it gives free presence. That's the one thing I don't like. So if STNK decides to, you know, chase the wildling first, and, you know, like, wildling has a faster move speed, but if you get blocked by the statue, or like before you actually get on board Omar, the board, well, you're gonna be spotted out really quick. And if you're on the board, you get hit, you also give out free presence. So generally, I don't really like wildling because of the decoding debuffs as well. But yeah, we've seen it happen before. Let's see how it's gonna end up now. So the whistle's gonna be used to remove tinnitus, but doesn't really matter, right? Because STNK already knows where they are spawned at. So LC is gonna be the first chase. And LC, oh my god! Already getting the first chip damage, so very good so far for STNK so far. And one wasted magnet as well. Oh my goodness, he actually stunned himself. And LC...
Prospector now, I have health, and didn't get this one, and Sculptor luckily doesn't have the blink up yet, so safe for now, but it's only a matter of the blink here, unless the Prospector can kite out the distance with another magnet, but just barely gets one off of cooldown now. So hopefully Elsie can turn this around with the next part of the kite here, Does manage to get this stun here, but Blink is available and is going to hop this window, potentially seeing the Blink. Yes, Blink here. Elsie is going to go down in the logs near the shack area. So we are going to see Elsie go on the chair. Cyphers, almost 3 Cyphers, but not quite, maybe like 2.5 Cyphers, I would say. And everybody else is pretty far away. So what do you think the plan here is? The Wildling comes over to activate Tinnitus, and just sacrifice, or what do you
Probably
think now?
just sacrifice. They already know he has Blink, right? So don't rescue. Don't give the Sculptor full presence. Actually, I'm really surprised. Like you saw the game clock. It was only 1 minute 20 seconds, and 3 Cyphers are already done. I mean, I didn't feel like the cut was particularly long, but Elsie, I don't know, that's just magic watching him kite, because he made you feel like he's kiting for a short period, but he's actually doing so much more than that. And yeah, they're gonna sacrifice him even. Oh wait, no, Shuni's actually coming. Siru's gonna be the one rescuing. Okay, so rescue once, that makes it happen. Shuni's gonna beat him up. No, he misses! My goodness.
Oh, getting the stun here after 3 times knocking the Hunter back. And this does give Elsie a little bit of kiting room here. Wildling was able to pull off that normal rescue. Looks like the Sculptor might actually try to get some damage on the Wildling, but he's taking this statue away and manages to get on the boar. Does give the Sculptor some additional presence by giving a boar hit here. Yeah, but this is interesting. Sculptor just completely changing targets for now onto the Wildling here.
Yeah, this is kind of weird. He knows that he cannot catch up anymore, right? That's the thing. Antiquarian bought time with the stuns. You saw how much distance, and then they couldn't find the Prospector anymore, and all of a sudden Elsie lives. And MP is looking at such a dominant standpoint now to actually get 3-person escape at least. Elsie is going to be decoding at the safe area, very far away from STNK. They know he doesn't have teleport. Elsie is going to be in the big boat. STNK cannot touch Elsie at this point. He's going to be wasting time removing music boxes. This is part of the containment time. This is why you ban the female dancer. Look, how long are you going to spend walking slowly and breaking pallets, removing music boxes, and the Cyphers are already progressing as we speak. 2 Cyphers almost done, 1 at 30%, Siru's at half health, but it doesn't matter. You come close, he rides the boar. What can you do? You can't chase him. And everyone else, like, oh my god, Antiquarian's also gonna finish his Cypher really soon. STNK under a lot of pressure here at this point, and I would say the turning point was when he lost Elsie, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Suteneko here. The second Blink has been up for a while now as well, but no chance to even use it. Female Dancer is the next target, but does get the statue hit and finally gets full presence and is able to down the Female Dancer. Getting another survivor onto the chair at last, it looks like here. The Cyphers here, we do see that there's almost 4 Cyphers complete, and the 5th was started already. So survivors did manage to make good progress during the time that Suteneko was going around trying to change target here, and now Wildling back onto the boar.
Yeah, back onto the boar. Yeah, I'm safe. I'm at full health again. I'm gonna rescue here. As long as he doesn't get hit by the chip damage, he's gonna be fine. Look at how well they're handling the statues. Like, they know. Okay, one statue hit, another statue hit. Oh my god, he waited too long. Should have went for the rescue straight away. And now, STNK. It looks like they might actually. STNK might actually be pulling this game back, because, my goodness, what a turn of events. Antiquarian at 1 chip damage left. All he has to do is full. Oh wait, he's not actually investing the statues onto Antiquarian. Antiquarian's gonna be using Flywheel to dodge, and Siru's gonna be on the chair again, changing targets. He has no choice. He has to change targets. Elsie is the only one at full health. Cyphers are so close to be done. So close, but still so far, because no one can touch Cyphers at this point. Felici.
Yeah, and it looks like Prospector is coming back out to pressure a little bit so that the Hunter cannot leave the area, and it is allowing the other 2 to heal up. We'll see if they spot them with the chisel. Looks like they do, so the survivors are spreading out for now. But Sculptor probably going to save the statues here in case they need to camp this wildling down. We'll see if the Prospector is able to get closer because they are quite a distance away.
Teleport? Oh yeah, he's gonna teleport straight away, for sure. Oh my goodness, and now Siru's gonna be the one going out first. There's nothing they can do at this point. 3 ciphers, yes, it's almost done, but again, LC cannot risk it, because if he goes down again, it's gonna be 2 survivors out. Siru's already out. My goodness, now the plan has backfired. STNK has the advantage back, and Shuni is decoding the cipher, pushing the second last cipher, but again LC, one more chip damage, one has already been done. My goodness, LC has to kite long enough for them to finish the ciphers. Anomaly is already on the middle cipher. He can. Cipher's gonna be primed soon. My goodness, it's gonna be primed now, and LC still has 2 magnets to work with. Already at half health though, so I feel like it's going to be a very strong draw. And it's going to head into a game number 3 at this point.
Yeah, it's looking like a large potential for a draw. We'll see what LC can do with the last few magnets they've got here. Sculptor, no more teleport, so is just going to chase down this Prospector, most likely, get that tie as possible. But was able to create quite a bit of distance here with that magnet. Makes it to the pallet, but a little bit far off. Flywheel coming into play, dropping this pallet and continuing the game by running around this kiting zone. Sculptor, though, is able to close in and does get that down on LC before they can make that run to the dungeon. So Sculptor was finally able to get a tie in the end after quite a lot of back and forth between the 2 sides. Looks like we are going to indeed head into a round 3 to decide the final victor between these 2 teams here.
Yeah, I'm just so glad because so far, when I'm with you, we're always doing extra games. So I'm loving how the teams are in fighting spirit when we're up. Just shows how much we're in fighting spirit too. So yeah, 2 for 2 is definitely gonna go into a game 3. But again, Lychee, we've talked about this before. Getting a draw is good. It pushes it to a game 3. But the thing is, if you don't win in this round, you're gonna force to win next round. WP is forced to win next round. And not only do they have to win, they have to get 8-1. They have to have at least 3 survivors escape and a 4K, or 4 survivors escape and a 3K. And so far, none of them have done it yet. Draws have been the best that WP is doing so far. So I feel like, yes, miracles can happen, but again, MP is still at a very comfortable position to play in game 3 and still have the higher possibility to move on. So yeah, I feel like that was WP's chance to make it, but hey, at least they managed to bring it to a game 3, so kudos on that.
Yeah, for sure. I think considering how the first half of the game panned out and the cipher progress that they had so far, for Sculptor there, getting the tie in the end was pretty good considering how it could have went. But at the same time, for the survivors, they could have... They had some opportunities, but I think the wildling missing that rescue there did cause them to end up in a situation where they weren't able to push for a win anymore and end up with that tie. But Nello, what's your assessment of the game in general that we just saw?
Pretty much a lot of target changing, like changing target because, well, STNK has no choice. He doesn't have teleport, and he's lost vision. And that's the power of MP. They make you lose line of sight as well. Like, they support, yes. They wouldn't expect a rescue onto the Prospector, but they did. And not only did they rescue, they managed to, using the Antiquarian, stun the Hunter, allowing LC to run further. And I just have to say, it forces him to change target. And it's just really sad because ultimately, it was up to that one rescue that Siru couldn't do. He was knocked down, and yes, ultimately someone else has to come pick up the pieces, and STNK got the game back. Not in a winning position, but he pulled it back to a draw. So yeah, so we are going to a game 3. A lot of action going on so far. So guys, WP not dead yet. They're still fighting hard. Hogwarts Legacy, I don't know what I'm talking at this point, but Harry Potter ignites something. So yeah, we are gonna be heading into game number 3. And I'm really excited because MP will be the one choosing the map. Yeah. So I hope to see Moonlit River Park. What about you, though?
Yeah, for sure. I love Moonlit in general because I feel like there's so many possibilities to happen on that map. With the roller coaster, especially, even though now that they nerfed it a little bit, increase the time it takes between the rides, but it's still really cool to see the possibilities that they can come up with. Although I think it can be quite painful for the hunter if that happens. But on the other hand, because it's a large open map for a lot of the other areas, I think that it gives a lot of possibilities to what the hunter can play. So yeah, would be really cool to see MP play on the map that they love the most, that they consider themselves to have the greatest advantage on. But we'll see what WP can bring out to counter as well, considering we have 2 more of these individual matches within the game.
Yeah. I mean, we love to see Moonlit River Park. Like, it's a fun map, it's bright, there's the roller coaster, we like seeing roller coasters, but again, WP has to realize that it is MP strong map. They probably have to ban it again. I mean, ultimately, I can only see this game going towards Red Church, Ever Sleeping Town. I guess that will be the ideal final battleground. Make it really, really good. Like, there's Central Palace, female dancer can do wonders there. But again, going to Game 3, I would have to say, first ban, female dancer for sure. When you play against MP, I feel like you have to ban the female dancer. It's just too strong of a support at this point. And of course, yeah, I'm just glad that we're seeing the rise of a female dancer. But of course, I'm actually interested as well to see if STNK will be making a substitution. It is Game 3, so I'm actually interested to see if there's going to be substitution, or if he's still really fired up and they're ready to let him go again. But all I can say is, Lychee, round 3, for WP, they have to do more than just one escape and a draw. Because so far, a draw is the best that they seem to be doing so far. They have to do more than that. Otherwise, MP is just gonna take this game and they're gonna run with it. Absolutely
correct. And we do see that, like you predicted, Nello, we have Potters swapping in for Sutaneko here. So some variety from WP's Hunter side. Sutaneko has been, they were able to get the ties here, but we'll see if Potters is able to lead well play to get that win. We just saw a pretty good Sculptor gameplay. Potters also has a Sculptor on hand if they want to try that out too, as well as all the other hunters they can play as well. We talked about Axeboy and Hermit before, so adding in those additional possibilities for Mad Penguin survivors to worry about might not be a bad idea at this point, to add that a little bit of additional pressure where they can, considering that Mad Penguin still has the overall bit of advantage here.
Yeah. Oh, yes! Looks like Mad Penguins will be bringing in Moonlit River Park. We are gonna see this map. Ladies and gentlemen, but time for some roller coaster plays, because MP is gonna be bringing us through the 4 stations in this map. Absolutely love this map. There's just so much utility. Like, there's just so many combination plays you can do with a toy merchant, with an embalmer, with an acrobat. Actually, I'm really surprised we haven't been seeing a lot of acrobats today, right? And yeah, just saying, there's a lot of combinations you can do. Whoever station in the first station, bring the roller coaster to the second station, park it there. Anyone who gets injured at the 2th floor, jump down the window, rotate towards the second station, and the bridge in between is going to be really strong, so that you'll be able to go ride the roller coaster all the way to the 3rd station. So many plays, and so far, the only teams that I see in Southeast Asia that has made full potential on a consistent pace is MP. They use this map religiously, like, to make their plays. So I'm really excited to see what they're gonna play out. Wax Artist works wonders in this map as well. And also, fun fact, MP used this map to fight against you. and Yu was from Money Sweep Korea. He was like the best clerk ever that I've seen, one of the top clerks too, and he absolutely got frustrated in that map. He only managed a 2K. He was a 4K clerk all the time, and he got a draw and ultimately 4 escape by MP. So I'm really interested to see what this map has in store for us, and the picks as well.
Yeah, very exciting indeed, especially getting that background. Thank you, Nell, for telling us about how Mad Penguins knows this map inside out here. So, yeah, so many possibilities, like you mentioned, and that strategy using the coaster as well. Definitely have seen some teams been able to pull that off a lot to their advantage. So will be exciting to see if Mad Penguin survivors can utilize that strategy well as their hunters, if Moru can continue to pull out some strong gameplay as well with their hunters. It is a map that opens up to some additional possibilities, whether that's like Geisha or the Hermit or even Breaking Wheel, considering it's a large map. So that also adds additional pressure onto well play all around.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. That's a very interesting thing that I'm also looking forward to seeing. And I just have to say again, just want to remind everyone as well that this is such a high stakes game going into game number 3. Like, the winner of this game is gonna move into the grand finals. They're gonna go up against ZT. So ultimately, if WP moves on, it's gonna be the first time that this team meets against ZT outside of IVA. But if MP moves on, it's gonna be like a history between these two teams, because ZT ultimately has gotten the best out of MP. They actually won against MP before, but it seems like MP is just grown so strong at this point that they're moving up the stairs. So actually, regardless of the teams, I'm just really excited for the finals. I hope you guys are too at home. But right now, we are gonna see Potters playing for the Hogwarts team for the first time. Although not in the first game, it's gonna be the third game, first half. 1 win, 1 draw on the side of MP. 1 draw, 1 lose for WP. Potters has to make the unthinkable happen. I don't care if he summons Avada Kedavra, Crucio, whatever he needs. He needs to make the magic happen. He needs to get the 4K if he wants to allow his team to have a chance in the second half. Because if he gets anything less than 3K, there's not even gonna be a second game. There's not even gonna be a second half, because the points are not gonna be enough. Even if they win, the points are not going to be enough. So yeah, he has to get at least 3K. And if he does, the survivor teams for WP has to get 4 escape. But honestly, between you and me, Lychee, I think the best shot of getting 5-0 is through the Hunter side. So I feel like Potters do or die at this point.
Yeah, the weight of the world on Potter's shoulders right now. And we see that they've gotten into the bans and picks here, with MP going for Seer, Dancer, and Prospector, picking up those characters we see so much nowadays, that Dancer and Prospector. Potters here has banned a slew of characters as well. The Toy Merchant, who operates really well on Moonlit River Park. We see that they've banned Priestess, Antiquarian, Mechanic, and Acrobat and Psychologist here. So a bunch of characters. Meanwhile, Potters has his own Sculptor and Axe Boy band here. So what do you make of all this now?
Yeah, that's his 2 strongest hunters. Honestly, I'm kind of sad that I wouldn't be able to see Potter's Axe Boy, because it has been phenomenal. Terra Shock King, one of the best Axe Boy players after I Love Anime. I Love Anime is like one of the best Axe Boy players in Southeast Asia. And Potters is so damn close there. So yeah, taking both of these hunters away, I guess he has no choice but to go with the Wax Artist. Yes, that's in his choice. But again, I'm so surprised, Lychee. The female dancer is left out again. So, oh my goodness, this female dancer's gonna run amok, and we all know it. Female dancer has been consistently a pain in the back. Yeah, just choosing words here. So yeah, LC will be on the seer duty. So I guess the first kite has to be really, really strong, because you do not want to deal with a wax artist who has max presence. And LC, I believe the name speaks for itself. LC, Shuni, normally we've seen them kite. They're all, again and again, they're all great individual kiters. And Sirus leaving the Walling, going back to his roots, the mercenary, is going to be one hell of a match to watch, Lichi.
Yeah, for sure. Really excited to see how this is going to play out here. Moonlit being a pretty decent map for wax artists to operate on overall, in terms of getting that wax on the survivors. It's generally pretty open. Not too many high walls except for the funhouse and the ruins area over there. But now looking at the spawn picks, Seer taking that first stop so that they can kite around, use the owl, use the coaster when needed. We see female dancer in the ghost house, the fun house there, and a prospector near first stop with the wax artist in the middle, actually. So nobody decided to take the Cypher Bridge spawn or the last stop, interestingly enough. Yeah, but we'll see what Potters wants to do. Female dancer in the two-story is going to be a pain. Seer might even take the roller coaster to second stop if that happens to be the chase. If female dancer gets chased, so then there's a roller coaster to deal with. So I wonder if Potters might just go straight for the prospector. We'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, I mean, if you go for the prospector, I guess the plan is, if you don't have teleport and you have a bling, which Potters probably would bring with trump card or something like that. Usually I'm just a fan of 6-12 teleport. But because this is such a big map, I don't see how 12 is working a lot here. So Potters probably has Blink. If he uses Blink onto Shuni, let's say, Prospectus the first chase, basically MP will be in a very good standing. They don't even need to go for the rescue. Like Siru can go in, rescue at full blood, but ultimately Cypher Rush will have happened. And when that happens, all MP needs to do is just rake up 2 kills. And they will get a draw, and ultimately, well, there's not even going to be a second half because the points wouldn't even be enough to justify a second half. And MP will move on. So yes, we are going to be seeing Shuni in action. Shuni is already at the last station kiting. Actually, the pallet has already been broken, so the game has already started 30 seconds when we head into the screen. Shuni has already used up his last magnet, I believe. Can't really see the items here at the moment, but oh my goodness, wow, the magnet actually pushed him away, but the wax 25% onto him, so all he has to do is hit here the flywheel just a little bit more and he's gonna be stunned. But Shuni doing such an amazing kite so far, so, and the owl support, wow, Lichi, looks like he's in for a really, really long day, Potters.
Oh, yeah. Good support so far from the owl, but now we see that we are going to get one hit on the prospector to start things off. Female dancer, though, already has placed the boxes around this area, which means she came from the house to get here. Oh, but a blink coming in to take down the prospector at last. So Potters here is going to chair after blocking off Anomaly Cypher, Anomaly being the female dancer here. And we'll see, he might go back to destroy that box to get it out of the way, or maybe just to pressure LC's Cypher here.
Yeah, all the Cyphers are unfortunately done so close. I mean, I'm not really sure if that's the correct decision to actually run towards where the... Oh my god! And the stun right in his face, allowing for the free rescue. Mercenary is not even gonna be injured. So, yeah, he's actually kiting really near towards the female dancer Cypher. But, well, Protector has a magnet up, it's gonna push him away, but doesn't really matter because he's at 100%. So one hit, last effort, and he's at full presence. Mind you, Lichi, is only one Cypher done so far. So this, up to date, it's probably WP's fastest down. Simply because, you know, Prospector kited towards the female dancer Cypher. So I would say anything can happen, but again, let's remember, MP needs just a draw to get an advantage over WP. And for Potters, his best chance, the best chance for his team to win is a 4K. So Potters so far looking good, but again, Siru, my God, allowing the free rescue. This shouldn't happen though, Lychee.
Yeah, Wax Artist with full presence does have a good camping opportunity there, but unfortunately wasn't able to take advantage of it. Shuni here, Prospector, got stunned. It looks like a Hot Wax is going to come into play here to get that down over the pallet. Anomaly Cypher might be the next to be blocked off here. But at least, oh no, going to chair near Shuni Cypher, Siru Cypher, which has yet to be popped here. So no more tide turners as a part of the team either for whoever goes on to next. But for now, we're just going to see Shuni fly off to the manor. So Potter's getting at least one elimination. But looking at the Cypher progress, there's quite a lot of progress right now. They do still have to send somebody to complete the Cyphers, but at least they've set themselves in a good situation where they may have 3 survivors alive at endgame. So, looking decent on the side of MP here.
Yeah, Siru absolutely cannot go down at this point. He has to kite until the Cyphers are prime, because if he dies here, well, technically he can, but if he can kite until both Cyphers are prime, that would be great. So what's gonna happen is Female Dancer's gonna prime the Cypher. Elsie is probably gonna be the one going to the last Cypher, which is at 79%. Anomaly's already making his way. Like, once Mercenary goes down, Potter's gonna chair. So that Female Dancer has to get there in time so that Potters doesn't run away from the chair. So that's the game plan here. Again, oh my God, the basement play, Lychee, is gonna make things so much more difficult for MP. So yeah, Cypher's prime, Anomaly's down, but again, it feels like a really, really strong draw game here, Lychee.
Yeah, for sure. There's no tie turner here, but Female Dancer did place a slow box and they just popped the Cypher right away to get out of that basement even faster here. Potters does have the skill here. It's the blink at the moment and is gonna target Anomaly for now. We'll see if he can get a fast down on Anomaly. Does have 75 wax on her for the moment, but uses a flywheel and gets rid of the wax here. So, buying a little bit more time for MP to open this gate for the end game there. Oh, getting a stun on the Wax Artist as well. Right now with the 97% wax. Does pop that wax, but she's just gonna buy as much time as possible here. It does force Potters to use that blink. So looks like Potters is gonna get this chair. And Seer has the gate open. The other gate is being opened as we speak. Looking like this is going to pretty much be a tie on MP's side, like you said, Mel.
Yeah. He went for the 3. Yeah, he doesn't have detention. So yeah, a draw. Very aggressive build, early to mid game build. But as soon as the Cypher pop and he doesn't have detention, yeah, it took so long for him to. It took so long for him to actually, down the Female Dancer. But again, yeah, getting a draw here. Okay, so I would just have to say a draw here. Well, let's remember what happened in the first game. It was a 7-2, 7-2 in favor of MP. So 1 win to MP. Game number 2, 4-4, a draw. So technically, in game number 3, a draw by Potters. We are still gonna see second half, because if the survivors of WP gets a 4 escape, we are gonna go to an extra game, game 4. Okay, so yeah, that works. So I don't know about you, Lychee, but they probably need to start concocting some potions or conjuring some spells, because 4 escape against Moru in the map that MP chose, that's a tall order, Lychee.
Yeah, for sure. I honestly think even if they utilize everything on the map, like the roller coaster, to their advantage, unless Moru plays something like the Hermit, for example, but any other hunter, I feel like has a sure chance of getting at least 1 kill. Like, no matter what happens throughout the match, you have detention to rely on at the very end. So that's why I said except for Hermit, because he doesn't always have detention to rely on necessarily. But just the magnitude of this mountain that WP has to overcome in order to get that 4K is so large. So they're gonna have to give it all they got. Spells, whatever they got, anything to help them win here. We'll see what they can pull out on the survivor side as well. Probably gonna have to go pretty aggressive if they want to get that 4K. And pick a lot of survivors that have that end game potential as well.
Yeah, but let's before we move into the second half, like in the first half of the game itself, you saw it yourself, right, Lychee? Female dancer being such a menace, like putting the music box there, it slowed it down. Yes, the wax artist managed to down the prospector, but that was because he had a blade. But after he used up the blink, he chairs it near towards the female dancer cipher, chairs the prospector there. When the Merc came in, he was trying to destroy the box and he got stunned by it. So far, female dancer has proven to be really, really good. I wonder if the story would have been different if there wasn't any female dancer, because again, how many instances have we seen? We've seen the slow music box to help Prospector. We've seen the slow music box to pirouette away in the middle of the third station. We've seen the music box when trying to rescue from a basement against a full presence wax artist. So it's just so many utilities that's being used there. So I feel like WP, well, allowing the female dancer to go out is definitely hindering towards that progress. But again, GG well played. Potters has done his best. Getting a 2-man elimination could have been worse because it looked like a 3-man escape at one point. But ultimately securing the 2-man kill without a detention, yeah, it's gonna be really hard to down one survivor. If he actually got one survivor down straight away, could have teleported towards any one of the gates. But yeah, I guess WP second half, it's gonna take a miracle run for them to get a 4-man escape, Lychee.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a good observation too, the opportunity at endgame. The MP survivors, the female dancer there, also did buy enough time at the endgame for the rest of the teammates to get out of the gate. So that was a good endgame play there with that flywheel, especially as well from the female dancer side. But yeah, if anything, we've learned that female dancer is definitely worthy of a ban spot here. Definitely has earned my respect throughout the tournament. So we'll see if she does get that respect ban with the next match and going forward here. But yeah, like you mentioned now, really, really tall order for the WP survivors now to get that 4K. But not going to give up yet, I hope. We've seen them very resilient throughout the whole match so far. So hoping that they can give us a good show no matter what happens in that last game.
Yeah. I mean, second half, again, I have to say, going up against Moru in this second half is gonna be no walk in the park. But again, WP, I mean, they've already pushed it to game number 3. They might as well go out with a bang, right? So anything can still happen. But knowing Moru, if they can't break Moru's mentality, if they can't make Moru panic, if they can't cypher rush Moru, then Moru's just gonna be bringing in his A game, and the moment he gets one survivor down, WP will pretty much crumble because they need to rescue, right? So they know that sacrificing is out of the equation. They have to rescue, and when that happens, boom, 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 boom. Like Jenga stacks, everything just falls. So that's the one thing that they're definitely in risk of. So I would say Moru, just be calm, collected, play your A game, just do what you normally do. That's it. Whereas WP, I don't know. For me, I would probably suggest going the 4 rescuers and make the hunter confused. Make the hunter be unable to choose who to chase. Play the Merc, play the Wildling, play the first officer, play the Gravekeeper. And then, I don't know who to choose. So maybe that's a plan, the turtle plan. I mean, BL made it work. For those of you who know, like Team BL was also a representative of COA in the past. So they made it work. So yeah, so the win condition is below Lychee.
We see here that if they get a 4 escape, if the WP survivors get a 4 escape, then we will go into an overtime round 4. But anything less than that, anything less than a 4-man escape is going to be a win, the ultimate victory for MP against WP, which means they will move on to compete against ZT in the finals of the qualifiers and potentially have a shot at being the representative. So yes, really high stakes match coming up next that will be deciding who goes into the final match of the day, which to all of our viewers here, make sure that you stay tuned after this because we are going to have one more match between ZT and whoever wins between MP and WP, and you're going to see Nello Mello and Potch Spice cast that match. So, you know, whenever this game is done, this match is done, be sure to take a break, but don't leave the stream because even more excitement is going to be coming up.
Yeah, well, you can leave your stream if you want to get some snacks and food, but you know, drinks and all. But for sure, it's definitely one not to be missed. It is, after all, the final day of the C qualifiers. Ultimately, either ZT or potentially either MP or WP will be fighting it out for the final spot to go to COA 6. So yes, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how the second half is gonna turn out. I'm not sure what the game plan is. I mean, the turtle strategy might be a thing, but I don't think it's really possible for them because the coding is gonna be so slow. If one person goes down, what's gonna happen? So yeah, WP has to kite out of their minds in order to make it happen, to go to a game 4. Possibility is very, very limited, but it's not totally impossible. So all we can say is, like, if you're cheering for Team WP, now's the time to give your support to that team, for sure, other than MP.
Yes, give us your support in the chat if you can. Give them your support. And yeah, we'll see what happens. But now I want to ask you, if you were on WP's side, Survivor's side, who do you think is the most threatening of Moru's hunters that you would have to ban in the upcoming match to maximize your chance of getting this 4-man escape?
Breaking Will is really strong in this map. I mean, Moru can practically just play anyone, and well, he can just tunnel vision. He can just tunnel one survivor out, and that's it. So I would say it's not so much about what he can play, but rather what is the best hunter that they should ban. So yes, ban out the Breaking Will. It has too much mobility. Ban out the Wax Artist. Wax Artist is also strong in this game. But yeah, I think, yeah, they're not gonna bother with that. They're probably just gonna go with the Clark and the Bloody Queen. So Moru, well, I guess they don't respect his Breaking Will. So he has the option to use Breaking Will if he wants to in this game. Or even a Geisha. So yeah, there's just so many possibilities.
Yeah, I think Breaking Wheel, maybe they're thinking it's a hunter that can go both ways. We have seen Breaking Wheels in this tournament win, but also experience a loss as well. So maybe they feel like there is some potential to maneuver, but it being a large map definitely gives the Breaking Wheel some advantages here. We do see that Moru here has also banned Seer, Priestess, Toy Merchant, leaving the hunters hovering over Prospector and Mercenary, definitely putting a lot of thought into these picks for the end game here. But yeah, Prospector and Mercenary, Prospector does have magnets that can recharge throughout the game, so it does give him some potential to kite all throughout the entire game, and also support. And then Mercenary as well is really strong character for an end game. I would definitely think that he's a good character to have on the team if you're trying to get that 4-person escape. But we'll see how else they round out this team comp here.
Yeah, I mean, Amama is a very strong survivor that you would pick up if you want to go for a draw game. But again, it's also strong if you want to, buy time. Like you can totally put the coffin on one side and you can die on the other side of the map. If the hunter doesn't have teleport, it's gonna be so much trouble. And also like you can totally use the coffin to help your teammates as well. So that's definitely an option. So right now, nothing out of the ordinary, but an enchantress pick in this map. Okay, so probably they're looking for a little. This will be the main harasser of the team.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they picked the Enchantress to kind of counter Geisha a little bit, along with that Prospector, since I feel like Geisha being able to cross large distances could be a little bit of a threat to the Embalmer, as well as the fact that I feel like she's generally pretty strong in keeping at least one survivor in the manor. So we'll see if that deters Moru from potentially considering something like a Geisha. The Wax Artist is open here, so I mean there are two stunner characters, but it could be a teleport Wax Artist to counter the Embalmer, I suppose. But we'll see if Moru thinks that's strong enough to get the 4 kill, or if they want to go with a different hunter here.
Yeah, I mean he can't just go Breaking Will again. I mentioned he has so many hunters he can go here. Even the Bon would be really strong. Just to get 1k. What more to say, he had actually gotten 4k with his Bon. Yeah, but he's banning the mobility as well. The Priestess, the Toy Merchant, the Dancer, the Patient, the Acrobat. So I would say a Wax Artist or a Bon could be in the equation. And again, the criteria is just to get one person out and MP wins it and moves on to the Grand Finals. So we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen, because typically whoever kites first has to kite out of their minds. And against Wax Artist, I can already see that Enchantress is going to be countered by Wax Artist at this point. So already one bad news for WP. Even the Prospector, again, like every stun onto the Wax Artist is going to result in him expelling 25% wax onto the body. So that's going to be a troublesome thing to deal with this composition.
Yeah, I feel like, especially with Enchantress and her short stuns, if you use those, or the Prospector with his magnets too, a lot of times Prospectors, when they kite, have to use the magnets in quick succession if they're kiting or helping out their teammate with support. So that could potentially just cause a lot of wax buildup that can kind of turn on them quite quickly in that situation, I suppose. So yeah, Wax Artist, I suppose I'm not too surprised to see that on this map. Lots of open space for Wax Artist to work with, and plus has that natural counter to that stunner characters. But we'll see how this goes. Pretty typical spawn selections here with Embalmer at the 2-story. We see Enchantress over in first stop, Mercenary Cypher Bridge, and the Prospector taking that 4th stop there. Moru spawning closest to probably the Prospector closest, if we look at it this way.
Yeah, I mean, he's putting himself in between these two survivors that he could easily chase. Maybe not the Embalmer. The Embalmer's at the 2nd floor, but once you get the Embalmer out of the 2nd floor, it's pretty much a very straightforward chase. But because of the coffin, you might not want to commit. So I would say he'll probably just go for the Prospector. And Malfoy, as the mercenary, is placed on the 3rd station bridge for a reason, to come in for the rescue in case he gets down at that vicinity. So yeah, I guess the plan is to just outlast the Wax Artist as long as possible. I would imagine the Embalmer has to be the one decoding 2 to 3 ciphers, 200%, 300%. And as for the Enchantress, the support can come in, but again, having this Enchantress and the Prospector, Moru will definitely bring resistance, max resistance. He has the Iron Trait, so a lot of these things is gonna negate the effect that it's supposed to have. because when you resist it, like what stun is this? Like it only lasted 0.5 seconds. So yeah, as expected, he is gonna be pursuing the prospector first. Harry Potter has to make this happen. He is the one taking the first kite, so I would say, gee, good luck, have fun. Run, Harry, run.
Running indeed, Harry P is, and they're just going to loop around the first stop as much as possible. So far, Harry P has some good distance against Moru, but we'll see how long this holds up. Does drop the magnet in a position where Moru kind of has to pick it up, so might be able to utilize that to his advantage while he doesn't have too much wax on him quite yet. Does get the stun here, however, it's a little bit hard to mind game around this area here with the wax artist, so we'll see what else Harry P can do in this instance to prolong this kite as much as possible. Does have the second magnet, but if he stuns again, it is going to be 100% wax, but actually got the pushback instead of the stun, so it's not quite stun, not quite down yet.
My goodness, he actually tried to flywheel the wax on him. It was actually 97%, but Moru just stopped before he flywheel, and that's why flywheel is not exactly a really strong counter towards. Oh my god, he's gonna get hit the second time. Precisely, it feels like a mirror match here at this point. Like, you know, Moru's chasing the Prospector and the Fourth Station, and Porters was chasing LC previously. Also the same thing, 3 ciphers. Moru is gonna pose for the first time here after getting the Prospector down. But Lychee, at least 3 ciphers are almost done, Enchantress being the first one to finish it.
Yeah, definitely. And we do see that in that chair position, I think the wax artist is gonna try to block off another cipher, probably mercenaries if it's not done. But even so, the cipher progress is definitely looking good so far. And I mean, the survivors can basically use a tie turner to get away from that cipher, lead the wax artist away to ideally make sure he doesn't pressure so that they can pop it. But we'll see how this plays out, because again, for the survivors, they do have that objective of getting a 4-person out at the moment. But yeah, Prospector getting chased, so we'll see if Wax Artist is going to tunnel the whole game, or will he plan to apply pressure to other survivors as well? I don't know, Nell, what do you think the game plan would be?
Game plan, I mean, the Prospector's already down, right? So obviously Malfoy from the 3rd station has to come and rescue, and after rescuing, just finish his cipher at the bridge, or someone else can take over while coming through. Enchantress is finished. He can definitely come over and finish that cipher while Mercenary starts a new one. Probably the second rescue could be the Enchantress coming in. But again, we're already talking too far into the game. All of these are predictions after all, but I would say pretty healthy kite so far. The game has been close to 2 minutes, getting the first down, 3 ciphers almost done, well, almost done. And yeah, I guess what happens after this is gonna determine what's gonna happen for the rest of the game. Mercenary has to make that rescue. Probably not at full blood. He has to come before half. Yeah, otherwise it's gonna be so hard to defend after that, because if you rescue after half, you basically have to commit to body blocking, and we all know that it's so hard to body block against a wax artist, because you body block for your teammate, the wax is gonna stick onto you. It's gonna freeze you in place, and all he has to do is swing at you while your teammate is frozen. So yeah, I guess that's the thing. It's really annoying, right, playing against wax artists.
Yes, definitely. I think the best you can do is try to body block some of the wax for your teammate, but to actually body block the hit is basically, it's just too hard to do. It's probably not going to happen. So we'll see how, yeah, I think a lot of it is going to depend on how it plays out, because in a normal match, we would say, oh, this is looking very well for well played so far. But considering that they have to get that 4 out, it's still a really tough, really tall order for them. Embalmer, Enchantress, we haven't seen them too much in the early game, so we'll see what happens to them in the late game, the mid game and late game, if they are going to come over at all, try to make something happen, or, I mean, I guess it depends on the cipher progress. If they need to, they'll have to try to provide support, but
I mean, Embalmer can come and record the
Come and
survivor's
go.
appearance. Yeah, come and go. I like that. But again, it's such a big map, right? So, like all those time when you travel from your place towards where the prospector is sitting, it's gonna waste so much time. The time that you're supposed to be decoding. So Cypher Rush isn't exactly happening yet. Accelerated decoding is not in effect. So I guess the most optimal situation for the survivors is, and the most logical option is to just, rescue before half. Make sure you don't get a double down. And the next person to come in should be the Enchantress after finishing the Cypher. Hopefully the Prospector can kite long enough. But yeah, Malfoy, oh my god, Malfoy is actually, he's being spotted at that point. Mercenary already has 45% wax on his body. Malfoy is just waiting at this point. He definitely needs to come and rescue before half. Time is aloof. Yep, he's coming in. Oh my god! Nice rescue before half. So Harry P living, he still has one magnet available. Okay, he's gonna push him away. Oh my god, he's gonna put it down. No, he's actually waiting. Oh my god, didn't work the second time. The patience by Moru, he's just yeah, that just went through. Harry P's down for the second time, Lychee, and mind you, Cyphers has stopped completely.
Yeah, we do see that halt on the decoding at the moment here. Prospector actually has the Embalmer's coffin on him, and we just see the Wax Artist is going to teleport to the 2-story to get a head start on catching up to that Prospector who has just respawned there. Looks like they're over at the first stop, so we'll see if the coaster is also at the first stop. It is, so potentially going to see a roller coaster being taken off here, but Harry P, the Prospector, is actually not on that roller coaster that is taken off there. So he's going to kite around the first stop a little bit more, and has a magnet on Moru so far, but interesting that they didn't choose to take that coaster there. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not.
Yeah, why didn't he take the coaster? That's the thing. Oh my god, yeah. The coaster has actually already left the vicinity. He's not really in a good position. Harry P has been eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like MP will be moving on. Congratulations in advance. But doesn't seem to stop Moru. Moru's still looking for more survivors to hunt down. 4 ciphers gonna be worked on so far. 5th cipher is still nowhere to be touched. So WP not gonna go down. It's gonna finish this game, and it shows a lot. And of course, just looking. Oh, thank you for tagging me. Much love from Team SS. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support and encouragement. It's always nice to see some encouragement. I usually try to avoid the cringe comments. I don't really know what it means, but okay. But yeah, thank you so much, Team SS, guys. Back to the game. Moru is gonna be spotting out Malfoy. Malfoy has 2 paths to work with, but again, he's already at half health. The teleport's gonna happen as soon as the decoding's done. JK on the Embalmer is gonna be taking the kite this time. JK is gonna put down the pallet, but no, Embalmer failed to stun Moru. It's gonna get that free hit, and now Embalmer is the second person that looks like he's gonna go down any second soon, Lychee.
Yeah, Embalmer in a pretty tough spot here. The wax is just gonna seal him on top of the roller coaster, not the roller coaster here, the slide, and down the Embalmer goes. Gonna be put on the chair, no coffin left for himself since we used it on the Prospector. So, Moru's second chair of the game, and this other 2 survivors did manage to heal up there. I was watching Hermione because she was hiding for quite a while, and I think in the previous match it might have also been Hermione who was hiding for a long time, so an expert hider on the team there. But now we see Malfoy coming in for the rescue. The mercenary here does still have 2 elbow pads to work with, staying behind some obstacles for now as to not to get too many wax, and just coming into the vicinity. Wax Artist is just going to try to get as much wax on them as possible, and gets that hot wax hit on the mercenary while continuing to chase after JK the Embalmer here, while Hermione pushes the cipher while the teleport is on cooldown.
Yeah, Moru. Oh my god, he almost got stunned again, but Moru is really the discipline, right? Like you don't really see him committing, like hitting through the pallets. He's just waiting for the survivors to make a mistake, drop the pallet, and he hits them when they do. And just like that, JK is gonna be on the floor for the second time. The last cipher's not even halfway done. The teleport is gonna happen. Hermione, Harry's gone. Now Hermione's next. I guess the Enchantress as well, so kind of like a counter towards Enchantress, but we'll see. You see, like Moru has already gotten the 25% wax onto Hermione, but she's doing good so far though, looping around these corners, making sure the wax doesn't stick. So Hermione, let's see if it happens. Oh my god, he's walking through again, the flywheel, but not happening. It's just gonna hit him through. Moru, my goodness. What a level-headed game play. Lychee, oh god.
Oh, and getting the down on Hermione at last as well. Definitely, like you said now, really good discipline, really good patience on Moru's side, the wax artist, whether it's those pallet hits or just making sure not to swing too early. Just overall on the hunter side, very level-headed throughout the whole entire game. And now we see the mercenary is elbow padding into the basement to try to get this Enchantress off the chair. Last cipher is already primed over there by the Embalmer, and using the 3-stack stun so they can potentially get out as the cipher comes and pops.
Do you see how short the time was, Lychee? Like, the stun was practically non-existent, the 3 stacks. He recovered almost immediately, and Malfoy, yeah, he's gonna get hit. Oh my god, I thought that was gonna be a Parashock. Yeah, he has a detention to work with. Though, but Mercenary has a coffin though, Lychee, so potentially if he goes down here, at least, yeah, the Embalmer is already at the front gate trying to open it, but again, I don't think it's gonna be in time. Malfoy has to kite a little bit longer. Moru already has teleport up, so the moment Malfoy goes down, he can easily just chair and teleport, but again, we'll see how it goes. Malfoy is still doing really good so far, refusing to go down, Lychee.
Yeah, and we see that after a long drawn-out kite there, Malfoy finally goes down and does have the Embalmer's coffin on him, so he will be able to respawn as well. But still, Moru, he could afford to keep chasing that mercenary at the end game since he already reached his objective, which is really good. And now we do see that Malfoy's going to respawn, but this is endgame, so there's no protective bubble. With the coffin here, he's just going to go down to a basic attack from Moru after this teleport here and after chasing the Embalmer out. So Malfoy going to go on chair. This looks like it is going to be a tie here within this this match here. But overall, once this match is over, we can then congratulate MP.
Yeah, and WP for playing an amazing game as well, bringing MP to the full 3 games. So yeah, congratulations, GG well played, MP. Ultimately, the battle of the piece, MP came up ahead, and yeah, very well deserved. Moru has definitely shown a lot of growth as a hunter, ultimately carrying his team, not to mention his very solid survivor teams as well, survivor faction, very good communication, teamwork, and individual skills to boot, decision making, all in one, I would say. But of course, let's not forget WP. I know it's pretty cliche, but don't give up. They've tried their best, and you've definitely made a lot of us here a fan of your team as well. So hope you don't give up, and we'll see you in the next one, WP.
Yes, for sure. Well played to well play. And again, congratulations to MP for winning this one. And really excited to see them in the next match there against ZT coming up. So really excellent overall. And love to see that they were able to get their final victory on their favorite map, this Moonlit River Park here.
Yeah, they finally got the map they want, and they won on it. So that definitely has to be a sweet victory. But again, congratulations again to MP, but they are still one battle away from coveting the last spot as the representative for Southeast Asia COA 6. they will be the second team. The winner will be the second team to represent Southeast Asia towards COA 6 Grand Global Stage. So ultimately, yes, the score, as you can see below, the bands, the picks, ultimately leading towards Wax Artist versus the 4 survivors, Norton, the Prospector, the Mercenary, the Enchantress, and the Embalmer. Very, very well played all the way until the end, but we'll just have to say goodbye for now. Hope to see you next time. Again, that's what I mentioned. So yeah, I'm really looking forward towards MP versus ZT next. But after this, I'm pretty sure we are going to go into a short break because MP probably needs a break too. It's been like a long 3 games, and then they have to face another giant before they reach their end goal, which is ZT, very famous team, Southeast Asia as well. So definitely looking forward to witnessing the finals, and with you as well, Lichi.
Yes, definitely. And taking a look at the match statistics here, looks like we've got quite a lot of containment time on the survivor side, mostly from Malfoy the Mercenary as well as Harry P the Prospector here, but also a decent amount on Enchantress and Embalmer too. We do see that Moru here has 14 survivor hits overall, destroyed 4 pallets per game as well, and ended up with 8 knockdowns in the end, securing the tie for MP and the victory for MP in the match as well. So overall, it was a really good effort on the survivor side. I feel like any other game, if it wasn't the objective to get the 4 escape, well played, could have... They did a really good job with the tie, and maybe if the things were a little bit different, they could have even pushed for a win given how they were playing. But from even like the endgame kite, the Mercenary lasted such a long time. But overall, I think that both teams did a really commendable job today, and I'm really glad that we got to see that from them this last round.
Exactly, and I'm glad we also have fun with the names. I'm pretty sure WP is already up for this as well. They're in here not only for the experience, but also for the fun. And we can tell because they're basically cosplaying as the whole Harry Potter assemble. So we know that they're probably having fun as well. So ultimately, yeah, I guess winning and losing isn't everything in this sense for WP. But it's a very, very close matchup, I have to say, going the full 3 rounds, 15-10. So neck and neck all the way until the end. It's just really, really unfortunate that the advantage was on MP in the first round, and they never really could recover from it. So yeah, once again, just have to say, it just goes to show that best of 1 is just so important, and it kind of dictates the pace. Yeah. But ultimately, GG well played. MP moving on, gonna be fighting ZT. So yeah, this is the final scores. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, neck and neck until the very end, Lichi. But of course, any highlights you want to point out from any of this? Any highlights at all from the round 1 to round 3? Or any favorite plays that you would like to highlight?
I feel like there's a lot of good play overall. For some reason, the match on the lake side, I keep thinking back to that one where they were playing against, it was, I think, MP survivors playing against WP's Sculptor on that match. It's hard for me to pinpoint an exact moment from that match, but in general, I just really liked how that match played out. I liked seeing the wilding and the female dancer and the characters in that match, so that's kind of one that just stood out a little bit in my memory in general. But yeah, we see here Moru here, actually, the Bonbon here with representing Moru with the best seduction. And Moru here, 14 survivor hits, 5 knockdowns, eliminations are 2.67. So actually, yeah, getting a little bit of a boost here. Yeah, 2.67. Really good job on Moru's side, and really good score as well, as we can see from these statistics.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, we just have to say Moru is kind of like the rising star at this point. I just love how everyone's rising to the occasion. A very famous saying from a very good friend of mine: when the tide rises, all boats will rise, and I guess they are the ones taking charge at this very point. So looking forward to seeing WP next time. Just very unfortunate we couldn't see the amazing play by X-Boy of Potters. But it's okay, guys. If you guys are sticking for IVA, it's going to come soon. You'll probably be seeing all of this there. So I assure you, IVA is also very, very hyped up outside of the NetEase official tournaments. But yes, everyone's here to make C great again. Thank you so much for the support that you have so far, and of course the positive comments and support, words of encouragement you are sending to not only the teams but also to Lychee and me. I definitely appreciate it. We definitely appreciate it. And yeah, I would say it's been a huge honor and a pleasure to cast with you again, Lychee, after NAEU and now in C. So yeah, just to add on to that, Lychee is the Ivy Lychee. I mean, I see some people asking, is that the Ivy Lychee? Yes. The question is, who is she? She is Ivy Lychee. Go subscribe to her. Full stop. Yeah, but Lychee, anything you want to say to the audience before we wrap it up and go to break for the finals?
Yeah, I don't want to keep everybody, so just thanks everybody for your support for both Nell and I and the players. Thanks for viewing, and make sure to stay tuned for the finals of the SEA qualifiers. But until then, we're going to have a short break, so get your snacks, get your drinks, and hope to see you back soon.
The truth is an endless sea of darkness, and humanity resides on an island known as ignorance. If I knew of the madness waiting beyond the door, I would have never gone on a voyage into the unknown.
I heard the scene was as tragic as the others.
The ancient texts point to the city of stars, Providence. And the shepherd I have yet to meet is long gone. That night, I had a dream. A new opportunity broke the deadlock. They heard my calls, the organization behind Halsey. I know now that they are not mad. They are searching, pathfinding, and calling to him. From then on, this recurring dream grew clearer every night. They truly understand my existence, and I yearn to be with them.
Returning at last.
Under the endless darkness, the mountaintop ritual is our final call.
Sichuan opera artists hold many secret techniques. Performers transform themselves in the legends of old. I heard a new face changer is performing in the Lion Pagoda. But wait! Not everything is as it seems. To truly understand the meaning of a play, you must perform it. Join me, and let us solve this mystery of the opera stage.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Grace to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the grand finals. Potch Spice and Nello Mello at your duty on the mic and giving you the play-by-play and color commentary action here. Nello, an amazing matchup we just saw. MPS solidified himself to face ZT. I don't want to, like, we did ask who do we think is going to make it, and we did say MP and ZT had a strong contention here, but in this shape, do you think MP, since they went the full 3, do you think they still have something left in the gas to go up against ZT?
I mean, when you've come this far, you have to pull up that extra hybrid battery, whatever. This is a good time to drive hybrid cars.
True. Solar powered cars, charge it up. Yeah, they definitely need that.
Yeah. I would say that they definitely have to go the distance. They might be tired, but I feel like the spirit is still burning, and I hope that it fuels them to go forward, because GT's rested up, and I guess that's one advantage in favor of ZT before the game even starts. But who knows? Tenacity over
yeah, cool, calm, and collectedness. You have to admit also ZT is kind of sitting on ice for a while, so who knows? Sometimes the nerves could creep in, and you know what, you're not warmed up. Like you said, you know what, if MP is like an engine, the diesel engine start is already fine. Like they're already running 100 miles an hour. Well, ZT, you know what? They did face adversity in going against ADM. They did get a 2-0 now, and it seems like kind of an evenly paced match, since kind of the opposite happened with Mad Penguins, because Mad Penguins got a 2-0 at the start up against one of the scariest teams out there, and now faced a little adversity going up against WP. Now here they are in the grand finals. One will represent the region along with GH coming into the group stage of Call of the Abyss. So it's a huge honor to bestow against one of these teams. So there's still a lot of things to witness here, ladies and gentlemen. And while, we're here, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give a shout out to each and every one of you that's in the chat. We see you, Danica. We see you, Conan. We see you, Vinny. We see you, Kirk, Hanako, Heiwu, all you guys, Kino. What's going on, you guys? Tell everyone it's grand finals time. We're about to see some amazing IDV action.
Exactly. And right now, we are going to be going to the team profiles for the last time tonight, because it is 0-2 against Posh, and Sneaky will be their main hunter, and no surprise at all, MX, we all know him through the cheeky doctor plays, the Guardian. And of course, I would have to say oh my god, I'm struggling with the pronunciation. Yeah. It's also a rising star. I mean, amazing plays with the anti-quarant. You saw that right just now? Whacking the hunter out, securing the draw. Yeah, and just so many outstanding plays. Potato also, like, he's from XBL, now he's in ZT, bolstering ZT's position, and they have run as well. Sadly, we haven't seen much of Ares yet, though. I mean, the old Parashock King.
Yeah, like you mentioned, maybe the secret weapon of WP, can be the same here for Sneaky. If ever they reach that full 3-person game, Aris could come into the mix there. But right now, if you guys didn't know, we're just going to reintroduce you to each player. Sneaky, you know what she does? I mean, Dream Witch, I would say, is her signature hunter, but she has a sculptor. She brought out the Geisha. She brought out the Bloody Queen. She has not yet brought out her Dream Witch yesterday. Crazy Dream Witch, super proficient. But as of today, we still have yet to see it. So I'm excited to see if it might be the battle of Moru versus Sneaky. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky, we've known and loved her from the old days. And we introduced the hashtag Girl Boss, right? So make some noise in the chat. Girl Boss, hashtag Girl Boss Sneaky. But up next, let's not forget Ares, the Terror Shock King of old. By old, I mean he's still young, but
yeah,
from back in the days.
OG, right? Back in the day, how long has that been, right? That's crazy. And with his violinist, he's back now in ZT. We have yet to see him, but what an introduction it would be if he comes back here in the grand finals and he's gonna clutch something out. So a lot of respect for this player that comes in the highest level, and carrying the name ZT, Nell, is a big responsibility to have, since ZT is known for winning back-to-back IVAs.
Exactly. But you know what? Omar is never too tired to carry to carry Muro. So yeah, MX spotting the Walling. Doesn't really play the Walling though. We've seen him with the Doctor, the Thief. Amazing Thief, by the way. And the Gardener and Psychologist as well. He basically, okay, let's just sum it up in a sentence. He plays whatever the hell he wants.
He just hits random, guys. This is how he is. But he has a method to his madness. I've spoken to him in IVC, and yeah, he doesn't come in without a plan, right? You might think it's kind of cheeky, but he knows what he's doing. So I'm excited to see what he has to offer, and this is the newest addition to ZT.
1, 2, 3. 四字. 1, 2, 3. 四字.
XIZI. I'm so sorry. I apologize, but you know what? His name will be remembered because he had such an amazing kite. Yeah, Antiquarian. I think he brought out. I believe. What else did he bring out? Seer, Antiquarian, Cowboy. It's just he's an excellent support character, and his dancer made it apparent that you got a ban dancer. Like that dancer is definitely in the meta this season.
Yeah, he kited Dream Witch with 2 patrollers for 3 ciphers. How amazing is that? Yeah.
Unheard of.
Yeah.
Unheard of.
Unheard of indeed. But another thing that is unheard of is chicken without potato. So potato is in the vicinity at this moment, Posh.
Yeah, Potato, very cool, calm, and collected. He does have. We haven't seen his Weeping Clown yet, but we have seen his Merc. We've seen his Painter. We've seen his Embalmer. We tried seeing his Magician, but not much there because XIZI was using the Dancer, and you barely saw the Magician. So. Potato, rest assured, when rescuing needs to be done, he's gonna answer the call of duty.
Exactly. Ren also very known for playing rescuers like Mercenary, namely Mercenary, and she does an amazing job. She has perfect understanding of Mercenary and how he goes about, just rescuing on point. I've never once seen her get Terror Shock though. Not in this tournament at least. So very, very reliable rescuer. As for the Mind's Eye, we'll give her the benefit of the doubt.
For sure. Who knows? Maybe Ren might turn a new leaf and get a page out of MX's book. But we're going to move on to Zed, another name that we have seen in IBC. We've seen him also a lot in IVA. Ren and Zed, kind of the tandem that we all know that ZT to form of, and we've seen him in other characters. He's trying to bring out the Prospector, kind of, a little rough around the edges, but still did the job well. Also as a Merc, as a forward. What's he gonna bring to the table now? We don't know, but I'm pretty sure that his survivor pool is also pretty deep.
Yeah. As deep as my pockets. I
wish
have no idea what
were
that
deep.
means. Yeah. He plays an amazing Prospector too, I feel. Actually, let's put a pin on that thought because, yeah, the Prospector can be really tricky.
Yes, we got to talk about that in a bit. But for now, let's head on over to the team profile of Mad Penguins, the guys you just saw solidify their spot here at the Grand Finals. Moru, you see his Hermit here, but we've seen 2 of his Wax artists. We've also saw his Breaking Wheel get denied. So really interested to see what he'll be bringing to the table. We have Anomaly, Shuni, Elsie, and Siru. How did we build up this team now? The legacy team, if you would, the ones that have been the veteran players, and now this is their biggest chance yet to make it to the big stage of Call of the Abyss, right? When you think of Southeast Asia teams, Mad Penguins is always in the conversation there, and they're so close to solidifying their invitation to that group stage.
Exactly. And I believe everyone knows who this is. This is a person who needs no further introduction. Moru, the man of the day, of the night. This guy has been phenomenal. We've seen him before in previous tournaments, in previous IBCs, in qualifiers, in IVA. But his growth has been really good. From a 1K hunter to a draw to a 4K hunter now. He's been the most steady, and like he commits his time and it shows his effort. He's the definition of someone who's talented and works hard.
Oh yeah, and you know what's that saying? Hard work beats talent when talent refuses to work hard. But in this case, talented and hard work is an unbeatable formula. Both him, Moru, and Sneaky be cooking. We're gonna see who's gonna be, you know, slaying also. I'm looking at the chat. That's what they've been saying. So Anomaly, we got to talk about this because I would say Mad Penguins, they are very individually great at kiting and also support. And their team communication is very good as well. We saw a showcase of that support. Yes, there was a bit of I would say a bit of a misstep there with the rescue when the wildling came out, but at the end of the day, they still were able to make the victory happen.
Yeah. Definitely something very interesting. Having a wildling is always very interesting to watch. But another player I would like to introduce to you, Posh, Shuni. I believe you are very familiar with him as well. He used to be in MP long ago, finally come back, and he's been a wonderful addition because after LC, he's also a very stable decoder, very stable rescuer, harasser, and kiter.
This is crazy because also my first introduction to the Mad Penguins was also IVC 2020 where Aris was, and Shuni had an amazing kite there, and LC, like you mentioned, is also one of the kings when it comes to kiting. We saw how amazing his prospector was. Can't wait to see what else he'll be bringing to the table. And also a name that's synonymous with the Mad Penguins is Siru. Excellent. I mean, just these players, right? They lived up to the reputation of Mad Penguins being the best in Vietnam, and hopefully here they can solidify another big win in their book. But standing in their way is ZT, and ZT had one heck of a year last year.
Exactly.
So,
I mean, ZT during its peak moment, for those of you who still remember, ZT actually made it all the way to the top 4 in IVC. So they were actually fighting all the way until finals. The final 4. So just a trivia, background story. They have kind of moved forward without several OG members. They have an addition of a few new members and even hunters replaced. But right now they're coming back stronger than ever, undeterred, and it shows because right now they are on the verge of being crowned potentially the champion and representing Southeast Asia after GH.
True. And you know, we're going to kick things off at Lakeside Village with 0-2 having the survivors first. And this is a bit of a deja vu match, if you would, of how 0-2 kind of played Lakeside Village in round number 1. And this is their first round again. So Sneaky has, well, we've seen how well she can use her Bloody Queen here. However, you know what? The survivors are coming in first. So expect a lot. Oh, I would hope that MP did watch the match before theirs, and they saw how crazy the dancer is, and they have to priority ban that dancer away from ZT.
Exactly. Yeah, everyone has to ban the dancer because not only does ZT play an amazing dancer, even MP has their own dancer specialist, I would call. Yeah, so even Anomaly plays dancer, even Shuni plays dancer.
Shuni, yes.
Yeah, in fact, Shuni was the one who actually a little bit of history here. Shuni was the one who used dancer and kited 72S in Sacred Heart Hospital.
Oh,
you still remember that, right?
Yeah.
Was it dancer or perfumer? Perfumer. Shuni was one of those. Either a perfumer or dancer.
Is this the one for Call of the Abyss for them to qualify?
Yes.
I think that was BL though, because BL qualified that year. But I know
went up against 72S.
Yes, he did though. That was and he brought out a dancer because we were talking about the perfumer within 72S. But I forgot what specific moment, but I do remember that did happen. And yes, Shuni has an amazing dancer. I know also his priestess is really good. And it's just, and in this season right now, I did the stats for NAEU. Dancer is up there with Seer at this point with priority bans. How crazy is that? We're living in this meta like Dancer. Who knew?
Who knew? Well, they are the ones making the meta, and they are the ones making it happen. So watch out, guys, because right now, Eli's not the first priority ban. Apparently, it's the dancer, and it just shows so much. But of course, I just want to say that these two teams have had it going not only in NetEast official tournaments. They've also been in IVA as well. They've also been in outside of the official tournaments, and yeah, I have to say they are a team that is very persistent, and they have a bond. I feel like one of the things that makes MP like standing against ZT at this point is because they have a bond. They've been together. You see that they only have 5 players. They've been together for the longest time. So I feel like having great individuals doesn't make the team. Having a bond does.
That's beautiful words. I think that especially in a game where you have to be well coordinated, right? A bond speaks like no other, and you can always learn the skill. You can always learn the meta. As we head towards the picks and bans, they might be listening to us because the first ban that Moru has is the Dancer, followed up with the Toy Merchant and Psychologist. However, that does leave the Seer and Mercenary. It's crazy. Like, we're finally seeing the Seer. This is crazy because if you think about the bird compared to the boxes. It should be fine. Yes, go for it.
Lawyer.
Really? Oh my god. Really?
MX. Well, we just said he's gonna play whatever the hell he wants.
I was thinking like doctor or creature, but lawyer. How would you sell lawyer? How would you? I want to ask you, Nell, because you love. I love your declamation skills. How would you build up a lawyer match with? In competitive, yes, Cypher Rush, no Terror Shock, but MX is a great kiter. I don't think he gets Terror Shock that much.
Yeah, I mean, Lakeside Village, I would say Lawyer is also a very great decoder, but the way MX uses it is, I dare you to chase me. I dare you to chase me. And we're gonna see in just a few moments the placement of the survivors. If MX stands with Lawyer in the middle of the map, you know that's what he wants. That cheeky lawyer.
Yeah. Man, this guy has, I don't know, like the courage of a lion or something. Like, it's insane how daring he is with this lawyer in this stage of the competition. Though we can't stress enough how much the stakes are. It's to represent the region in Call of the Abyss 6, the biggest COA, and you're bringing a lawyer in this match. This is insane. Showing of confidence by MX. So Moru, I don't know if he's gonna take the bait here, if he's gonna go for that lawyer, because I mean, you want to, right? It's a lawyer, you gotta go for him.
Exactly. Yeah, honestly, okay, this is gonna sound a little bit critical, Posh.
Okay, go for it.
I think the reason why MX is putting himself on the line here is because one, he's undoubtedly one of the best kiters right now. And his plays are undoubtedly very inspiring. He makes all these characters work somehow. Okay. And number two, being very critical, again, it's my personal opinion. Potato is the one that they need to get out of sight. They cannot afford to let Moru go after Potato first. Because the previous game, the only reason why ZT got a draw and they didn't get the 3-man escape like they usually do, or 4-man escape, is because they focused too much on Potato. And knowing Potato, he is the mercenary player. So if he doesn't have mercenary, well, let's just say take out the best character. If he gets chased, he's not gonna half the time he's not gonna last very long. So I guess that's the game plan. Get him out of the action.
Thank you for painting that picture, Nell, and the analysis as well. Because if you put it in that light, yeah, MX is actually kind of like just tanking the hits here, and you're kind of playing to the strengths, and you're doubling down on how strong that is. Because on paper too, yeah, you definitely and depending on the spawn points as well. If he's directly gonna spawn over the wax artist immediately, that's just like smelling blood in the water for a shark. Like, all right, I gotta go after this lawyer. But knowing how MX is an amazing kiter, and also having the support of that owl can potentially extend the kite. So getting the attention away from his teammates that aren't really known for kiting is a good strategy to have going in this match. And yeah, definitely double downing. It's just, man, the courage on this guy, just the guts, I would say. Here we have it. He's just gonna spawn on his loathsome self, separating himself from everyone.
Yeah, he's not even in the big boat. Usually if you pick a lawyer, you will see him on the big boat, the safest place, right? Not this guy. This guy ends up in the most dangerous place. Sizi is around to give support if needed, even the owl support. So I'd say MX is a very egoistic, individualistic, but he backs it up with his skills.
Yes,
and he wants the hunter to chase first.
He's the very definition of putting his money where his mouth is, because it's like, yeah, I'm that good of a kiter. I'm gonna bring a lawyer in a qualifying match, and you watch me try to bait this hunter into getting to me. And The thing is, though, will Moru fall for that trap? Will he play into the MX game? Because it's, yeah, you can say that, but as a hunter player, you're like, of course I have to chase this guy. It's like, it's no question, right? And they obviously want, and knowing how MX is kind of unorthodox, you think that maybe the hunter's pride would get in the way too, that like, yeah, I gotta chase this guy, but that's what MX wants, the mind games.
Exactly. I mean, for Moru, the game plan is obviously, the logical sense is to bring teleport, right. Force the owl onto MX, okay, and once the owl is being used, teleport. And the cooldown's done, teleport to where the seer is. I think that can be a really good game plan.
But we shall see, ladies and gentlemen. Already, the lawyer looking at his map. Oh, where are the ciphers? Why is my heart beating? Oh no.
Yeah, Moru's just taking the bait. He's just gonna chase MX. Gonna run all the way. He's not even gonna run to where the Antiquarian is. He's just gonna be saying like, I'm gonna raw kite you in this area itself. You know what? I don't need any supporters, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's just hoping for one owl.
Okay, the guts on this man. Gets the freeze early on. Will the owl come in? Not in time though. And the cooldown on the blink, I believe, is about, is that teleport? Yeah, teleport, like you said. Waiting for that owl to happen, and then he's gonna wreak havoc in the rest of the team. But MX eating that first hit. We do see some decent progress on the ciphers, but how long can MX hold out here?
Yeah, I mean, the point is, okay, if he gets a hit, it's fine. At least I will know what trait you bring. And the thing is, if I'm injured, it increases the likelihood of you chasing, right?
Right.
Because like if you're injured, you're not gonna change target anymore. So yeah, that's exactly what MX is doing. And look at what he's doing so far, creating distance. This is the place where Wax Artist finds it so hard.
Exactly, the T-walls, my goodness. MX is breaking line of sight and able to actually get rid of the wax, and it's about to be 3 cipher kites for MX. MX, I think, is already pretty content with how he's been doing, and the owl now.
My god, that's a 3 ciphers kite, and they definitely know he doesn't have bling at this point. And MX is just gonna continue running. Look at how fast the cipher is. 3 ciphers done with the lawyer, and Cisse
he's here. The anti-fragile antiquarian able to provide that distance. Alright, he's not investing any more time here. Oh, but he actually teleported to closer to MX, so he's really invested in downing this lawyer. 3 ciphers have already popped. 1 is on the way. They have to focus on the next one. And here we go, antiquarian once again.
But MX, oh my god, I get to the hit! MX is gonna gain distance! Moru! My god, is this the same Moru in the previous game? Because right now, ZT!
He hasn't hit the antiquarian just yet, flipping over! Able to get the freeze, and now just to make sure, gets the hit. Oh my god, MX did his job. Well, we have not seen a single survivor on a rocket share just yet. Objectives have been moving quite nicely. We're at the mid game. 2 ciphers remaining. Teleport has been used, so it seems like Antiquarian will be chased next.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna get healed. Is he getting healed? But anyway, I just have to say, amazing play so far. Cisse is the one that's gonna be chased now. My goodness, he gets stunned, but again, wow, the disarm for 4 seconds, 5, and he's gonna push him away.
Long enough. Exactly, and back at the 100%, but finally the Antiquarian has fallen down. Moru at the 3-minute mark has finally downed his first survivor. While Nell, that cipher looks like it's about to be primed and way above 50% on the last cipher. So great stuff so far on Team ZT, but they, you know what, they're almost at the finish line here. They started strong. How will they end? Run is in the area about to make that rescue happen, but this is the Wax Artist. You know his camp is amazing.
Yeah, you can see that. You can see this is amazing. I just have to say this is like, it's gonna be a double down, but it's fine because Cypher is really prime posh. Look at how fast it's going on.
Teleport?
Is this? My god. I don't think he should just prime because he's gonna block the Cypher now.
Exactly. Potato getting caught out in the open here, eating a hit here. Everyone's injured. So now it seems like Potato's scrambling to get in a better spot, but that's a down situation on Potato's side. They're opening up a new cipher that was at 99%. Moru has turned this game around.
Why didn't he just prime? And that's the basement here as well. So as critical as I have been, this is the reason why you do not want, ZT does not want Moru to chase Potato first, because right now this one single power move puts ZT in a pinch. Double down mercenary, lawyer half health, antiquarian half health. what what can they do here?
Yeah, we got to look at the VODs and how he was able to... And that was excellent timing on Moro to cut off the priming of that Cypher, the popping of that Cypher. Now, Run forced to make this rescue happen even at half health. Lawyer can sit a couple of times there already. Wow, amazing elbow pad that was used. Trying to get that hit onto him. Gets the swing, able to hit the chair, and the rescue happened.
Wow, beautiful play so far. He has to make sure Potato is not the one getting hit. Oh, he's just gonna prime it straight away, I think.
There we go. Wow! Amazing pop, and look at that, the speed on Potato, able to go up. MX is down for down at the ground floor of the boat, and now Potato might have to be the sacrificial lamb here while they open up the gate. Teleport is about to be done on cooldown now.
Yeah, I think he's gonna give up on Potato, and he should teleport straight away. That way he can cut off 2 gates, because right now oh my god, the target
it's right there! Potato! It's a 4-man escape! Potato!
ZT!
My goodness, the redemption kite. Just when we thought the one to chase was Potato, he gets the dungeon escape. He must be popping off. And this is up against Moru's Wax Artist. He has been on fire up against WP. So what a way to start out the grand finals here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. In the words of the people, they be cooking right now. They cooking hard.
They're cooking potato hard. Man. What's for dinner? Potatoes, dude. Mashed potatoes? Not quite. Like, we got an escape potato on deck.
Yeah, no potatoes for you today. Yeah.
No.
You're gonna go on diet, and that's exactly what they did. 4-man escape. And this is why, like, they're up there. They're the team up there at this point. Not only are they individually gifted, they also have the experience.
Yes.
This is not their first venture, so it shows. Right. So when experience meets experience, yeah, obviously the team that has the better teamwork and individual skills, they're gonna take it through. And my god, Posh, 3 Cypher kite with a lawyer. With, of course, with 1 owl support, but again, it's a lawyer, guys.
He was looking at the map the entire time. That was crazy and unheard of. If you guys are gonna clip some Koa moments, please clip that one. Clip also the escape of Potato. Not to take anything away from Moru, he really tried his best. He had the right game plan, and towards the midpoint, we were thinking like, oh no, this is a great way to seize back the momentum. When he teleported and Potato didn't prime the Cypher in time, that looked like a dire situation, especially since it was the basement. But leave it to Run. We talked about how amazing Run is on that rescue. Looking at the match stats here, it was insane. MX, I cannot pinpoint a specific MVP for the survivors because all of them played the roles pretty well, and all of them had their highlights. Even Potato with the dungeon escape. So exactly. with the antiquarian stuns, a Run, amazing rescue first and second time. You know, when she was able to save MX on the first rocket chair, and MX. I mean, look at the containment time speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a record. Like, it doesn't need any more hyping up, because my god, a lawyer kiting a wax artist, and not just any wax artist, it's Moru, who has been on fire. One may argue that they've been in back-to-back matches, but again, to get a 4 escape, that's I believe that's like one of the strongest performances we've seen so far.
And on a wax artist usually gets a tie or at least a 1, and this is Moru's wax artist. I mean, we've talked to Eli, right? He's like, wax artist is so good. Like, that's who he uses now in rank, and because it's so stable. Like, it's forcing you to go for the rescue, and you cannot. You have to respect the camp of the wax artist, and also the stuns. But they did it with a lawyer. Holy smokes!
Exactly.
Now. Wow. But yeah. I'm sure this is gonna light a fire under MP as well, that they gotta provide. They gotta turn up and turn out when they go in this next match up against Sneaky. But Sneaky being, I mean, I'm sure that she is, you know what, calm and confident as ever because of how her team performed just now.
Yeah, exactly. Now Sneaky, again, I keep on recycling these used words. MP is now the team that has to make things happen. Yes. Recycled words. So because of that, Sneaky can be more laid back. She can play her A game, be stable, and just wait for MP to make mistakes because again, MPs are the one that needs to make something happen. They cannot sacrifice just like that. Like if one person goes down, they cannot sacrifice it just like that. It's like, it's fine. We'll sacrifice. We'll go for the draw because if they do that, it's gonna be 7-2 in first game, and we all know what happens when one team dominates best of one. It gets harder for the other team.
Yes, you have a debt to pay. You know, they'll always collect that debt later on in the round. So you want to be able to pay that debt now, and that's what the Mad Penguins have to do. They want to get that 5-point game just so that they can let Moru come back and reset. And unfortunately for them, they're going to go up against Sneaky that has been looking pretty on. I mean, she's on a 4K streak at this point, and she hasn't brought out her Dream Witch just yet. I don't know if she will this time. Maybe she'll stick to the Bloody Queen. Maybe she'll stick to another Hunter. But you have to admit that Sneaky is in a good position. And I think you brought up mind setting before with how, like, okay, I could just shoot for this, like just to be conservative, or you play even better when you're actually more relaxed because you're not so tense. And that's how I believe Sneaky is feeling about this now. Because again, this isn't a race. This isn't a best of 5. This is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. So they getting 5 points is huge.
Exactly. And I'm just glad that they are finding the momentum in the early games. Of course, MP can try and make something happen in the second half. But again, getting a 4-man escape is really, really hard. And we haven't seen Sneaky allow any survivors to escape to that point yet. So I totally agree with you. A Bloody Queen might be considered a Thai Queen by a lot of people. But in this situation, when MP is forced to make a move, well, the Thai Queen can be a glorious 4K Queen, and maybe she will bring it out.
And Lychee brought this up in when the BQ came out. Like Sneaky's mirrors tonight have been crisp and on point, like on the money every time. So coming into this, the Mad Penguins really have to be able to kind of reset, refocus, and find that, you know what, that center once again, because they have to assume they're gonna push for that match 3. And yeah, a tie, getting a 5-point game is just a tie for them, and they reset it back in match number 2. So we're gonna see if experience is going to play out here. I know that, okay, so right, we did say that 0-2 is like a 2.0 at this point, because Sneaky was playing for a different team in IVA. So I'm trying to recall the last time, because MP joined IVA too, and they faced Sneaky. So I wonder how they have changed in that regard since they faced each other before in IVA.
Yeah, I mean, you were there just now when I was casting with Lychee. I referred to MP as the technician teams.
Yes.
Yeah, so if they've done homework on other teams, they definitely would have done homework on ZT, because ZT by far is their strongest competition so far, and they are they are blocking the way for MP to make it as a representative. So being a technician, but Posh, I'm just looking at this lineup now. No dancer?
Yeah, so that leaves up open Sneak. There you go. Boom. There's the dancer. She's banned. So interesting that Barmaid and Toy Merchant, Toy Merchant, very specific too. They're all good setups, right? And for sure she's going to want to spawn at the big boat. However, they're kind of like really going into the anti-Dream Witch comp, which has, Sneaky does have a great Dream Witch, but she could easily just go BQ because that's not her real win condition. She doesn't need to get 4K. She just needs to get a tie, or at least just one, just because they win round number 1 if that's the case. So kind of interesting to see that the dancer was banned, because that could have been an amazing pick by Shuni or Anomaly. But still got that antiquarian. You still have that stable rescuer of that mercenary, and that the ambulance of a barmaid just to heal on the go. So all eyes are on Sneaky now.
On paper, it looks good, right? Like there's the healer, there's the OP antiquarian who's been doing a lot, and then there's the toy merchant, so it creates distance. But if Sneaky goes for Bloody Queen, doesn't matter if there's a barmaid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the distance doesn't matter. But you know what I'm thinking? ZT can just win with a draw or a 1K, but I strongly feel they should make a statement here. Get a 3K or get a 4K, because once you make such an impact in the first game, it throws the opponents into a disheartening state. And mental state is so important, right? We talk about Moro being so level-headed, A game. If that happens, he's gonna be thrown into a position he's so uncomfortable.
True.
And that would be the game plan for ZT.
And we've looked at other esports title. There's no other pressure from a hunter going up against 4 survivors, and you're kind of not in that right mind state. It's very. I mean, the mental. Wow, think about the Dream Witch. So he's actually gonna play into this comp. I actually thought Sneaky would go for the BQ, but it seems like I think she's maybe more confident. But as I was saying, yes, the mental state of your hunters, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, they're always put on edge because technically it's a 1 versus 4 game. So yes, I agree that Sneaky should go for that 4K or even more, not just aim for that tie, just to make sure they solidify an even bigger lead come round number 2 and put them in a tough spot, like ill rough waters and unfamiliar territory. But it just seems like you said, the Mad Penguins being the technicians here, they know what they're in for here. They're in for a Dream Witch match. They've done their homework. And this comp in particular plays against the Dream Witch.
Yeah, bringing in her A game, the best hunter that she has, Dream Witch, right? And just looking at the question here, Vinny's saying, why does the dungeon never open fast enough in my normal matches? Well, for those of you who don't know, if your teammates escape through the gate, the dungeon opens faster. But if your teammates are sent back to the manor, it opens slower. So there you have it.
Or if they're dancing at the gate. That's what my team is. Yeah. Let me in. You know what I mean? Let me in.
Get out of here. And when you're down, they get out and you die.
That sounds like my teammates.
Oh, yeah. Sounds about right. I have that too.
Exactly.
But yeah. Hey,
that's a good question.
Composition. Yeah.
For sure.
But hey, very strong composition against a Dream Witch in this game. Touch, like, the heals are there. The Antiquarian, with the baboos, she can hit the patroller, but I wonder about the supporting. I hope it doesn't turn out to an over-supporting situation.
Yeah, Mad Penguin's really known. I love their discipline. Yes, they support, but for me, maybe they weren't put in a spot where they have to over-support. So in this match, we'll definitely see how they're going to be playing, because you can say they might go for the over support since they need that, or they want to get that 5-point game. So we're just going to find out and see who Sneaky will be latching onto. First, she's already spawned at the big boat, so rest assured that the Toy Merchant might actually receive a leech here.
Oh no, anomaly is going to be the first chase. You kind of do not want the Toy Merchant to be the first chase. Actually, you know what? It's fine. Because this place is kind of strong for her. She's just leaped out. If she gets hit here, well, basically, such a nice turning point. She went down the river. She's basically kiting at the sea. But it's a pretty dangerous place, Posh, because if she gets hit here, it makes her even harder. Oh my gosh, she's just prepared to die here. Oh my god.
Okay, she set up the it's a trade-off, right? And now she's gonna walk straight into Patroller. Nice drop, onto the pallet, but it's only a matter of time, right? Again, it was an excellent plan, but she did trade off dropping that for that. Oh my god, the drop down hit. And she's ready for another leech. So that was a pretty good down by Sneaky, since it just hit the 1-minute mark.
Yeah, that was a pretty fast down. Like, usually you would see MP kiting like at least 3 ciphers, 2.5 to 3 ciphers at the 2-minute mark. But this time, my goodness, Lychee showing why her dreams should be feared. Already preemptive action, putting out the patroller to slow down Siru, and having, oh my goodness, Siru's not gonna make it before half, and even if he does, he's gonna get hit.
This is not good, getting caught out early. So Sneaky really putting the pace here, just dragging them into tough waters here. Toy Merchant is about to expire, making Elsie actually rotate to get this rescue from happening. Has to eat that hit, gets the rescue before half. Barmaid already starting to heal up. Trying to go back into this area here, but actually baiting Sneaky to chase after the Barmaid.
Oh, very smart, because if he gets the Barmaid down here, well, let's not forget, Anomaly still has a leech there. So doesn't matter how far he runs, basically the leech will always be next to him. So Sneaky realizing that Elsie is just too sneaky, no pun intended, to chase on. So he's just gonna get Anomaly first. That's the idea.
Again, tunneling is actually a valid strategy here, since Sneaky does not have to go for the 4K. Goes for the charged up hit, able to down the Toy Merchant again. Luckily, the Toy Merchant did get saved before half. So another rebound rescue can happen. The mercenary does unfortunately have wanted order. So there's not going to be any backdoor rescue that's going to happen anytime soon, while Sneaky goes for another leech.
Yeah, I mean, she's just playing it so perfectly this time. As you said, they haven't been made to support that much so far, but right now it seems like, oh my god, getting the hit! Oh my god, it's gonna be a double down!
Oh my goodness. And now look at this. Holy smokes. Now Mercenary has a leech. Toy Merchant's on her last chair. Tide Turner's about to be done on the last effort pop. And unfortunately, we're still 3 ciphers in for Mad Penguins. So double down situation. The math, it does not favor the survivors at all.
Yeah, doesn't. So, yeah, I mean, like 3 ciphers remaining, Posh, but let's just take a look at the situation. 2 of them are down. Anomaly is going to be sent back to the manor soon. Siru is also down with the leech. So the moment they chair Siru, well, basically 2 people have to finish the 3 ciphers at the same time. I'm not sure that's something that MP can really do at this point, but we'll just have to see. But ultimately, the next kite will be really important because the next kite has to last long enough. Otherwise... yeah,
and luckily for them that the Mad Penguins actually they well have to worry now. I was gonna say that there's no leech, and the Mercenary able to get up and has a double and drink, and oh my goodness, the patroller here just to stop him at bay. He's right there, able to get the pad, and now this can actually buy enough time for the heal to get off. So this is actually great since the Mercenary is very tanky. So Mad Penguins, I think the moral victory for them here is to get the tie, or at least at most 3-person escape. But Mercenary eats that hit, and unfortunately for them, it's actually a main follower hit. So the leech is still following him.
Yeah, but during that time, I mean, the game speaks for itself, right, Posh? When Antiquarian is the one finishing all 3 ciphers, you know that something's wrong with the picture. Another patroller. So far, Sneaky hasn't even changed to Blink, Posh. So it's just relying on patroller so far.
Yeah, Blink endgame or maybe even teleport if she needs to. But as of now, she's really defending. Good flywheel to transition towards that pallet. Wow. Sneaky, you know, her followers are still pretty spread apart. This barmaid has been kiting for a while, so we're gonna just have to see how long that's gonna take. Mercenary does not have an anti-curse, so, and the barmaid is the only one that picked one up. Oh, barmaid picked up a pocket watch.
Yeah, a gift from the toy merchant before she expired. But Mercenary, yeah, it's gonna finish that cipher. What's that cipher that she's doing? But it doesn't matter. He's gonna finish the cipher around 79% at the point. So 4 ciphers are being done. The picture of the Antiquarian is there. Posh, 4 Antiquarian finishing the ciphers. The decoder.
That's MVP decoder Antiquarian. Who knew? Anyway, cipher rush. Anyway, we're gonna see the chase happen. Barmaid now pretty bare bones and nice jukes on the side of the barmaid. LC, once again, like you said, Nell, one of the best kiters out there to do it. Siru has to be very careful. He's 1 more hit to falling down. He does have that delayed damage, but Sneaky just needs 1 more just to make sure that they don't negate the point. So he's waiting on that prime. It's not even primed yet, actually.
Why don't he just hit? Yeah,
it's
I mean,
at 89%. Well, I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah, he probably thinks he can finish it in time. Oh, yeah. Sorry, pardon my mistake. He just... If he hits, the follower is gonna be gone, and then, you know, Siru will have enough time to finish it. Oh, he realizes what's going on, so he's just gonna leave the area.
Smart conservative play by the Mercenary. So, but we did see the switch to Blink already happen. So main body is now at the center at the small boat area. Well, 2 ciphers are being split push here. 1 at the shore and 1 over there at the shack area ish. So. Still up in the air if this is going to end up in a tie or not, but Mad Penguins are fighting tooth and nail to deny any more points for Sneaky to get.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, getting the Terror Shock, and that's exactly what he needs. Because if he didn't get the Terror Shock, it would have been pointless because Siru will still be running up and about. So getting the leech up...
Popped in time. Mercenary able to get up, but unfortunately for him, Sneaky was able to get the leech onto the Mercenary. So now they're really aggressive here and trying to force the exit gates to open, while Mercenary might have to take this endgame kite.
Yeah, I mean, the leash is still following Siru. Sneaky is just positioning herself closer towards the middle, going towards the front gate. The spawn follower is gonna hit Siru pretty soon. He has the pocket watch again.
Yeah.
He just has to fight until
dungeons here too, by the way, Nell. So that's gate is gonna open up in just a bit. But the thing is, the other gate is also opening, so they can't get the dungeon to open just yet. Mercenary has fallen down. The other gate is opening up. LC has to be very careful. Siru's down. Oh, yeah, the front gate's not open yet, but Sneaky transferring the main body here. Blink is already online, by the way.
My goodness, from a draw into a 3K, what a monster Sneaky is. And yeah, sorry, no offense, girl boss. I'm a feminist. Anyway, yeah, but what a monster play. Like the awareness, like not being tunneled to just one survivor. She has so much game sense and experience
for
and
sure.
awareness.
And the tension is still up, so I think what they're hoping for is for this barmaid to make the rescue since she's at full health. But you have to be careful because Blink is already there. She's just gonna try to camp it out. Oh my goodness, they're actually gonna go for a backdoor rescue. I think Sneaky's gonna realize that something is up here, so they have to be careful. Shuni's already here.
Yeah, Shuni's here, but again, it's just so dangerously close.
Detention is already about to run out, and it seems like they are just trying to slow things down because of how Sneaky has been performing. So now we see that detention's no longer a factor. Oh no, it is. Antiquarian though, trying to make sure that he can stun as much as he can. Mercenary is about to expire, and right now, yeah, detention is over, and we see a barmaid and Antiquarian at full health.
Yeah, I don't think they should risk it. It's pretty far from the front gate. Like, yeah, they can body block and all, but look at all the leeches. Like, there's 2 leeches, and oh my god. And he still has Blink. No LC, they're gonna go for LC. They're just gonna try and hit everyone to...
Exactly. He just needs one more hit. Yeah, we see them trying to go for the back gate. Oh my god, LC is actually straying away from the pack here. We're shifting back and forth from LC and Shuni. Oh, the Blink connects.
Yeah, it was really smart. After rescuing, the Merc just went straight for the front gate while the other 2 tried to take away the attention. Yeah, but unfortunately, yeah, Siru's gonna be out of the game. But...
Yeah, the mercenaries got hit. I thought he was gonna escape, not just yet, but the delayed damage. So now Antiquarian will be seeing that rocket chair. A tied game, considering now that MP did their homework. They're able to draft a pick. I would say is very troublesome for a Dream Witch, but yeah, we see that Sneaky able to get her own win conditions going on. She's able to get at least a tie. And you got to give it up to MP, man. Their tenacity, their veteran experience was really showing. Sneaky just one step ahead to get that tie.
Yeah, they fought so fiercely. But, you know, I just have to say, I still giggled because Antiquarian completed all of the...
I can't wait to see the stats. I'm so excited to see how far this Antiquarian went. And
400%.
I mean, probably
350.
350 for you. I'll go with less than 350. I don't know.
Less
I think
than
like
350.
yeah.
Okay,
I think
350 and above.
Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Okay,
gotcha.
Cool.
Winner gets chicken. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about that match because again they had the right idea. They drafted well. They had some interesting kiting routes, especially like that toy merchant, and they played it pretty well. They weren't over supporting, I would say. But I think what was that part of the mid to late game where just the game sense of Sneaky kind of took over. And I think it was more of just making sure she was conserving her leech hits. And this is her main hunter, right? She's so conservative with it, even though she really knew how to manage the distance. She wasn't recklessly just whacking anyone and just making sure that the leeches go away. She was very calculated coming into this. And for the Mad Penguins, they did really well. I would have to say that their kiting were on point. When Anomaly was sent out of the match, it took a while for Sneaky to get another target down.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because ultimately she still did under the pressure. Oh
342. Whoa! Just by 8. That's fine.
Yeah, no,
piece of chicken.
It's not.
It's a chicken nugget.
Yeah, chicken nugget. Yeah, I prefer that over the bone chicken. Yeah, but 342. That yeah, you might as well be playing Postman, but yeah, not really. Yeah. Antiquarian becomes the Decoderian. Well, it doesn't make sense because hentai.
Yeah.
But
just an amazing performance by MP. So things that I want to highlight with MP. Yes, Anomaly was even able to give Elsie like a pocket watch, able to get that support going on. And considering that it was like a down in the first minute, they were able to bounce back pretty well. Considering how crazy Sneaky is on this Dream Witch, for them to get a tie is still pretty good. It's like they were on defense mode. Now they got to come into round number 2 kind of refreshed and kind of hopefully in a better state that they can go toe to toe. Hopefully this gives Moru the confidence he needs to get back to that 4K trend going up against ZT.
Yeah, I mean, MP used to be the team that has a head start in BO1. Like they are the ones placing the pressure on other teams by securing a very strong head start. But it looks like they've met their match this time. Call it what you want, like they're tired playing back to back. But ultimately, there's nothing we can actually complain about the way ZT played, because the survivors, like, how can you really complain against a survivor who who spearheaded the 4-man team and ultimately brought a 4 escape, and Sneaky, who's using her best hunter. So ultimately, I feel like it's a very strong fight. It's just really unfortunate that MP Survivor had to go into the game with a deficit already. So call it what you may, it's definitely added stress to them. So could be a factor, but they still fought so ferociously.
Luckily for MP, I believe they have map advantage now, so maybe they can find a way to reset getting the map pick this time. But like you said, coming into this with that deficit of a round deficit and the large point deficit, they're gonna have to find their balance of getting points and not being too aggressive that it bites them in the end. Because in this game, right, if you try to lean heavily towards one type of game plan, once it gets countered, you need to have a backup plan. And unfortunately, I feel like with Sneaky, like that was the best case scenario for her to get that two-man kill. Because if not, I think that matchup alone, like with just how they drafted it, that was an anti-Dream Witch match. So it could have gone south real quick. If, let's say, she chased anyone else besides the toy merchant, that would have been tough. So it's just an incredible showing how Sneaky was able to adjust on the fly and able to kind of, I would say, counter the anti-Dream Witch draft that Mad Penguins, the tenacious Mad Penguins, were doing.
Actually, if you come to think about it, right, it's kind of Toy Merchant actually went down pretty fast, like faster than expected than their usual pace, and Mercenary was chased out. Mercenary was chased out of rescuing, so and the barmaid had to come for support. So ultimately, managing to salvage the situation and getting a draw is actually still very impressive, considering the situation they were put under. So MP survivors are definitely no joke. It's just that in this exchange, Sneaky was also doing preventive measures, like like at the beginning of the game, she knows she has a catapult, places one follower on the top, places one at the bottom. When he chases, the moment you go up, the patroller's waiting for you. So a lot of this is experience and really great game sense.
Yeah, and considering that she had 2 different matches in Lakeside Village, right? You could say that she really worked overtime with this particular match, with how you broke down that small sequence. And some people might think it was just like, because we're so in the moment, in the heat of the moment, that when we're talking about it, it's like this, that. And the way you broke that down, it was very calculated how she planned that outcome in her favor. So for sure, come game number 2, you have to ban the Dream Witch of Sneaky. Because depending on the map too, on where it's gonna be at, like if you want to empower your hunter, you also have to think how it's gonna benefit the other team's hunter. Because let's say they want Ever Sleeping Town for the breaking. Dang, just wow, look at that. Hey, right on cue. I'm following the script, guys. When I say Ever Sleeping Town, it's right there. So it's gonna be Ever Sleeping Town that's gonna be the next matchup. And Nell, it just seems like if it's Ever Sleeping Town, it's gonna empower the Dream Witch, so you gotta ban that. But she still is a sculptor. She has a clerk. but at least Moru can use his breaking wheel. Oh, it's
Yeah.
gonna be banned, I think. Oh no.
Yeah, probably. But WP didn't ban Breaking Wheel previously, and Moru didn't use it as well. So I have a feeling that he's probably expecting his Breaking Wheel to be countered, or Moru probably wouldn't feel as comfortable using it because the last time he used it, it was because they were winning. Meow Pai from NM was using it. He only got a 1k. He used it because he was under no stress. But now they're actually on the deficit side. So I don't know, Posh, but for me, I have a feeling he's not gonna use it. He's probably gonna go for something like a Clark, like what you said, a Clark, a Bon. Yeah. So if ZT has the choice, they probably wouldn't be banning Breaking Wheel as well. Probably be taking out his Clark or Wax Artist, for all I know. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense, and I think that makes a better case since, yeah, in the previous match, he was actually playing with more confidence that you can bring Breaking Wheel, because let's be honest, I think Breaking Wheel has kind of fell down in priority, especially in this meta with Flywheel, and we've seen how well survivors can just run around in circles so the Breaking Wheel can't get a spike onto them. So Clerk is good in this map. Wax Artist may potentially get banned. We might see maybe a Sculptor come out. We might see, Sneaky might bring out. Again, it might be up in the air with Sneaky in terms of who they're gonna ban out. Well, they're for sure gonna ban out the Dream. Oh, well, the thing is, they got a tie, so it's still gonna be tough. So
yeah, it is.
This is a tough spot to be in if you're Mad Penguins.
Exactly. Now, dare I say, it's gonna be the battle of the survivors, because the survivors that are consistently getting 4 escape or 3 escape at least, they're the ones that are gonna carry the team to win. Hunters, I would say, yeah. So it's definitely survivors MP versus ZT survivors, and I guess they just have to take out the hunter that they are most uncomfortable dealing with.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
So,
So since we're done speculating with the hunters, let's talk about the survivors this time, right?
Okay.
What do you think MX is gonna pick? Because that's always the question I have in my head with a map like this.
He can pick Thief this time.
In the alleyways, yeah. Why not, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, I just like how Pipishia has actually, he's actually used Thief against Pipishia.
Exactly.
Pipishia before.
Yeah.
In this map as well.
COAVI, yes.
Yeah. I mean, people think Creature is like a troll kind of character. Like, if you see it in quick match or rank, before this, in the past, they'll think it's probably like you're messing up. But now it's actually a very viable pick because it and I use it sometimes too. And trust me, even though I'm not that good at it, it cancels out the hunter skill, which is so important. Like, if there's a Bon, you use it, and if he's chasing your teammates, doesn't matter. You can stun him, it's fine. At least you force him, you disable his skills, you silence him. So I feel like, yeah, Thief is really a really great utility character, and I'm glad he's making more appearance here.
Yeah. And I'll add to that because you need skill and confidence to carry Thief, because first of all, your flashlight, you have to walk backwards. So I mean, at least with Seer, you can change the camera angle to have the hunter there, but yeah, you're gonna have to memorize. You have to walk the entire Ever Sleeping Town backwards to be comfy using Creature in this type of map. So yeah, it could definitely come out, and MX is the right type of player to bring that out. And who knows? I don't know. Lucky Guy, Doctor, or unless Moru bans all of that.
Lawyer again. I don't think he'll be using the same character again.
Because it's gonna be banned. That's why I'm kidding.
Lawyer ban. You know what? Ban all the OG characters. Lawyer, Thief.
It might as well. If you're going up against MX, you're not safe if the OG characters are gonna make it out, because MX is gonna choose them.
Yeah, you know, like those wildcard players. I don't know if you watch Kuroko Basket before. You know, like he's like one of the, the Kiseki no Dai, right? The Generation of Miracles. He's like Aomine because he makes those shots from impossible angles.
Impossible, yeah, that one. Those unorthodox, like that's not supposed to happen. What is this?
What is this? Hacks.
Yeah, hacks. He's hacking in basketball.
Yeah.
But you gotta love those type of players because they kind of break the mold and they refuse to see the game how everyone else sees it. And I think you can rally behind a player like that, like MX, because he always brings something new to the table. I will tell you this though, I've been around some esports titles and that can be a boon or a bane for him because he might be known for that and he might want to live up to that reputation. I'm just here to tell MX, it's fine to go for the patient. It's fine to go for the acrobat. It's okay. We'll still support you if you go for other things. Meta. Wow, they're banning the breaking wheel now.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe they don't want to risk it against Breaking Wheel because Breaking Wheel is a high risk, high reward kind of character. Yeah, Freddy, the second time. Oh my god. I this is like the ultimate
priority pick, Nell. The first pick. We have lawyer.
That's not Freddy, that's Aomine, bro. And
that's true.
Yeah, it's just crazy. They're just gonna run the lawyer seer build again and place the lawyer right in the middle.
Did I not get a memo? Like, is this new like IVL meta that we have not been updated about? The lawyer seer tandem, folks. Brought to you by MX and Potato here. So we're gonna ban out the Antiquarian and Merc. Prospector coming in. So I see the support coming in for the first kite. The thing is, will Moru bite again and go for the lawyer? Because if not, if he had a good time chasing Potato, might just make a beeline for Potato.
They'll probably place Potato on an impossible place, like a really strong kiting place.
Right.
Zizi is probably going to be playing Prospector because Antiquarian has been banned. Moru doesn't want to deal with Antiquarian anymore. So Jose is going to be the choice of Rescuer.
Right.
I don't know, like, I feel like Forward's just dying out at this point.
I know,
Forward's just dying out. It's so sad.
That's a survivor I haven't heard the name of in a while.
Ganji Gupta.
Yeah, my goodness. I was like, yeah, Batter. What happened to him? Yeah, it just seems like Prospector making his way to the mix. Forward not really relegated to the substitute rescuer anymore. It's either Gravekeeper or First Officer. It's a little sad. I'm not gonna lie, because Forward was so like in the past two COAs, it was they build the team with a forward in mind, right? They had a forward MVP for the first IVL, and it seems like we're gonna be seeing a potential Bonbon match. So Bonbon coming here in Ever Sleeping Town. ZT, I think they know the discipline, they know the matchup here. They won't risk too much if they know a rescue won't be worth it.
My god, if the pick is gonna be Thief, if MX actually went for Creature instead of Freddy, Moru would have definitely not picked Bonbon.
Bonbon, yeah. I mean, you made an example, right? The way if he's able to silence him, yeah, then the bombs are gonna get silent too. So yeah, all the more incentive, honestly. That lawyer's looking pretty juicy to taste. You gotta go after that lawyer, but this is MX we're talking about. This is MX with the seer support, with the magnets of Norton. So it's I don't know. I don't know what's going through Moru's head, because on paper you gotta chase the lawyer.
Yeah, you gotta chase the lawyer, and for MX, that's exactly what he wants, because he's not running away from the hunter. He believes that the only person who can beat me is me. The only person who can beat him is him himself.
That's true. Like you didn't beat MX. MX beat MX. That's his philosophy. It's his picks. I don't know, but we'll see. He's gonna try to make lightning strike twice. Or he's gonna try to... Jesus, and there's no dancer support here, folks. Potato over there. This is tough. So I don't know now. I'm a little concerned here, because I know MX, I trust his ability, but at this point, like you said, the veterans, Mad Penguins, if you face them another time, like they'll understand. They're like a machine. They keep learning, they keep reprogramming, and they keep rebuilding. Does MX have another layer in his game that can have this survivability, or will Moru even chase? So we're just gonna find out, ladies and gentlemen, because It's about to be locked in. The traits are are already selected. Most likely Moru is his best possible target. I don't know. He's not going to chase Corner House Prospector. That's too tough.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing though, like I totally agree with you. There's no dancer to support, right? There's no dancer, there's nothing. MX is just running on pure gas itself. He's just running, he's like, okay, all I need is just for you to watch me when I ask you to watch me. When I say, you watch me. And
all eyes on me.
All
eyes on me. Don't take your eyes off the screen, ladies and gentlemen, especially Potato. Wow. This is crazy. But okay, so can we get like some emojis in the chat? Can we get some penguins in the chat for Mad Penguins? And sorry, Potato, we're gonna use you as a mascot. Can we get some potatoes in the chat for ZT?
Yeah.
So here we go. Let's go. Potatoes versus penguins. The battle of the peas, like you said. It continues on, and it seems like we're gonna go to the graveyard.
He doesn't want to chase the lawyer.
He does not. He doesn't. But Cypher Rush lawyer.
Oh my god. Potato's gonna be the one to get chased first. He's just standing there just now. Oh my god, he's just waiting for Bonbon to go. I think he can definitely just go through. Oh, nice.
Smart. Okay. Oh my goodness, after that, gets the terror shock. Nell, I know you're trying to look at chat, but my goodness, the seer I mean, that's just such a high moment of using the owl well, but that terror shock, ladies and gentlemen, not even a minute in, solidifies Moru in a really good pace start of this round.
Yeah, the plan backfired, Posh. Lawyer was supposed to be the first chase. Potato was supposed to be the one that they really don't want the hunter to chase.
Oh, here we go, though.
Unfortunately, more so. Oh my god.
The drop down hit, and now recovery isn't going to be there, but at least MX did broken windows. Yeah, nope, of course he didn't bring terror. There's no terror shock there. So now we see that Run is going to have to stop decoding and go for the rescue of this seer. So the seer is already past the halfway mark, and it's not looking too good. Gets the rescue though, and now we see that Moru is going to try and go and focus his attention over on Potato, since Potato, out of resources, is going to get down eventually to a chip bomb. The time bomb is going to pop the last effort, and Potato will try to die in this corner. It's not looking too good for our friends here over at ZT side, but for the Mad Penguins fans out there, this is an excellent start. Oh my goodness, Prospector's here now.
Yeah, he's gonna try and make something happen. Boom! He actually made it happen! And then push him away! My god!
Get to the tram! Wow, able to get to the tram. Is he gonna be able to get on? He has to walk all the way!
My goodness, what a beautiful support. Like, MX may not need support, but the supports are overwhelming on the side of ZT for Potato at this moment. They're like, you know what? Terror Shock is fine. Yeah, you are a mascot. We need you now.
Yeah, we must protect him at all costs, guys. Protect the king. And now we see that the Norton is all here to support. Is he gonna pull away? He's just gonna wait for the hit to happen and then the support. But the thing is, Nell, there's actually nowhere here to get the hit on. So let's see. I don't think he's gonna chase him in time, and this is gonna be Potato being sent out of the game. Unfortunately for him, he's out, but the ZT survivors are still trying to prime these last 3 ciphers.
Yeah, I mean, technically, they can still get a draw at this point, but knowing ZT, they're definitely gonna try and push for a 3-man escape, which is pretty hard. Since he has actually invested a lot of bombs to help Potato.
Wow.
But right now, yeah, he's gonna use the last one of them to kind of get Moru.
Beautiful placement on the bombs there, you know, putting the time bomb down, forcing him to go left while he was able to get a regular bomb hit off onto Tutsu here. So now it's a little tough. Again, if you play in this comp where it's you want them to chase the lawyer, it's Moru's not going to fall for the same trick twice, right? And that's what's happening here. Chase Potato right off the bat. Run now on the pocket watch here. Is going to have a little bit of the tide turner, but unfortunately catches him off. Prospector falls once again, and this looks like a 4K if played properly here, since we do have one cipher that is left, and it is still moving quite. It's on its way now.
Oh my god, it's already prime actually. Run's gonna go for the rest. Oh my god, he's gonna prime! But oh my god.
It's the first officer though, so he's gonna go for the first. This is the first time the first officer's on that chair. The prospector is actually dead on chair. Lawyer has not seen the sight of Moru just yet. Maybe just a little bit, but Moru seems like he's content with just guarding here. There is still a cooldown. He does not have teleport trait up just yet, and MX. He might be too focused on opening this gate. This allows the rescue to happen on the first officer.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's gonna happen. But he knows that this gate is being worked on, but not the other gate. The reason being that, well, first officer has been rescued. So ultimately, I feel like it's still gonna be a draw. What, Susu? High risk maneuver?
Very high risk. Goes for another one. Can the push happen? Moru's trying to chase down Tsutsu here while the gate is being opened, so this buys enough time for the exit gate to open. Prospector has to be very careful. What a pallet stun by the prospector here, allowing MX to even go for the heal. He's at 50%, and now that tunnel vision is happening, he's actually focusing on the prospector. The first officer has opened the gate already. Another magnet has latched on to Moru. Can he get the hit? Oh, another stun!
My goodness, what madness. Suzu has to buy enough time until Lawyer can actually run towards... Oh my god, he's actually running towards the gate. Can he make it?
Oh my god, wait, can he get through the pallet here? Oh, gets hit right there. Run is here, but there's no stun potential at all. Lawyer has already, is about to open up the other gate or in this area. So it seems like MX is actually here. So Prospector's out of the game. MX still has to open up the gate. It's at 65%. So this is actually really nerve-wracking here.
Oh my god. He's definitely gonna have to run towards the dungeon. He can make it because Bonbon doesn't have Blink anymore. So as long as he dodges 2 bombs, he'll make it. Okay, he can make it.
Oh, wow. What a crazy showing now.
My goodness.
I mean, considering that the terror shock happened around 50 seconds up against Potato, we'd started to think that Moru, okay, you know, he's not going to fall for the same trick twice. He's going to go straight for Potato. And that was such a winning position. And it just, I mean, let me ask you, what do you think was the turning point there? Because they did pretty well. I mean, the rescue happened at the last part. They just had their Cypher game down, and I think maybe the Prospector support. But for you, what was the highlight there for both the Hunter and Survivor?
The highlight for the Survivor, for the Hunter, is definitely the Terror Shock in the early game. I think Potato kind of got a little bit greedy, putting down the pallet first before, you know, just to get the speed boost. But technically, you don't really need to do that because Bonbon is gonna take some time to go through. It's perfectly fine if you go through, put down the pallet, and then you see what the Bonbon do in response. Because you are at full health, there's practically no reason why you should commit towards that act. So I would say that's the Hunter's highlight.
Yeah.
For the Survivor's highlight, I would say the only reason why ZT is able to come back from that was supposed to be a 4K. Because the moment he was down, everyone was injured. That was supposed to be at least a win for Moru. Even if it's not 4K, it's a 3K. But because I just have to say again, Suzu is a rising star. I don't know who he is.
Yeah.
But he's a rising star. He did so much that game as well.
Incredible, right? He was able to extend the kite of I'm just recalling now. He was able to extend the kite of the Seer because they were able to take the tram, and that bought so much time for the decoding progress to move on. And also, I know they moved to the center part of the map, but that it did help buy enough time for them to be able to go for a tie here. Sutsu again, potential MVP, even though he was sent out of the game, him and Potato. And a lot of people are saying also, like, you know what, they felt that terror shock happen. You know, in high level, it's just unfortunate that, you know, it hinges on that one point, but it's how you bounce back. And you know what, you have the help of your teammates, and luckily Potato has amazing teammates for them to be able to support and kind of negate any points going to Mad Penguins. They're still put in a tough spot now because point deficit wise, round wise, they're still lagging because 5 points, 1 round game. Now it's up to Sneaky to see if we're going to push for a game number 3, or are we going to solidify ZT to move on to the group stage of Call of the Abyss?
In my personal opinion, I think Moru has done enough. Even though he didn't win, but he's done enough to solidify a draw. As for the survivors of MP, they are more than capable to get at least a draw or even a 3-man escape or a 4-man escape. So that's definitely in the arsenal. They're not doing the impossible now. So Moru has done his best not to get 4 escaped.
Yes.
He got 2k. That's an upgrade from the first game, right? So the survivors have some breathing space, and this is the map they chose. So I feel like MP survivors are they are at a more convenient phase at this point, and I feel like they should capitalize on this. But if they only get a draw in this game, it's gonna be super hard in round 3.
Yeah, and we're gonna cross that bridge when we get there. So again, big ups to Moru for him to be able to have a great game. And again, playing the defense card is actually good. At least you deny points from both sides, and ultimately it's at least you're negating points for them to get. So we're still in this still square one of how we left off round number 1. Now coming into it, it's like you're not really adding more pressure on the survivor side. It's still the same amount of pressure coming into the second half. And considering this, depending on how they're going to play this one out, I think the survivors are in a much better state, and they can definitely figure out something up against Sneaky. And we know MP also to have both strong survivor and hunter side. It's not one side carrying the other, it's both sides. And this is the time for the survivors to really show up and kind of push and make a statement to push for that game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, right? So, well, the only thing I would say for MP, get chada. Get a glass of green tea. Yeah, that's how we call a glass of green tea, chada. Get a cold green tea, drink it, calm down, and yeah, just play your game as usual. Don't think ahead. I like what you said. Don't think beyond that yet. We'll get there, but for now, just focus on getting you through to game 3. Whether or not you have the advantage in this round, it's fine as long as you get a game 3. As long as you don't get 4K by Sneaky, you're fine, or 3K. Because if it happens that way, it's over.
So yeah, if they get 1 escape, ZT wins. Oh wait, so 1K is it? No,
3K.
3K. If there's Sneaky needs a 3K for ZT to win. If they get a tie, or if they get at least a tie or more people to escape, then we're going to see that game number 3. So this is the time, ladies and gentlemen. I want you guys all penguin emojis in the chat, because the Mad Penguins really hinge on this 1 point. The survivors hinge on this 1 point to push it even forward. Yes, we've seen Sneaky get 4K, but it showed in the last game that, a tie is possible. So again, they want to get more than a tie is the bare minimum, and they want to push even more. Yes, a 1 escape is still pretty good, but just negate the points, right? They don't need any more point differentials.
Yeah, for sure. Again, we're just speculating so much now. They're definitely up and ready to go. They definitely have this game plan. They definitely know what to do. They do have coaches after all. So I feel like all we are doing right now as professional fans is, well, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, because so far they've been putting a hell of a show.
Yes, for sure. And I see people in the chat also, giving love to Potato and also, Moru and just everyone. Again, this is a really tough spot to be in, especially if you're a pro player. Yes, there's a lot that comes into it, and I forgot who it was. Someone with a Z name. Yeah, it just, a lot of mistakes kind of hinge on the 1 point, but that's the game we play. It's the beautiful and tragic game of Identity 5 that when it's so cool when something goes your way, and it's also kind of tragic when something doesn't go your way, but that's why we love this game, and that's why we love you guys in chat. So please keep supporting your favorite teams as we head towards the picks and bans.
Yeah, speaking of loving you guys, thank you so much for the support that you guys have so far, and thank you so much for the encouragement. I definitely see you guys, and for the NM fam, thank you so much. You're my rock and pillar. Going into this game. For those of you who don't, well, it's okay. We're cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Exactly.
We're cool.
You're a rock, you're a pillar. You guys are our tram. I'm being I'm just kidding. People were saying like, dang, this tram is just not on anyone's side today. But we're gonna head on over, looking at the picks and bans here. Sneaky banning out the seer, dancer, priestess, as well as the toy merchant. still, man. I mean, at least they were able to get the mercenary. Now it's just the kicker of anomaly. I'm thinking lawyer. I'm kidding, not lawyer. We're not seeing.
No, not lawyer. They're not the ones to play this kind. Yeah, but they already have their mercenary, so Zero's definitely gonna be playing that. Magician.
We've been seeing a rise of magician. Also, Potato used this character too. So magician coming into the mix here. I guess it can discourage Sneaky to use those the single hit hunters, since magician is kind of like another version of the perfumer, but it helps if you time it well. But sculptor maybe, no, maybe not clerk.
Yeah,
maybe clerk. It depends.
Yeah, it depends. She did get a 4K, right? So
yeah, in hospital, that was actually a pretty good performance by her. However, compared to the Dream Witch, she's not as natural, like fluid with the clerk. Like you can tell, like this is her main is really Dream Witch, and she still needs a little more experience with that clerk. But you know what? If you go up against the Mad Penguins with their clerk in this type of scenario, this is definitely one way you can get that experience. So it just a lot would ride on that pick though.
Yeah, or you could go Soul Weaver. She's never played Soul Weaver.
The perfect time to bring out the Soul Weaver. Yes,
the Soul Reaper. How about that, Jack the Ripper?
Oh,
but
nah,
he's just gonna get countered so hard. He's gonna get bullied.
Yeah.
Bloody Queen, you think? But Magician does counter it.
Sculptor there, yeah. Just to counter the magic wand. You also, I mean, her statues are also one to be careful. I mean, we've seen Sneaky also use Sculptor. Like it's Sculptor Dream Witch usually. Her rise in the Southeast Asia scene was because of these two hunters. So bringing it out here, she can try to make that statement come out.
Yeah, I mean, Sculptor is definitely a 4K hunter, right? We've all known it, and I mean, yeah, you really want to get those chip damages going on early game, and if you do, it's just so hard to defend against a Sculptor with full presence. You just want to get it really, really early in the game. But against a Magician, it kind of is hard, right, Posh? Like, yeah, you get blocked by the statues and stuff.
Yeah, they're gonna have to play this one really well, and considering that Sneaky, she was kind of put through a tough task in the previous game. We're just gonna have to see how this is gonna shake out, and considering that the Mad Penguins, this is their chance to kind of redeem themselves or trying to just seize back the momentum. So we're just gonna have to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Saying what's up to George BK, sending love in the chat. We also see Jade. We also see Bonnie. We also see Chuya, just the girl. Any shout outs you want to give out now?
Oh, I see Juice BK as well, and Meizi. Hey, nice to see you again. Krisha, my God, you know Krisha, right? She's been, she's amazing. She's been following us since forever. Thank you so much.
Yeah, send that same love to the players here because they need it now more than ever. I see a lot of people, spamming the penguin emojis, the potato emojis. People supporting Sneaky right now, so please keep on keeping on. Man, I feel like ZT is gonna come to us like, Watch, why is our emoji a potato now?
Why? It's supposed to be anime girl, but
yeah, there was 0 and 2. But I mean, Potato had an amazing dungeon escape. Like I saw people started spam potatoes there. So
redemption,
redemption for sure. So let's see how this one's gonna shake out. Sneaky, once again, I would say this is one of her comfort characters too. So Mad Penguins have to be very careful coming into this match.
Yeah. And yeah, the game's gonna come in right now. Potentially last game. Shout outs to you too, Giselle. We saw you. She's sending shout outs to us, bros.
Let's go.
Yo. So right now, Sneaky is gonna be chasing Anomaly. I can't say I'm surprised. I can't say I'm surprised because Magician, well, even if you have the wands, if you can pincer the Magician, which is what's going on here, he runs out of things to do.
And this kind of forces a support coming out. I think we do see another survivor in the area. Yes, the Antiquarian. Oh, gets the silence on, and also, the magic wand just to try and create that distance. But Sneaky knows, like she knows she wants to just tunnel one survivor. Another wand being used. No more skills for the magicians to be able to use. Blink is already online, by the way, now. So in this area, The magician's gonna have to
he went
and
over!
lost him.
The
Yeah.
magician actually went way past him when he was moonwalking, and normally he's probably
Exactly.
thinking, what's she doing? Okay,
Yeah,
bye.
I'm right here. All right, cool. Peace. I'll be over at the corner house. And doing a great job so far. You know what? This is actually quite the long kite. It's going to be like 3 ciphers remaining. Hopefully he's going to be able to try and buy enough time. The tram is there, by the way, so it will be coming. Well, it will be coming soon. So I'm scared if the pickup's going to happen. No, you got to wait. You got to wait. Respect the tram.
Yeah, respect the tram, ladies and gentlemen, because the tram has claimed so many victims before. Fortunately, Sneaky's not going to be one tonight because all stakes are on the shoulders of her. She's going to decide how the outcome's going to be in the second half, Posh.
Yeah, so now we see that Sneaky is using that CCTV just to monitor the cipher that is at the center. Mercenary's already here for that rescue. Oh, eats just a regular hit here, buying that. I think tier 2 statues are already online here. So now we see that the magician is able to use the pads to get through. Antiquarian is here also to provide a little bit of that support. Let's see if it's over support. And now, yes, tier 2 statues have been unlocked, but the silence is there. So now Anomaly, getting caught out here. Another usage of the elbow pad, and Elsie with the prospector stun.
Wow, nice support, but they are kind of expending too much support at this point, right? Oh, okay, minimum stun damage there. But Anomaly, he's gonna get spotted out almost immediately. The supports are nice, but again, it doesn't create that much distance against Sneaky. And because they were supporting like that, only 2 tackles have been done so far, Posh.
And did you see that blind chip damage from the statue?
Yeah,
Again, it's tier 2 statues. So yeah, Sneaky distance doesn't really matter to her because she's a threat in mid-range to long range because of the statues. Clipped the magician, and the magician will be on the rocket chair for the second time. Yeah, ciphers are moving on quite well here. But then again, you know what? MP wants to make a huge statement. They want to try as much as possible. Tie is still okay. But like you said, you got to pay that debt of 5 points sooner or later, and it can haunt them in round number 3.
Exactly. She's just going to remove this 2 pallets first. And yeah, I mean, Elsie's just going to be the one trying to rescue. He's the only one at full health. Everyone else is injured. To be honest, I would say MP's doing a great job rotating the damage they have. Down to the last cipher already, Posh.
Yeah, true. And now we have to be very careful. Magician tried to make it to that tram area, but unfortunately for him, was not able to get it. Now we're going to see the oh, wow, the stun able to happen. At least the tram wasn't there, but the drop down, though. He's going to try and...
he pushed him away.
Oh, he was able to, and now the magician's gone. Cypher's not primed just yet. Are they going to pop it in time? It seems like Elsie has to make a beeline. Shuni now is going to be chased away from that primed Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, Shuni should probably just prime at that point. He's kind of waiting. I'm not sure. Yeah, he's probably waiting for
a chase to happen. Yeah,
to be at the gate, and that's exactly what happened. So looks like Sneaky's best bet here is just a draw, Posh.
Yeah, Blink has not been used just yet. Now we see that Elsie able to get a magnet onto him, but man, these statues are so on point. Able to get it. 3 more statues. Elsie's gonna be falling down, but he's doing pretty well. 1 more. The blink is ended up empty, and now Elsie able to create even more time being bought for his team to be able to open up that exit gate. Sneaky now without a blink has to use statues to down this prospector. So again, this is like a win condition for MP if Elsie is able to last this long.
Yeah, exactly. Technically, they've done the bare minimum, but she has to be really careful. The dungeon's actually at the vicinity. Yeah. My God,
they're all here. They are. My goodness, they're all here. The Antiquarian able to get the stun. They don't even need the dungeon at this point. Statues are going to be here. They're going to get cut off. Antiquarian, can she make it? Oh, she gets cut off.
Oh my God, the mercenary! The mercenary! If he gets 3K here, it's over.
Oh my goodness, the mercenary is gonna tank this hit.
My God!
Oh, she's gonna start whacking everyone. Elsie. Oh.
Respect the tram. The tram's gonna be the downfall. They were doing so well.
No, everyone's down. Everyone's down now. The tram. My goodness. Hashtag respect the tram, folks.
Respect the tram, man. That's. I don't know, man. I feel like they should have just taken the draw at that point.
Yeah. And you know what? LC was doing an amazing job. Prospect. Oh, Mercenary had to leave the game, but that's 3-1. They still got one escape. No, they didn't. Oh, you're right.
2 rounds, 1-2-0.
My goodness. CT, ladies and gentlemen, qualify for Call of the Abyss group stage. My goodness, the tram. Oh.
Yeah. I guess they don't really want to prolong the game anymore. I can see why MP is doing that, but honestly, what? The tram claimed everyone. Tonight, the tram was on Sneaky side.
Yeah, can you imagine? The tram cut off everyone. First of all, I thought it was the Antiquarian, but you were able to point it out. The Mercenary also got hit by the tram. Prospector was like, come on, guys, you guys can recover. But unfortunately, there were 2 hunters tonight. One was Sneaky, the other one was the tram.
Exactly.
And
can we just pay respect to the teams who are trying so hard, and of course Sneaky, because Sneaky saw the Mercenary got hit. She was so calm. She didn't go for the Mercenary first and just be satisfied with her draw. She went for the Antiquarian first, and ultimately securing everything.
Yeah, I'm still I'm still taken aback with those final seconds. I'm watching the replay on this stream now, so yeah, just the level-headedness of Sneaky, right? She's you have to admit, like right before our eyes, we're seeing how she's been developing as an amazing hunter in Southeast Asia. Just so cool, so calm, so collected, especially in that situation. It's like, okay, let's calm down. She honestly missed her blink. So that's huge, right? And at that point, it seemed like LC was already in her head, and it didn't seem so good for her. But she got 3K now, 3K.
Yeah, I guess MP doesn't really want to prolong the game into game 3, and ultimately, they have to do like 4K and 4 escape kind of thing. They just want to risk it all in this game to get a win. That's the game plan. I like it. But Tram Sama, hashtag respect the tram, guys.
Yeah, that was insane. And yo, can we just get some spams of the Mad Penguins? Please, Penguin spam the emojis, because they performed so well. And again, we want to find the best of the best to represent the Southeast Asia region. I'm sure Mad Penguins are going to come back even stronger, and I'm sure we're going to see them in IVC, in IVA, or it's not the last we'll see of them. And this is just a footnote in the chapter or the entire book of the Mad Penguins. So I'm looking at the replay now. It's about to happen. The tram, unfortunately, flywheel, and then gosh, that was.
Yeah. And this was MP's game to actually have, because they realized that she doesn't have bling.
Yeah.
Anymore. She felt her bling, and with the support of the Antiquarian, oh my god, the tram.
There it is. Yeah, you saw it, and then boom.
My god.
Yeah, just back and forth, and then picked up the Antiquarian. She knows that the Mercenary takes the longest to heal, right? Made sure to just share the Antiquarian first, then go for the Prospector, and then we saw that the Mercenary was already crawling out of the gate.
Oh my god. Yeah, the perfect statue in the end. The logic behind LC running away, he just wants to force Sneaky to chase him, and ultimately give time for the Mercenary to crawl out. But my goodness, what a game, Posh. And look at the time. You can tell it was such an intense game.
It really was. I mean, the containment. I would say Mad Penguins is up there with one of those teams that they don't overly support, and when they do, they really go for broke, right? They want to be able to get as much out as possible, and here we just saw that, right? They really showed their heart and their team spirit and their tenacity, like you said. And you said, I think their biggest strength is for them to be able to understand, study up, and get better. So Mad Penguins, can't wait to see them as they participate in other tournaments, the IVAs, the IVCs, community tournaments, because this is not the last to see of them. But we have to give kudos where it is due, and it is due to, we have to give it to ZT, ladies and gentlemen. Sneaky was on fire tonight. The survivors also had the right game plan. They covered up all their holes in their game for them to produce this result.
Exactly. I'm just ultimately really glad that every team has stepped up from year to year. Like, this is our second year, right? Like being here, and then we just actually, truth be told, we're just familiar with all the teams that we've seen here so far, and honestly, seeing them grow along the times. Oh my god, I sound so old.
It's a numbers game, right? Yeah, we've seen these teams kind of grow before our eyes, and yeah, a lot of people also giving respect to Mad Penguins because they needed to get that 3-person escape for them to be able to win. And they tried to go all out, and just kudos to them. However, this is where the night takes us, ladies and gentlemen. This is the match results. A great start for 0-2. They ultimately win the entire series here, round 1 and round number 2, with a 12 to 5 point deficit. So just a crazy showing. And like we said, this is ZT 2.0, right? We know the previous ZT, they've been won countless tournaments, and now this new and improved ZT, they're looking pretty well and very entertaining as well. I can't wait to see how far this road is going to take them. Oh, here we go.
Wow. Best
MVP.
I totally agree with this. Like, he's making a lot of plays. Like, no doubt, MX was very good with the kiting, and you saw the 3-cipher kites of the lawyer. But ultimately, I feel like Sizi is like the rising star.
Yeah.
Does a lot of things, honestly. I feel like ZT has picked up a gem. Whoever this player is, yeah, that's definitely a gem that they picked up, and well-deserved MVP. Gosh.
Yeah, honestly, like you said, rising star. Remember the name, ladies and gentlemen. Has performed pretty well, considering that Sneaky was in a 4K streak, just got a tie in the middle, and still got 3K. And we have a survivor as the MVP. That says a lot. And look back at the highlights, he's always there on the Antiquarian, on the Prospector, just supporting his teammate. You can't ask for a better supporter. I can't wait to see more of this player.
Yeah, definitely. And congratulations again, ZT will be joining GH to represent Southeast Asia in COA main stage. And honestly, after this qualifiers, it's just around the corner, so I'm really excited. To be there with you and with everyone else as well, and of course with all of you in the chat. Hope to see you guys there as well, because I hope to see. I know we're gonna see something really interesting moving on to the COA group stage.
For sure, man. I mean, COA keeps leveling up each and every year. We got 2 of the best teams in Southeast Asia that will gun for the COA glory to make it to the playoffs. We have 2 teams from NAEU, and also stay tuned for the streams, right? Because we will be, in our own separate channel. Nello Mello will be streaming. Eli will be streaming. Sado will be streaming. Chocho, as well as Veronica and Lychee. We'll be also keeping you guys posted on the COA results. So please join us on our journeys. Follow us on our socials, and stay up to date with us, because we'll be following each and every team on their journey to give you the best possible broadcast on the desk for the group stage of Call of the Abyss and tell everyone's story. So super excited for that, and super excited also to give each and every one of you a shout out. There's a lot of penguin emojis and a lot of heart emojis. I mean, Eli also can't believe it. He messaged us as well. He's like, dude, this is crazy.
Exactly. So, I even saw someone saying ZT made a contract with the Tram Devil. Chainsaw Man reference there. I like it.
Yeah, that's the Tram Devil. That's gonna be
the Tram
crazy.
Devil. Yeah, I know, but it's okay.
I wonder what the exchange process was and what Sneaky made for that. That's oof.
You get the Pookie, Sir Posh. Yeah. But anyway, ultimately, I just really enjoyed the games tonight. Full of action. Again, anything can happen in the tournament. But most importantly, I believe that when we win, we win with humility. And even if we lose gracefully.
Gracefully, yeah.
So thank you so much for all the teams that are here. Again, this is not the end of the line. This is just the beginning of the story.
It's just a chapter, right? That's why. Yes, we want to find the best of the best, but that's why you have to support your favorite teams. I saw a lot of people support WP. I saw a lot of people support ADM. Please keep supporting your favorite teams out there, because it's a grind, it's a journey, and yes, the ones to move on are going to be looked at, but you also have to support them in the in the infancy stage, also in the grassroots stage, and also the IVCs, the IVAs, because that's when you really can tell how you can tell me and Nell are very invested, because we've seen these teams kind of grow and flourish, right? And we've had the pleasure of actually seeing these teams as well. So here we have it, Nell. Today's results. It was only the second match that went the full 3 games, but ZT calling in an early night in the office here, going round 2-0. I mean, living up to the name 0-2, right? Making sure that they make quick work here. But shout outs again to ZC, Zirconia, WP, and the Mad Penguins as well. I mean, making top 4 here is no easy feat.
Exactly. Yeah. And I just have to say, living up to the name 0-2. Of course, I know you guys have been asking a question, and we're also wondering the same thing. When will the tram get a skin? MVP, by the way.
We'll see. We'll definitely see how that's gonna. Wouldn't it be crazy if that was one of the announcements that the tram's gonna have like a skin or something?
Yeah.
That's gonna be
Or at least like the team, like as recognition for the champions, like the team logo. Like
it'll be like a banner. I was one or something. That'll be cool. Like a little update on. Or it's gonna say Sneaky's tram.
Sneaky's tram, because that's exactly what happened. The tram devil happened tonight.
Exactly. That doesn't take away from the victory of ZT, ladies and gentlemen. The survivors did really well. Sneaky did really well. We have yet to see Aris, so I'm excited to see how that's gonna happen. Again, here you have it. Congratulations to ZT. They qualify along with GH to represent the Southeast Asia region in Call of the Abyss 6 group stage.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to these 2 teams fighting it out against the other teams from Korea, from NAEU, from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, from Japan, namely from Chinese mainland as well. So we've received rave reviews from the previous COA. So this year we hope to continue the legacy.
Yeah, for sure. And especially with the momentum that these teams, these journey, like we definitely have more. They have more experience and they definitely have more to give. So that about does it now. Any final words before we sign off?
Thank you so much for the support again and again. I keep saying your support means the world, literally. So here's a heart sign. Heart sign for you guys, Korean signs. Thank you so much. And Giselle, and you.
Ooh, let's go. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Group stage is inbound, but stay tuned to our socials. We're going to be also streaming the other qualifiers for China and Japan. But for now, this has been Nello Mello and Potch Spice signing off. Thank you guys so much, and congratulations to all the teams. We're going to see you on the next one. Peace.
broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from the end of the road.